Director and Chief Executive Officer of Renaissance Africa Energy Company, welcome, Engineer Tony Atta. Managing Director, ND Western, welcome, Mr. Lanre Kalejai. Executive Vice President, Upstream of NNPC, welcome, Mr. Ndobong Ntia. Completing the list of panelists, welcome Managing Director, Oando Energy Resources Limited, Dr. Ainoje Alex Irune. And helping coordinate the past this morning is, of course, anchor and co-host of the morning show on Arise TV. Welcome, Mrs. Vimbai Mutihiri Ekpeyong, our favorite Niger wife. You're welcome. Good morning. Good to see you. Yeah.
All right. Good morning to you all. And it's quite an exciting start to this day with a conversation around maintaining this global momentum that we are seeing from Africa in the upstream sector. Now, when we first heard divestment, of course, it sounded like a cause for concern. It sounded like a red flag. But this beautiful fairy tale is turning into a story where we're seeing collaborations, we're seeing innovations, we're seeing a new way to look at an industry and a sector that many had written off because of various challenges and concerns. And with these new collaborations and these new partnerships, we've seen a new way to resuscitate and to reignite an industry that we know in Nigeria and of course on the African continent has huge potential to impact lives, livelihoods from a macroeconomic level and a microeconomic level as well. So I'm so excited that I have the movers, the shakers, the power brokers, those who make the decisions in those rooms where these deals are being brokered. And the hope is that this conversation can give us a little bit more guidance as to how we can not just sustain the momentum, but how we can also unlock other potential that is yet to be unlocked. So I'll begin my conversation with you, Mr. Mathieu Boyer. Now, TotalEnergies has pursued a mix when we're looking at the capital allocation strategy. You look at balancing upstream hydrocarbons with integrated low carbon projects as your model. Can you tell us a little bit more about this unique model that you've decided to pursue in Nigeria, the rationale behind it, and what that looks like this year and in the short to medium term?
All right, thanks for having me. Very happy to be here with you today. So indeed, we have a strategy which is based on two pillars: growing in oil and gas production and growing also in electricity and integrated power. So that's growing in energy as a whole, I would say. If I focus on the first pillar, we are clearly in Nigeria focusing on this growth based on both oil and gas. You know, you were mentioning capital allocation worldwide, and one of the challenges we face every day is to convince that the investment in Nigeria are the best one for the growth in the first pillar of the company, because we are in competition with other countries, with our other projects, to attract capital to be able to invest in our oil and gas portfolio. So the strategy we have in Nigeria is actually to grow on the operated assets, both onshore and offshore, onshore gas, offshore oil and gas, and we do so in a very structured manner because we have a portfolio with project opportunities which we are maturing to be able to grow this production. So 2 years ago, we managed to launch the Ubeta project, which is a 10 million cubic meter per day project. We have some more projects to come, and that's what we are trying to do on a daily basis. So somehow we are more on the first pillar than on the second one, On the second one, I would say what we do is that we develop, a sustainable model of development. We reduce emissions. We have stopped all routine flaring within all our facilities in Nigeria 2 years ago, in 2023. We have installed on all our facilities some methane sensors. So we measure in real time all the methane emissions on all our facilities in Nigeria, on all the sites worldwide, but in Nigeria in particular, so that we know in real time where we have some leaks and how we can act to reduce those emissions. And we also develop solar energy. We will start up very soon a 5 megawatt power plant on OML 58, our onshore site, to power the new Ubeta project. So that's kind of one of the first, I would say, close to net zero gas development, not only in Nigeria, but worldwide.
Fantastic. And it's good to see this creative mix that you've deployed. And while we're still sort of looking at the IOCs and their strategies locally, I want to come to Chevron, to Mr. Jim Swartz. Jim, let's talk about structuring these divestments. How are we ensuring that there's production continuity? How are we making sure there's operator success? How are we making sure that these divestments are not disruptive, but rather enhance and are able to create a launching pad for more to be done?
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. I think, though, when I think about divestments, we've actually taken a different strategy. We didn't take the divestment strategy. We've continued to maintain our assets in the swamp and shallow water and deep water and continue to actually explore in those and prove up additional resources, as we believe there's still a lot of untapped capability. So I'll certainly let my peers talk more about divestments, but I think the broader picture is that having a consistent framework that enables whether it's divestment or investment is critical. Sanctity of contract, consistency of regulation, very much as the opening presentation talked about, is so important, because what we do is we invest for the long term. These are not short-term investments. They're things that require length of time to really get our returns back. And so when I think about it from sort of maybe 3 or 4 different pathways here from a Chevron perspective, is on our legacy JV portfolio is continue to improve the reliability of that, continue to do infield drilling and actually exploration. We've had several infield exploration discoveries in the last year that helps continue to develop that. And then there's also a significant amount of gas that needs to be developed in this country, and that's a couple different pathways there. We need to have, I think, capability to export it internationally, as well as cost-reflective pricing domestically where the payment is there. And then the other piece, I think, when you look at the deep water perspective, is there's some very good movement recently with the government incentives and also building upon the PIA that's going to enable that. We're part of a number of these deep water developments. And then the other piece is the future exploration, because there's multiple levels to this. And the way we look at it is, one, how do you take advantage of what you have right now, which is through the faster increase in barrels. That's through security, reliability, and infill drilling. Things like, we have a rig that's going to come for Agbami later this year and doing a appraisal well and some development wells. We have 2 rigs running in our shallow water that continues to develop on that. And then the other piece is developing these longer-term projects that are discovered resources. And then the third piece is exploration. And that's the other piece I think we can't lose sight of in Nigeria, is that we need to continue to have enabling frameworks that will provide long-term consistency for that. So it's an exciting time, though, and it goes back to the PIA was the first unlock for this, and then the continued pragmatic approach by the government and regulator to work together. And I think the last point I would make is extending that from the deep water discussions as well as to the shallow water and onshore projects will also be beneficial to continue to unlock additional growth in the resource and development.
And as you speak on that framework, especially when you look at security, reliability, and so forth, I'd love for you to also speak to infrastructure gaps. And what is the most urgent intervention that's required for public-private solutions with regards to infrastructure gaps?
Well, certainly from our perspective, all of our natural gas that goes into the domestic market is through this ELP system, and it's constrained, and there's only one line, and it's pretty old. So we need to build that out. I think that's one of the key things, is to enable gas to move to the market and get to multiple places, because it not only goes into domestic power generation, it's fertilizer, it goes on to the West African gas pipeline that supplies it. So I think gas infrastructure is really one of the key things.
One of the key things. All right. Now let's bring the conversation to a different dimension, which is investor confidence. Of course, that's one of the biggest conversations here, right? Especially when we look at what's happening globally, we're looking at the volatility. It's a tough time for any sector globally. However, we started this year with some good news from Seplat, and we continue to hear some great developments coming in. So can you tell us a little bit, Roger, tell us a little bit about how Seplat is proving to international lenders that the indigenous operators can actually deliver returns, deliver scale and returns?
Yeah, okay, thank you, and good morning, everyone, and recognize the Honourable Minister of State Petroleum Resources Oil. We didn't do our protocols beforehand, but I must recognize the Honourable Minister. Look, what I'd say is, look, for us, we've been in this game for 16 years, which is young compared to some of my people to the left and right, as a company, but it's reasonably long in the indigenous space. We've been active, we've been buying assets, we've been on the market since 2014 in Lagos and London. We're going to see more companies come to market. Investor confidence is growing rapidly, and the reason why it's growing rapidly is the integration, the consistency of message. And I've got to thank, where the government is in this, is business as usual, right? Get on with the business, create an enabling environment, be very clear what that is, PIA, regulatory changes, not sort of look at blockages and say, well, you can't do something, but actually looking at how we can get it done and work as an industry. And the world is looking at this, both, when I say the world, the providers of capital, right down to your question, are looking at this. They're looking at locally, and they're looking at international providers of capital. And all they want is excitement, right? And excitement's here. Like, there's a buzz. We've seen that. Let's give me an example. Last year, we did a Eurobond. We priced it 9 1/8. The effective yield today is in the 7s, right? That bond is rated by some of the agencies slightly above the sovereign. So that's a 2% movement in 1 year. So the excitement's there. The demand is there. And it's that consistency of message. Very clear. The targets are really critical. The 2 million barrels, 3 million barrels of oil, the gas master plan, the 10 and the 12. So you lay that stall out, and then you would say is, what do we need to do to deliver this? And now we're seeing more interest. We're seeing some of the African banks being much more active. You've got the Energy Bank, now it just opened up. And that's going to bring a lot more capital into it. But let's not fool ourselves here that there isn't very, very deep capital, right? This is oil and gas globally, which is, see, people are retracting from that. They don't like the association. It's still available, but it's less than previously. Then we've got Africa. So we all have to work a lot harder. We have to be a lot consistent. And what I would say is very important, and particularly the indigenous space. We are chasing the same pots of capital, whether it be the African banks, whether it be the international banks, whether it be commodity-backed financing, which a lot of us will chase, and everything else. We're in the Eurobond space as well, but largely the same pots of capital, okay? Therefore, we have to be exemplary borrowers. We have to perform. We have to give good returns, and defaults have a massive impact to that pot of capital, right? So that's why that we would like to do through IPPG and OPTS is really share that experience. And when, as indigenous companies going in to borrow more and more money to deliver on the government's targets, we must do it very consistently, very in a coordinated fashion, because let me give you an example simply, right? If one company borrows 100 million, okay, has a 10% cost of capital on that, it gives 10 million a year in interest, okay, simply. That's great, but if that one company loses the bank 100 million, we need 10 companies to make that money back up again. So that's the reality. So defaults, provisioning of capital doesn't help everyone. And so we've got to work together, share our experiences, and make sure that doesn't materialize. But I'm very excited from what the future holds. Thank you.
I love that. Very balanced. You know, there's the buzz, there's the excitement, communication is great, but the risk still exists. And I'll come to you, Mr. Jagiobaki, ExxonMobil. Let's talk about ExxonMobil's global financing expertise and how we can help Nigerian partners to crowd in capital. As you said, we're all chasing after the same dollars and cents or naira and kobo. The risks do exist, you know, as they would in any sector, but the ones here are a little bit peculiar. How do we bring this together to, you know, to limit and navigate some of this?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I think the perspective I would share to add to the quality of the conversation so far is that for an IOC of our scale, we have the benefit of thinking about our ability to finance projects in Nigeria with a lens of making the opportunity as competitive as it can be within the portfolio of the shareholder group. You know, and many of our shareholder partners are here on the stage. And so our strategy has been, and will continue to be, to improve firstly our internal competitiveness. I want to start there because we need to do our own self-help on the pathway to unlocking these opportunities. And there's a connection here to your opening questions about the divestment. For ExxonMobil in Nigeria, part of stepping into the strategy of divestment from the shallow water was to improve the competitiveness of our business in Nigeria for our corporation and for our shareholders. And on the other side of that transaction was an investor, which is terrific. So as we get through that window in the last couple of years, we've also been building momentum to create a stronger competitiveness for Esso Nigeria in our global deep water portfolio. And I'm pleased to mention that later on this year, we hope to commit, you know, a sizable redevelopment effort at our Usan facility, which is now 14 years since first production and due for another redevelopment phase. And that starts that journey of confidence to pull capital within our own portfolio. Then there's the new opportunities, as Jim mentioned, discovered but yet not yet developed. And so this is where the external environment is creating competitiveness to access our internal financing, our internal budget capabilities. And I'll just conclude here by saying I think our view, especially for 2026, is that the federal government's response in the last 2 years has created a very strong foundational framework. The obligation for an operator like us now is to pick that up and translate it to the known opportunities. And where we need, we'll come back to stakeholders that are in the room to help us continue to build confidence. But the first order of business is to translate, whether they're directives, whether it's the confidence and the collaboration that we feel in the industry today, the buzz, into project-specific enabling elements. And so for me in 2026, that's really critical, because if we do achieve that, we do with our partners, I think it will unlock the kind of capital that's inherent in your question that we can bring to Nigeria. And the very first one that gets unlocked will create the opportunity to then say, this is what is now possible. And so personally, I'm really motivated to get the first large opportunity framed up this year.
Very beautifully said. And you know, with the landscape with regards to unlocking these opportunities looks a lot like some of the changes that we see that the indigenous companies have been able to effect. I'll come to you, Engineer Tony Atta, Renaissance Africa. Double-pronged question for you. you come in and you're having to tackle declining curves. There's the aging infrastructure. But on the other part of that, you've been able to create a degree of stability with the host communities. And I'd love to know what PIA host community structures do you feel are delivering that real stability, and what's the real-time impact you're seeing to your operations?
Thank you, Vimbai. First of all, let me go back to your starting point that you were going to start with the IOCs. You call us indigenous. That's an I. Noted.
It's an I. I love it.
Actually, we'd rather be called independents just to bring it home. But I think you're right. So the difference between us and the internationals is that we have homegrown solutions. We're part of that ecosystem, and we understand how the communities, how the social fabric is woven to the extent that we're able to relate more. I mean, as a former Shell staff, there are so many things that I can do with my communities today. That Shell that has an international flair, and one solution fits all because of the global structure, will be different. But the starting point is to revisit what is the strategy with which we engage. And I think that's the unique difference. Today, what we do with our communities really is redefined by our strategy of interdependency and shared prosperity. Interdependency to the extent that we have woven our business around their lives and their livelihoods. So we rise and fall together, and they don't want to fall, and we also don't want to fall. But there is also no scenario where we grow and they don't grow, which is a story of the past. So that is a huge change. But it sounds like we're so smart as Renaissance, we've done this. I must say, Honorable Minister, we've been helped by the PIA. The HCDT has codified some things to the extent that that mutual agreement that we shall do this and you shall do that. And as long as we both respect it, then you can see that level of stability that is coming on. But I believe that the shared prosperity model is really the ultimate future for the relationship in the Niger Delta where we operate. But it comes down to what is that license to operate? I think the mistakes of the past will suggest that there's only one license to operate, and that's the one you get from the government. But I think the communities themselves have evolved over the last 60, 70 years to the extent that they have now recognized that the federal government's license to operate is no longer enough. There has to be a social license to operate, which they refer to as freedom to operate. We're still debating whether we tilt the balance towards them if they call it freedom to operate, which means they have the right to say you can come in or you can't come in. But it is a social contract between us. And I must say that is what the PIA has been able to do. To the extent today, we have the HCDTs within the Renaissance construct properly constituted. By clusters, there are about 33 of them. 30 are active. As you would expect, there will always be one. We're still dealing with that one, but in the end, we will sort it out. But when it's well structured and with the philosophy and strategy to interdependently relate and focus on shared prosperity, you can see that the conversations are different. The tone is different. And you are able to separate what is a struggle, in quotes, if you understand the history, versus what is true developmental call. But today, the wheels, they are holding the wheels. And they are holding the wheels of their development. I know today, within our HCDTs, at least 90 billion naira and about $80 million have been deployed into the HCDTs. So you've put their destinies back in their hands. They're holding the wheels now. Unlike the past where we as producers, living with them, drew the line, and we drew a very thick line and dug very wide holes to separate us to say, I've paid my taxes, I've paid my royalties, just look for Udi, who is government, and he will sort you out. And I can't tell you how many times as a young operator in the fields, people say, the government we see are those ones in orange coveralls. You are the government we know. We don't even know our local government chairman. But that is changing. That is changing because the social fabric is now interwoven between our existence, both jointly living together. They're holding the wheels. They decide what they want, as against the past where we had a blanket solution, 6 classroom block, or 1 hospital somewhere, or 1 water tank. And in fact, we ended up with very interesting situations where we put our water tank as operator, NDDC will put another water tank next to it. Local government will put another water tank. Then they say, we have water, but now need food, you know. So, but today it's different. And I can share with you an old experience that I read about. So some folks, without any pun meant, were traveling from the UK into these rural communities. And they couldn't but observe that women actually carry buckets and trays on their head and walk almost 5 kilometers every morning just to fetch potable water. And these guys were so concerned. Young people went back home, started a GoFundMe, raised money, and came back and actually drilled a borehole bang in the middle of the market square, put a big tank, portable is well treated, there's clean water, and within 1 minute walk. But guess what? The women saw it, liked it, ignored it, and walked 5 kilometers continuously. Then everybody was surprised. What the hell is going on? You can't be going that far for what is not this pure. And then they carried out a counter study to say, what really happened? And the women said, well, you didn't ask us what we want. That's number one. Yes, we want water, but the 5 kilometer walk is the only freedom we have from our husbands. Now you've taken it away. So we are working with our communities to establish what they want, and they do it by themselves. That is the change.
Engineer Tony Atta, you speak with so much wisdom, you know. Find out what the women want and... Oh.
They probably want light.
We need power.
How they want light?
Okay, I think our system is powered up now. Right, and that's why we're convening to have these conversations. They're tangible and real experiences. This is not theory that we're discussing here. And I think it's only right on that note for me to come to Mr. Lanre Kalejaye of Indy Western and to deepen this conversation around social contract. I love what Engineer Tony Atta said about, you know, developing these relationships. And these are not the only relationships where we need to see creative ways of making relationships work so that everybody can thrive. There's also the relationships between the Nigerian capacity and the global expertise and the interface of those two. There's been a broad conversation around local content since the beginning of this summit. I'd love for you to speak to balancing Nigerian capacity with global expertise for the desired outcome that we're all looking for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to state up front that I do not have any village stories to share. So the issue of capacity in the local content capacity is a critical one for our industry. In ND Western, we operate, you know, on land, in land locations, and so we're right there with the communities. And so the issue of social contract is an extremely important one for us. So being able to enhance local content, though, needs to be very balanced with regards to being cost competitive, while we want to develop local capabilities, because clearly the benefits are there from a cost execution and eventually a reduction in cost. But then the journey to that is not as straightforward. We have to be able to identify what capabilities are available, where can we get repeatable performance from local companies, and be able to identify areas where we may need some international expertise. And so, simple examples, civil works, as an example, is one where we have a lot of local capability built. But when you get to some of the more technical spaces, such as drilling services, you then begin to run into some capabilities that either are not easily available, or because of the demand, those services they're spread thin, and you don't get quality services. And I'm speaking to services such as directional drilling, for example, is a good example where we may not have built that local capability and may need some international expertise. So I think the bottom line is that local content has to be, performance-led. And so it's not just local content at any cost. Is performance, local contractors who can perform, and how can we work with them to build that capability. And so I think it's a collaboration with NCDMB to ensure that that balance exists, and that execution does not suffer because of local content. And so it's a continuous discussion around building that capability, especially in our services sector. We're talking about the increasing production, growing production. There's a lot of drilling that's going on. Do we really have the capacity to support all those different drilling activities? Yes, we're developing local capabilities, but in what areas do we need to then blend that with some international expertise? So it's a continuous dialogue. Execution depends on that, because if you don't have local companies that can deliver, it affects directly not only your cost, but you have delays in schedule. First oil is deferred because those capabilities are not there. It leads to longer schedules on projects, and so the conversation really has to be around what's that balance, and the framework needs to be able to enable bringing in that international expertise in specific areas where they're required, but then having a plan to then develop those capabilities locally. So I think it's an ongoing conversation. It's a critical area for us, especially in the onshore areas where we predominantly utilize local companies, and how to collaborate better with NCDMB to make sure that the execution part of our business is not unduly impacted.
Very well said. Ms. Santia, if you don't mind, I'm going to skip you so we can hear from, from NNPC last. I'll come to you, Dr. Alex Irina Oando, Energy Resources, still on local context. So we're talking about it being performance-led, performance-driven. It has to be efficient. It has to make business sense. But on your part, I know that there's conversations around scaling as well. So how do we navigate that balance? We want to scale, but we want to meet the global standards. And we want to ensure that there is performance and efficiency. So Dr. Irune, how do we achieve that?
Thank you very much, everyone. And I think Larry said most of it. The issue of scaling is something that, as an industry, we all need to contend with. We currently have
near-term ambitions of 2 million barrels and mid-term ambitions of about 3 million barrels. We put out these production ambitions a lot of times with a clear view of what the production pathway will be. What we don't see oftentimes right next to those ambitions is the cost and how much it's going to take off. I think it was one of the other speakers that spoke to the fact that it was Roger that spoke to the fact that we really don't have the scale of capital that we need to achieve these ambitions. So when we talk about scale, there certainly is the first thing we must do, which is create an enabling environment, governance internally within our companies and the NNPC and the country. We need to get the regulations right such that they're friendly, and I think we're on that path already. The technical part we've always been good at. That's the one thing I don't think anyone can take away from us. As a country executing, we can do that work. The question is having the capital to back that execution. And our traditional means or traditional pathways to the capital we may need to take a second look at those. Currently, a lot of us rely on multilateral organizations, trading firms or trading houses, or some sort of reserve-based type of loans. And I think we may have reached a point where to scale at the pace that we desire as a country, we may need to turn that on its head and find ways in which we can leverage more the G2G perspective of multilateral development as countries, looking at how we can get support, potentially significant support from the East, looking at how we can, as larger organizations, I think Tony made the point that we're all IOCs. There's a view that IOCs may need to look at their investment strategies within our countries and say, how do we support long-term development with patient capital? Simply because they understand the gestation, they understand the technical difficulties and the risks involved. And some of those conversations are already happening. So when it comes to scaling, I think it's perspective is not just an Owando thing or company thing. I think as a country, to achieve the ambitions that we have, we do need to look at that lens, step out a little bit, and probably reconfigure the elements such that we're able to drive the future that we desire.
And just to follow up on that, when you start speaking about G2G and multilaterals and that ecosystem, then of course naturally we're talking about responsible bridge fuel stories. It becomes a broader conversation. How can we position for that?
I think we're well positioned for it. One of the things we don't give ourselves enough credit for is the indigenous companies, whether it be Renaissance, indeed Independence, like Seplat or ourselves, have come from a group of well-trained, ambitious entrepreneurs who have learned from the best. So when we speak to everyone on this panel, the elements of transition is clear to all of us. We just believe it must be just and fair. The elements of having operations that are heavily reduced in our carbon footprint is not new. So the governance around creating companies that are really attractive for international financiers to look at and fund is not lost on us. We understand that perspective and we understand the work that needs to be done. The difficult part is really synchronizing that with everyone else's activities, whether it be the government and the other companies in the ecosystem. But to your point, we do need to take a strategy that is in tandem this time. And you will see that with our regulator and our national oil company today. I think it's the first time we've established a frequent meeting, similar like one we have with the operators, with the NNPC, with our regulators, a monthly meet to see where are we, what are the challenges, what's the ambition, and how far are we from that story, right? Having that makes sure that all of us are on the same page. I don't think the next phase of our growth as a country is going to be led by single stories. I think it has to be a collaborative journey where policy meets the the right commercial decisions and the right projects to develop the ecosystem and production numbers that we desire. So it's going to be a sort of like a handheld approach here, not a single march to, utopia.
And I think that encompasses everything we've touched on today, which is why Mr. Ntiad said, I'd love to save you, for your comments at the end. Hopefully we will have time to just do a very rapid fire question for each individual. But Mr. Ntiad, ultimately, how is NNPC Limited repositioning Nigeria to outcompete peer African countries? We've outlined the risks, we've outlined the opportunities, the realities on the ground. We've even heard from the village women as well through Engineer Toniata. How does this shape a story that positions Nigeria to be able to attract a percentage of that funding that has been swimming very freely to other African countries? How can Nigeria enjoy more of its share of that?
Thank you very much, Remember. One thing to focus on here, capital is going to go where you have the path of least resistance, right? You really want to make sure you are assuring fiscal clarity, which we now have with the PI a couple years ago, governance and execution certainty. Let me start with execution certainty for a while. I've been around most of the assets. I make it my job to go around everybody's business. Once a month, I go to each asset. I haven't started with the NNPRA ones, but the NOIMS, non-operated assets with my partners here, I've visited a whole lot of them. And I want to make the delineation between IOCs and indigenous companies. Let's better call them, they are headquartered outside of Nigeria and those that are headquartered in Nigeria, okay? Because really the operations are the same. And with execution certainty, you want to talk about execution excellence. That's what I'm looking for from a business. When we put the money out there by way of cash calls, we want to make sure we're getting value for what we put in. Right, so you settle the internals first. Make sure you are delivering on your commitments. Very key. And then you attract capital by making sure you are more. There is a fiscal clarity, which we have. Capital will always chase when you have a certainty in the business. So you're getting people to price geological risk, subsurface risk, execution risk, and not political risk. If you bring that to bear where people are moving away from pricing political risk, then you've got a high-cost environment and capital will not come. People at the end of the day want to make they want to make value from wherever they put their money in. Okay, so those two things are really, really clear. Execution certainty, fiscal clarity. On the governance side, I believe with what we're seeing right now, there's been a lot of push with the president himself getting involved. Honorable Minister of Petroleum is here as well. We see that collaboration on the government front, ensuring what the companies are looking for are things we can provide, to a certain extent, And we've been doing that. We're going to be seeing a lot of FIDs in the next few months and years as well as we go forward. Nigeria is attracting capital. I'm going beyond attracting the capital to expending the capital judiciously and making sure we can make a profit at the end of the day, at the back end of it. I want to make sure we're ensuring the competitiveness is not on the value of the resource. Our resource is great. Focados, Bonilites, Kwaibo, the Atmos, all the volumes we have are quite profitable. I want to get into how do we make sure we're getting big bucks with the minimal amount of efforts. You get the biggest bang out of every buck you put in there. So when the capital is attracted, how do we expend it? What are we expending it on? We're prioritizing our portfolio nowadays to ensure, we're chasing after where we're going to get the biggest interest from it, right? So it's not just so much as I'm looking at a project and I'm pouring money into the projects. Is it a profitable opportunity we're looking at, right? 4 key focus areas we're looking at in 2026, which Bayo has been doing a great job in speaking of. Number 1, execution excellence. And I'm going to be sharing that with the leaders here. We have a monthly meeting, which I think is going to be bi-monthly now, just to give everybody room to really relax and get work done. Execution excellence is going to be key. How we execute, how we ensure every piece of dollar and cents and naira and kobo is expended judiciously and being used for what we've deployed the capital to. Number 2, profitable growth. It's not going to be every opportunity we throw capital at. It's going to be opportunity that it's profitable and we can extract value from those opportunities. Number 3, we want to make sure we're a partner of choice as well with everybody here. I want to be able to look Matthew in the face, Jim, Jagir, Tony, Lanray, Alex, everybody here, and ensuring, and of course, Roger, making sure whatever opportunities they bring on is what we all can execute and execute well. Number 4, yes, we want to be focused on enterprise first, ensuring we're looking at NNPC. NNPC is doing what is right. The thought is around NNPC as well. I want to make sure my partners, when they're making a decision, they're thinking about NNPC as well, and not just, you make a decision and you want me to swallow it. It's got to be win-win for everybody. And I keep talking about that. It's got to be win-win, not just for the operators, not just for NNPC, but for the federal government of Nigeria as well. The people of the country have got to benefit from the resources that we have. So while attracting capital is great, we've got the right ecosystem, we've got the right environment, we're doing the best we can to ensure that can come in, and we can sustain and retain it. But how we deploy and expand the capital is also key. So the conversation has got to shift beyond attracting the capital and into effectively and profitably deploying and expanding it.
Thank you so much for that. That's very well said. Now, I hope that our host, Richmond, will indulge me because I'd love to just do one last question. If you would also help me to comply and just use 1 minute each. Just 1 minute. It's the same question for everybody on the panel because we just ended on the note where we're saying we're trying to create these win-win relationships. In doing so, there's also a narrative shift that is indicative here, which is that this separation or this dichotomy between IOC and indigenous and so forth, that ends here. I hope we won't hear it again at this summit. Let's talk about our operators, our companies that are headquartered here and those that are headquartered elsewhere in the world. I'll start with you, Mr. Buya. It's the same question for everybody. How best, in 1 minute, I'm sorry if it's impossible, how can we achieve these win-win partnerships so that we can get cost efficiency and so that we can get deeper technology transfer? I'm so sorry. I know it's a deep question, but
1 minute
just 1
is very
minute.
short.
It's very short. Yes.
But I think, for me, it's not really a big... I understand that we've been talking about challenges, but we are partnering with local companies for decades. We've been with AMNI for more than 20 years, with Conoil for 20 years. We are with Sapetro quite successfully on deep offshore for more than 20 years as well. So, and we have had successful partnerships. Sapetro is a good example. We developed Egina FPSO, ACPO with them, and they are some of the best world-class technology we can deploy in our industry. And today, with the partners I just mentioned, last year we had a deal with Conoil, and we are still with Conoil to develop and to appraise some of the resources nearby our deep offshore block to tie back to Egina. We are also with Sapetro in the 2 new exploration blocks we entered in PPL 2000-2001. I'm quite happy to say that we are pushing to drill these wells this year, both of those wells this year. So we'll bring another rig in country. So we can show that when we are with the local partners, I think it's also an enabler to go quicker and unlock the value for not only ourselves, but for the country.
Very beautifully said. I come to you, Mr. Roger Brown.
I think what's really helping is all these various sessions we're having monthly. So we got NNPC sessions monthly. We now have NUPRC sessions monthly. As an industry, we're coming together more frequently. And actually, you can see there's a commonality of development. OPTS and IPPG, the trade associations, are coming together, and there's an overlap there massively. So I think getting the issues on the table for development is critical. And one thing that we haven't really talked about too much is training, right? And so one thing that we've been thinking a lot about is traditionally the training for this country largely done by the IOCs, that's the international oil companies, those training programs. The indigenous benefit from that. And I think what we need to do now is work out how we're going to train for the future. Because all these technologies, whether AI, robotics, whatever technologies are coming to the fore, we need to define that for the future. And then, you know, it'd be nice if the international oil companies continue to train at the level they're training, but the reality is it's going to be the indigenous coming in with internationals and creating training programs. Capacity development is so critical. And when we're all active, one thing we're also worried about is have we got the people? And particularly in the more junior levels, is there enough people coming into the industry? And are we training them properly for the future?
Beautifully said. Thank you very much. Mr. Jim Swart.
Yeah, I think a couple things when I think about strategically how we can continue to evolve and where we've gotten successful is a couple things. One, collaboration, and I think we've heard it here, whether it's with the regulator, with NNPCL, with the government, with our fellow companies. So I think that collaboration, a pragmatism as well, that it's got to be the win-win, as Udi was talking about. We have to understand that capital investment actually turns into more jobs and more opportunity, and you have to continue to feed that. So I think it's, again, it's the conversations, and it's the alignment with a government that's aligned with a pro-growth, pro-business. And then I think also, as Tony's talking about, bring along the communities as well, right? It's got to be also an enabler for them. So we all have to work together with that, and like the HCDT is one of those. Thank you.
Inclusivity, very important. Mr. Jackie Obaki.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of other personal perspectives. I think this is the time for strong listening, building on the theme of collaboration. So it's not just collaborating where we're speaking to each other, but you know, a personal commitment from me to the stakeholders that are involved in our deep water blocks that we want to shift to an equal amount of listening so that there's room to co-create solutions. There's enough of a framework now from within which to do that, I believe. I think the other thing that we haven't touched on today is that take that listening and collaboration to the contractor space. You know, and honorable ministers championed, especially for deep water growth, EPC enabling environment. And so part of what I want to be able to do, and I encourage all stakeholders to do, is we go to the listening space for those big contractors, without which the deep water will not achieve its ultimate potential.
Thank you so much. Very well said. Engineer Tony Atta.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, I reminded the House that this time last year we didn't exist. So we're still new. And for us, it's really a journey. And we've been transitioning to transform, if you understand that. We set a very basic transition philosophy to safely receive the company from Shell, stabilize it, and set it on the path of growth. And I must say that in the last 10 years, we've safely received it. We've proven that it's getting stable, but we really must stabilize it to set it on the path of growth. But the growth journey is not now one that we believe we can go on our own, which is why the subject of collaboration is absolutely the way to go. We can compete on a few fronts, but there are so many more fronts that we actually must collaborate for value, for safety, for social community supports and everything. But I think for us on that journey, we are well on track now, but eventually it's really going to be about the returns, right? But it's returns not just for us as a company, it's returns for the community, and it's returns for our number one stakeholders, being the people that work for us, as well as the shareholders. In all of this ring, return means value. It's value for all, and collaboration has to be the key word here. across everyone.
Absolutely. Mr. Lanre Kalejaye, ND Western.
Thank you. I think there's an opportunity here to collaborate more on a bilateral level. We do a lot through the OPTS and IPPG today, but I think we need to be more intentional in working with each other on a one-on-one basis. A good example, and I'll use Chevron as an example because we both produce into the Alps. And so we're major gas producers. We need to get together more often, and we've had those discussions already in terms of we have common issues, and there are areas where we can leverage on the experience of one party or the other to improve, the whole pipeline network. So I think those bilateral engagements, being more intentional going forward, will be very helpful.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cynthia, can I skip you again? Will you give me will you give me the grace to do that? I'll come back to you for the closing remark. Dr. Erune.
I'm glad you said that because he just turned to me and said, I'm not going to leave any time left for you.
And we're talking about collaboration.
And I said to him, I hope they skip you.
Secret.
Right. Courage. Courage. I was at the S's office yesterday with contingents from the IPPG. And on the wall to her office, it says we do things differently here. I think that's the theme, right? I think what we've seen from the NNPCs trying to do things differently, what you've seen from the regulators, midstream and downstream and the upstream, is trying to do things differently. I think for as long as a group of people we maintain that courage to be reflective, look at the things we've always done and see if we can improve them, understand that the ecosystem is about the foundation. That's what holds it up, and not our individualism. But a final point is on the people that will carry this torch once we're done. We have spoken about training, but I think there is a world of new entrants that we must encourage, whether it's on the service side or on the marginal field side. We need to stop crowding out this sector and allow other people come in and give it life. For me, the win-win is, in many ways, something that, if it's not orchestrated in the manner and way we're currently being led by our president and chief of staff and our ministers and our regulators and our partners, it just won't work. So for me, it's really that courage, because ultimately that's what it takes to look someone in the face and say, you know what, I was wrong last year. This year, let's try this and let's do it differently. Thank you.
I love that. Courage. Yeah. Very, very inspiring. Mr. Ntia, last, certainly not least, give us the takeaway for the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Bemba. You know, when I stepped into this job just over a year ago, I've been in their shoes. I know how they think. I know how they feel. I know what pinches them hard and soft. From Matthew to Roger to Jim, Tony, Larry, and Alex. When I came, there was a lot of dichotomy between NNPC and the operators. So we had a meeting where we called leaders here. I think Jagir, I approached Jagir. Alex is a straight talker, straight shooter. I had him in a room with my leadership team. I had some folks from NEPL as well, some leaders, business leaders from NEPL. I had Demola of First TMP to come tell us how we can do better. And we're trying to shed the weight of senior partner mentality or mindset. We're trying to work with the operators. At the end of the day, we're looking to create value to our shareholders. My shareholders are the people of Nigeria, and we need to create value for them. You know, so when we came in and the leadership change, Bayo came and I had that discussion with him. We need to start speaking with these guys on a frequent basis to hear and feel their pulse. And we started the meetings, the Upstream leaders meeting, bi-weekly. It was arduous, it was painful because I had to snatch them from their schedules, they had to reorient their calendars, but they made it work. And then we met with the contractor community as well to just hear from them directly, how can NNPC do better? Because if the ecosystem doesn't work, we will struggle. And so we've been pushing that. We've gotten a sense of the direction where we're going. We've extended that to monthly, and I think now it's going to be bi-monthly and ultimately quarterly. But that line of communication is open. We have to reduce costs. We have to focus on technology. Right now, only about Chevron is thinking of technology, frankly, and it's just so little. But nonetheless, they're doing it. Digital twins here and there. I want to see deployment of AI, machine learning in our business, in our operations. In my previous job, I spent 5 years as an op manager. So I know how machines work. I know how all those things work. I'm not kidding. You know, it's possible we can replicate those things and run our businesses better.
Mm-hmm.
I sat with my team a couple weeks ago, and we've identified 2 billion worth of opportunities, which I call fat, that we need to share in the industry, where we can collaborate, working with Tony in some collaboration opportunities with some operators as well, just to see how we can just make things work better. The markets that we are not looking at, the prices are hanging in the balance. We see what's happening in Venezuela. We see what's happening with Donald Trump doing all kinds of stuff, very irrational, but nonetheless, it's working for now.
Okay.
So we have to be prepared for that eventuality of low prices or whatever. We can't be caught off guard. So the industry has got to be more agile. We have a period in time right now where the stars have aligned, frankly. We've got an immense experienced person as a regulator in Mrs. Meiwa Eyeson. Everybody just give her a round of applause, please. You know, we've got the minister who sat 3 hours with us yesterday in making sure things are working in the industry. It's never been done before. We have to recognize that potential of making sure we can align the resources.
That's right.
Align the capital and make things work. This is the moment for us, and if we don't take it, we will look back and regret it. We're not going to regret, we will make things work, and it's going to be good for Nigeria.
We're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. And, you know, just on a final note, I think for me, one of the most instructive things coming from outside of Nigeria, moving to Nigeria, is the fact that in Nigeria, Nigerians have a way of always seeing the glass half full as opposed to half empty, and making things work and turning every opportunity into something, no matter how challenging it is. And I love that today's panel has been instructive of that, how it doesn't matter where we've come from, and it doesn't matter what the I in our IOC stands for. Everybody is working together collaboratively to see how this can work, how we can build, how we can maintain the momentum, and how we can ensure that the Nigerian oil and gas story is a success story, a global success story, not just an African success story. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today.
Please still remain seated. Thank you, Binbai. Quickly, I'll welcome the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources Oil for a few minutes of closing comments, and then he'll present your plaque to you after that. Just remain seated a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, let me, on behalf of federal government of Nigeria, express our gratitude to all of you, who have spent time this morning, to be part of this panel. And when I came in, I was very excited that, leaders of the industry, are all seated here. If we don't get the solutions to our problems in the upstream from you guys, we'll never get it. And I'm very happy, with the statements made by EVP Upstream, closing statements, which are very, very encouraging. I've always contended that the success of the oil and gas sector is dependent on the success of the upstream. Starts with the upstream before it will trickle down to midstream and downstream. If you don't produce crude, there will be nothing to refine, and there will be nothing to distribute. So success of the petroleum sector begins with success of the upstream. And I'm very happy that, we have a team that I've been able to work with since I became minister, team of committed people. And it's also important for me to state here that from the government standpoint, there's no discrimination about IPPG or PTS. You're all companies operating in the same space in Nigeria, under the same law, but PIA didn't segregate local companies from, IOCs. So all of you operate under the same regulations, could be in different scales, but under the same regulations. So the expectation is that we will continue to, work together, collaborate, and ensure that, we scale up, the upstream sector for the benefit of all Nigerians. Several issues were discussed, by the panelists, and I believe that, everybody who is here, who is also viewing us from all over the world, must have learned a lot, from this panel. But like I said, we've talked for too long. This is the time, for us to take concrete actions that will result in the concrete results that will change this industry. And as government, we're here committed to giving you all the support that you need, to grow this sector. Cumulative, assessment of all that you guys have said here clearly shows that this is the time, this is the time for us to make things happen. Things have to be done differently from the past, and things are generally done differently by this government from the past. That's why we're bringing the confidence back. Investments are coming in. Some people, may not agree. This is politics. Political year, is coming. This morning I was listening to some people, some television stations, and they were busy abusing me. And I enjoy being abused. If you don't abuse me, how do I know that whatever I'm doing is affecting you now? But whatever we're doing, we believe that when you are taking people to a destination that they may not understand, you allow them have their time, but you pursue what you're pursuing. When you get to the destination, they will know that what you are doing was the best even for them. So I thank all of you, who are, operators, in the upstream space. Let me also say that, look, apart from, Matthew, Richard Brown, Jim, Zaggy, the rest of you are local content. You were trained by the best of the best. You were trained by the IOCs, but now you have graduated from the IOCs, you are now local content. That is the very essence of local content. Local content is not to substitute, the IOCs. It's not to substitute the EPC contractors. Local content is to develop local capacity that will exist side by side at different levels with the IOCs. And that is what is represented in this panel. So as government, we will do everything that is necessary to continue to sustain this support. Government has given so much by way of incentives, to unlock the potentials in this sector. Now my question is, what are you guys going to do? We have given you so much, in terms of reforms, tax incentives. All sorts of incentives have been given to you. Now is the time for you guys to reciprocate that government's gesture of giving you all that you have demanded for. In fact, you are demanding for too much. Sometimes when I look at some of our demands, if we give you all, then there will be nothing for us. But my commitment on behalf of government of Nigeria is that we will continue to, pursue the reforms that we're pursuing for the benefit of this industry. And what is successful here will trickle down to the rest of Africa. If Nigeria cannot, succeed in the upstream, there will be, ripple effect on the entire African continent. And there will be, more effect on the midstream and downstream. So this is an upstream session. So let me, conclude, by saying that this sector is very fundamental. If we look at the recent CBN's, annual report, oil and gas account for over 90% of our forex. So this sector is very fundamental. Everything in Nigeria is stabilizing. Every sector is gradually stabilizing. They always say, if there's no pain, there will be no gain. Nigerians, yes, experience pain, but everybody will be better for it tomorrow. So once again, let me thank all of you for your very brilliant, conversation. And I look forward to working with all of you. And I look forward to challenging each of you. Some of you have given me your 2026 outlook. Sometimes beyond 2026. What is your outlook from 2026 to 2030? And I'll continue to engage with people so that government can also give you the support you need to achieve those, projections. Once again, I thank you people. As panelists, I also thank all of you who are stayed dedicated, committed to this conference. That is official federal government conference annually. But Brevin Anderson, the private sector always does things better. So 9 years ago, we had a partnership with Brevin Anderson, and they've done a good job. And this couldn't have been possible without your own support. So please continue to support this program for the benefit of all of us. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Let's present the gift to the president. You want to do this one here for now? All right, let's present the plaques. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister will present the plaques to you people. We'll begin, of course, with Mr. Buye. Mr. Buye, thank you for your insights. Please, can the Minister have for Mr. Buye? Thank you, Mr. Buye. Thank you so much. Next, we'll present to Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your insights. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so next, we'll present to Mr. Swaz. Thank you also for your time with us this morning. Next, we'll have Mr. Jige. And stand by. Thank you also. Whether the water is from the tap in the market square, from the stream down the 5-kilometer road, we need the water anyway. Engineer Atta, thank you for your time. And that is what we're talking about. Whether it's independent with a capital I or international with a capital I, we need this industry to continue to increase the barrels per day. Next, Mr. Alhaji, thank you for your time as well. Next is our EVP with a balanced understanding of both worlds now and helping us drive progress. Mr. Antia, please be on standby. He's there already, okay. And of course, Dr. Irune, EVP say you shoot straight, you shoot direct, and that couldn't be truer. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we'll take a family photo. Vimbai, where are you? Please join them for a family photo now. Just take a family photo. Yes, No, she got her own yesterday. Mr. Adegbite, please, yes. Mr. Adegbite, yours is next. Let's, before with the picture. IPPG chairman. IPPG chairman, please take your plaque. Take your plaque, IPPG chairman. Can I invite CCE? CCE, ma, you join them for the picture, ma. Let's balance the upstream. You are their regulator. The minister is here. The CEOs are here. Let's have you join the picture and balance the upstream conversation with your presence in the picture. Now for the picture, the CCE will join. For the picture, she's our regulator. She regulates all of you. So please, let me make the appeal that I would normally make when I have situations like this. Kindly allow them take their seat in the audience. Panelists, please, when you leave, take your seat right here in the audience. We're going to the next panel immediately. Please take your seat for now. I know your CEOs. If you need to leave, I will understand. But for now, just 2-3 minutes, take your seat. Take your seat in the audience for now. We're rolling over to the next panel. Photographers, thank you very much. Please go back to the flanks. Go back to the flanks. Go back to the flanks. Go and play your wing. Photographers, thank you. Where's my sound guy? I need my handheld. Photographers, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sound, where's my handheld? Photographers, please go to the flanks. Allow them take their seat. Please, photographers, now go to the, allow them take their seat. Please, take your seats, sirs. Just for a few minutes, let's start the next panel. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please don't bother coming to them for networking for now. Delegates, allow them take their seats. Please allow them take their seat. Please, sir. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Bros, please. Okay. You, for you. Go ahead. Please take your seats. 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 Everyone, please take your seat. We're running over to the next panel. Thank you very much. Just allow them seat. You network with them later. Allow them seat for now, please. I beg you. Allow them seat for now. You network with them later. Thank you very much. We're rolling over to the next panel. Thank you. Please, is Dr. Michel Bila here in the room? I haven't seen him. Don't think he is. I'll make progress. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Allow them take their seats, please. Photographers, can you exit the front, please? Exit the front, please. Photographers, please. Guys, please go to the back, photographers, please. All right, let's continue now to our second panel for this morning. Strategic, still we're dealing with upstream. We're looking at an executive debate. I'd like to welcome our panelists. Once again, I'm not sure Dr. Michel Bila is in the room, so we will take the panel. We will take the panel right away. Let me begin by welcoming to his seat on the panel, representing the Commission Chief Executive, Engineer Joseph Olawale Ogunshola, FNSE, the Director of Subsurface Development and Energy Sustainability and Carbon Management at the Commission. Dr. Ogunshola, please. Can you make your way to your seat on the podium? Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our first panelist on the next panel. Thank you very much. Joining him is the Group Executive Director for Pan Ocean Oil Corporation and New Cross group of companies. Please welcome Dr. Bolaji Ogundari. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. To his right, to his immediate right. Joining them is Chief Executive Officer of Sun Trust Atlantic Energies. Please welcome Dr. Ugo Okafor. You're welcome. Please, a round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Please. Joining them is Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Walter Smith Petroleum Oil Limited. Welcome, Mr. Oladapo Filani. You're welcome. Joining them is Company Secretary and Legal and General Manager of Legal for Lake Oil Limited. Welcome, Ms. Gloria Irewunam. You're welcome. To drive the conversation for us, I'd like to welcome Country Manager for Woodmark, Mr. Mohammed Mansour. Mansour, you are welcome. Please, a round of applause for our panelists as they take center stage to drive the conversation.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. And I would like to stand on existing protocols. But first of all, let me thank my panelists for accepting to participate at this session and take my grilling. But I'm sure they're all prepared, given that they are leaders of the industry. So we will hear a lot from them regarding the theme around hydrocarbon development and energy transformation, Africa's strategic path forward. So during this session and my brief to the panelists, we'll talk about how hydrocarbons will remain central to energy security and sustainable economic growth. We have the regulator, and like I said, Nigerian independents who are taking the charge. We'll talk about operational efficiency, attracting financing and funding, gas, particularly gas to power and low carbon technologies, but mainly on industrialization. And then also, given the regulator is here, what are the regulatory enablers really supporting this production growth and industry sustainability? So I'll jump straight in and bring in Engineer Joseph from NUPRC. Thank you. The new chief executive of NUPRC has cast 3 solid pillars for her agenda, and that is promoting production and driving revenue for the nation from upstream activities, regulatory predictability, and fast approvals, which are much needed for Nigeria in terms of operational efficiency, but also governance for sustainable operations. So that's what the operators have been calling for. So can you share what NUPRC is doing to facilitate hydrocarbon development while ensuring that regulatory stability?
Thank you very much, Mansour, and a very good morning to you, dear audience and participants. So it's my pleasure to represent the CCE, Madam Orisheme Yewaheyesa on the panel and speak to the issues with respect to hydrocarbon development, energy transformation, energy transition, and how, as regulator, upstream regulator, we are positioning the industry for efficiency and effectiveness. And like you rightly said, moderator, the CCE came with a clear vision. In fact, she hit the ground running. You can ask many of us in the audience who work closely with her. She was thoroughly prepared for the job. She's a listener. She's taking several briefs from us, wanting to know what the issues are, okay? What are the key enabling issues that the industry require? She's an industry person. She understands some of the pain points, and she wanted to hear directly from staff members down the hierarchy. And she had not spared any one day in order to gather facts such that she can, together with everyone, co-create solutions that work. And that's exactly what led to her 3 key pillars of transformation, called the Transformation Agenda. She's very focused and would not want to talk about a 10-point agenda, because she believes that if we, as upstream operators, address regulatory certainty and speed,
That's a major ask of the industry. Okay, we pride ourselves as business enablers, but can we do more? And maybe it's important to say this. From the very first day she entered, she was looking for which approvers can be unlocked. And I can say there is an approver, which I was involved in by a local major player, I would say, that seemed to have delayed for certain regulator-operator alignment issues. Okay, but she came asking clear questions from the beginning. Okay, as business enablers, we needed to have unlocked this. We are on the same side, she says. We want increased production. Did they know all of this from the beginning? Okay, were you clear to them the requirements to meet with the provisions of the PIA? Okay, so we felt we did, because indeed this is an old company who knows regulation, but they were venturing into a new area. But she was saying, no, they may not be very familiar with this territory. Did you guide them properly? So you can see the mindset she came, and immediately she was able, within a few days, unlock additional production from that operator. So she's taking business enablement to even higher grounds, and she's trying to percolate that down the hierarchy. So when she talks about regulatory certainty, clear regulations, guidelines, operating philosophy, engagement and partnership with industry, that's a major core pillar to drive the next pillar, which is, of course, production growth and sustenance. It is clear that the project 1 million barrel is a mandate of government, and we're working assiduously with all elements and all parties, all stakeholders in order to achieve that. So reactivation of short-in wells and how we can help industry to not only sustain production at about 1.7, 1.8, but grow this trajectory to above 2 million in line with government development agenda. So that's very key to her. And the third one is governance and sustainable operations. It's very clear that she understands that the world has changed. The energy landscape has changed significantly. And we cannot bury our heads in the sand and believe that we will continue to attract capital and investment if we do not do anything with respect to mitigating the impact of energy transition. So decarbonization, low carbon operations, sustainable operations are very key in driving industry performance and signaling direction for the upstream sector. So prepared she is, firm, committed, a listening regulator who wants to partner with industry to create solutions that work and really drive the performance required in order to ensure that we leverage the opportunities of Nigeria's resources for the benefit of Nigerians and all stakeholders. That's our core mandate, and that's the core focus of all of us in the Commission.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. The industry needs a strong regulator, a fair regulator, but also a partner in the regulator. So I appreciate everything you've said about the new CCE coming in. We're still on the topic of investment. I think it's useful to remind our audience that there is an ongoing licensing round. So if you can just briefly tell us what's on offer, what are the expectations? There's a lot of information on the NUPRC portal. So just remind us about the drive for investment and the opportunities within the upstream space.
Thank you very much. So very key to the energy transformation of Africa, which Nigeria leads, is the application and implementations of the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act. And one of the key imperatives is periodic, progressive licensing round, such that we can make available resources, oil and gas, for investors. And building on the success of previous round, the 2025 bid round was approved December 1, and activities towards operationalizing and implementation started. So there are 50 blocks on offer, as you would have seen in the pre-bid conference and the webinar that was launched in order to answer questions and market these great opportunities to Nigerian. And these blocks across 5 terrain, okay, the Niger Delta we know very well, and the frontier basins. This opportunity exists for what we call fallow fields and the classical blocks. where opportunities for mid-size, small size, and big players continue to be. Everyone will be on the table and leverage these opportunities for the bid round. And we know that it is an imperative of government. The world is changing. We've got to change rapidly. We cannot keep resources on the ground, and we must take actions to bring them up to the surface. A key element of the bid round is vacating entry barriers and the erstwhile FT signature bonuses. You would have heard her in the pre-bid conference of efforts being made to ensure the approval of competitive signature bonuses, such that attention and focus is actually put into the development of the asset, the work program commitment. So those are the hallmark of this licensing round. We think we are growingly an attractive destination. We are seeing this in the investment decisions being taken. We understand that government is listening to industry and listening to the market, and it's creating fiscal structures that support enhanced participation.
Sure.
And so we are opening up additionally 50 more opportunities to investors, local and global, in order to drive the imperatives of energy sustainability for Nigeria, leading the charge for Africa.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that overview. If I can turn to Dr. Bolaji from Pan-Ocean and Newcrest Group. So your group has a large portfolio stemming across PSC assets, concessions, and exploration blocks, right? Given our theme around funding for hydrocarbons, how is the Pan-Ocean Newcrest Group leveraging operational efficiencies across its portfolio to scale up production to support general industrial growth?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Nice. Still morning. I was reflecting when I was listening to the first session about how long everybody's been in business. And I think when you stay in this business long enough, you go through your challenges, you go through your highs, and you go through your lows. Sometimes they hit you when you least expect it. And I think for us as an organization, probably a defining moment was probably somewhere around 2006, 2010, when for about 60 to 80% of that period, as a landlocked asset operator, relying solely on the Transforcados line, we were basically shut down. We almost went into non-existence. And that led us into a phase where we had to really focus as an organization, when it was like the risk, basically what we're doing, diversify our asset base, be intentional about how we grow our assets, and lastly, collaborating with other partners in the industry. We found ourselves in a scenario where, following that scenario, we basically tried to look at opportunities to finance upstream assets, which we went into a path into growing our opportunities. Some of these opportunities as they exist today, as you would know, is probably we went ahead into first supported marginal field operators, where we went into that field and we worked successfully, one of the most successful marginal field operators in Nigeria. We also then went and acquired 2 PSCs in different areas of Nigeria. When Shell was doing the second set of divestment in 2014, we participated in that and we acquired one of the Shell assets. But it wasn't purely about that. We also understood that the Nigerian energy industry was not just about producing oil, but also ensuring that all the molecules were being monetized and developed appropriately. So we also went into infrastructure development, which led to us investing, of course, in the Amupe pipeline that goes towards Escravos, which is a 67-kilometer pipeline, does about 150,000 capacity, not currently being fully utilized, but essentially de-risked the challenges we had going into Forcados. We also, in partnership with one of our partners, also developed a trunk line that went towards a brass terminal. So this gave us opportunities to also look at diversifying our evacuation routes. Then we also went significantly into the gas opportunities. And this also, what this did for us was allowed us to focus intentionally on gas production. And this led, of course, to the Pan-Ocean NNPC Ovade gas plant, which is about 200 million square of LPG plant. Gas plant, which is also producing LPG. We also have an LPG plant with Platform Petroleum, which we produce LPG out of. And there's where I'm going with all of this. And also on OML 24, where we also are working up significant gas opportunities, because we do understand that Why did we decide to do all this? As an E&P company, it's easy to just focus traditionally on I produce oil, I sell oil, I get my revenue, and I go through that vicious cycle. But for you to be a sustainable energy company, you need to make sure that you have a bit in all of those sectors, and you're able to leverage the financial ability of each of those. So on the upstream, we've done commodity-backed financing on those. One of the areas where we focus effectively on now is partnering with our contractors. We've come to a scenario where we realize that the contractors should have somewhat of a stake in our operations. So we find scenarios where we create mutually beneficial relationships where they're able to deploy services into our operations and give us the exact service that we need. They tend to make a bit more money because they're taking upstream risk with us, but we found that this drives them to produce a bit more for us. We still rely on traditional bank financing. We have very significant traditional bank financing, but when you look at what happened in the 2014 bid round, 2014, divestment by Shell, where basically all of those transactions were US dollar based, all of those acquiring companies paid significant dollars that came into Nigeria from external borrowers, were deployed to indigenous producers that were buying SPDC JV assets, and literally all of that capital left Nigeria. So within a period of a month, over $4 billion left Nigeria. This was followed by the oil crisis. What the lesson this showed us as an organization, and really as a country, is we should structure divestment a bit better. And I was quite happy to see that the next series of transactions that the ones companies like Cipla did and the ones that Renaissance did were structured a bit better, whereby the divesting party actually helped in funding those transactions. For our energy industry to really do that transition, we need to find a way where capital is based locally and we're able to use it to develop the asset without truncating the rest of the development of the Nigerian economy. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I think that was pretty insightful. For me, my key points, necessity being the mother of invention. You have to diversify to survive. But also your innovative collaboration with your service sector stakeholders, turn them into partners. So that's a great example of partnership for that resilience. If I can bring Oladapo from Walter Smith, given you're also similarly integrated as New Cross-Pan Ocean, they're not just an upstream producer, but invested in pipelines and gas. So is Walter Smith with the refinery and the upstream business. Can you share how you're looking at the industrialization plan for Walter Smith, given, firstly, congratulations on your board appointment to lead the energy business of Walter Smith. I think he deserves a round of applause. Effective 1st of January. Congratulations. So how are you managing the integrated energy business, given the diversity of that?
Thank you, Mansell. I think hydrocarbons drive industrialization in three major ways. First, it provides energy for industry through power generation. Secondly, it provides feedstock for industry. Feedstock in the sense that you can have gas for fertilizer industry from ammonia. In our own case, one of the good quality product slates from our refinery is naphtha, and naphtha is used in the plastic industry. And the third piece of the puzzle in terms of what we can do with hydrocarbon that we all in this room, either you're an operator or you're in the service sector or you're a regulator, what we contribute to is the fact that the development of industrial ecosystem depends on the availability of energy, hydrocarbons, at the end of the day. And I'm going to use these three areas, three ways to sort of describe the Walter Smith success story. So in terms of providing energy for industry, we do, as Walter Smith, we do have, and thanks to the regulatory body, we do have a power generating license, which as a business, we intend to use to generate power for our own Walter Smith Industrial Park. And in doing that, It positions us to be able to provide one of the essential things that make an industrial park profitable: provide clean, steady, cost-effective power. And with this, you get competitive manufacturing, and that's something we want to achieve within our industrial park. In terms of feedstock, we have, of course, as Walter Smith in our upstream business, we've embarked on growth projects in the last 2 years. We've put in place infrastructure that allows us to process from light to heavy crude within our flow station. We've gone from 15 to about 40,000 barrels. What does this do for us? It positions us to be able to develop the fields we have. We have gone back to develop our PML5, Ibigwe field. We've extended that with the granting of the license for PML for that. We have also recently, with what we have on ground, we've brought on ASA, which is a field that's been quiet for more than 20 years. So in October 2025, with the regulatory body on our side, with the permits that we got, we embarked on a very successful minimum work program execution that's allowed us to bring on ASA on stream back in production after 20 years of being quiet. What does that do for us? Our aim, as Walter Smith, is to continue to expand our footprint within the upstream business. So we're now in pole position to complete a process that will allow us to operate 4 additional fields within 8 to 20 kilometers of our Ibigwe field. What's the objective of this? We want to grow our upstream resource base. We want to grow our oil and gas resource base so that we can provide the necessary feedstock in terms of oil and gas for our refining business, the expansion that we intend to do in our refining business, and also position us to be able to establish a viable midstream gas processing business. The third piece of the puzzle in terms of an ecosystem for industrialization, in terms of an industrial park, wherever Walter Smith Industrial Park that is established, the intent is with the linkage which we've established between our upstream business and our refining business are co-located within our industrial park. It gives us an opportunity that as we grow our upstream business to a production target, which is about 40 to 50,000 barrels per day within the next 2 to 3 years, that is going to be through organic growth from what we have, operatorship of additional fields which we're about to close. That gives us the opportunity to establish our midstream gas business, from which we can then provide feedstock for the refining, expanding that into petrochemical business, and also to provide additional things along the line of that. Yeah, just to bring the point home in terms of the opportunity space for industrialization, I know everybody here today, you probably came in, either you came in a Land Cruiser, or you came in through an Uber and all that. 2 weeks ago, I sent my driver to the tire shop in Lagos on the island to say, go for a routine check of my tires. And lo and behold, I get a call. You have to change your tires. And I said, look, what are my available options? And I was told, you either buy the one from the Far East, or you buy the one from, I didn't hear you can buy the one manufactured in Ikeja, or manufacture the one in PH. If this was pre-2008, you probably would have been from the one in Ikeja, or the one in Port Harcourt. I don't want to mention the name of the companies, but I'm sure you all know what I'm saying. But the key thing is this. Yeah. For us as Walter Smith, our intent is we grow our upstream business, we develop a viable midstream gas business, our processed gas, we continue to expand our refining business and position ourselves so that 2 to 3 years down the line, we become a very sound, solid, integrated energy company that's making impact. How do we want to make the impact? We will extract within our industrial park. We will process within our industrial park. We will manufacture within our industrial park. So ultimate aim for us is that we will export finished products from our industrial park that will meet demand within the country and demand within the region and demand in the continent as a whole. To put in perspective, for tires alone, in Nigeria on an annual basis, and there's data out there, we consume between 10 to 15 million tires a year, all of which the bulk of it, majority of that is imported. If you go to the clothing industry, where we can, as the oil industry, provide byproducts for, with urbanization, growth in population, which we all know, the projections show that we're going to continue to grow in population. The bulk of that industry today is imported, okay? Then if you go into cosmetics, it's a different story. So for us, as Walter Smith, it's about playing a key role in ensuring that we can close this gap in the near term. Thank you.
truly inspiring story. And I think it's the focus for me, the laser focus that you mentioned. It's all localized within a vicinity. So you're bringing in your upstream assets, refining, gas business as well, and your industrial park. So moving really from hydrocarbons to manufacturing. And before I bring in SunTrust, let's just make sure that everything we're saying is in order, because we have a lawyer on the panel. So just keep us honest. Miss Gloria, if you can, from a legal standpoint, right? But generally speaking, how has LECOIL navigated some of the contractual and regulatory risks while sustaining upstream business? And I think the key point here is the lessons around complexity of navigating regulatory requirements, as we've heard from Engineer Joseph and from Bolaji and Dapo, talking about partnerships and cross-value chain operations.
So, the thing is, once you mention there's a lawyer in the room, everybody sort of does some adjustments. Even Dapo sort of sat up a little bit. So it's a good morning, everyone, by the way. It's a good thing to be the only woman on a panel like this. If for some reason I should feel compelled to shout girl power.
Please do. We need the representation in the industry.
Or bust into a shaky rendition of Beyonce's Who's Got the World, Who Runs the World. People should understand why. Okay, but back to the question. I think for regulatory risk, right, what we did at LECOIL was we acknowledged that it was always going to be there. It doesn't go away. Regulatory risk happens because things are constantly evolving, right? Laws don't change simply because regulators want to change the laws. It's because circumstances have changed and they need to adjust the laws to meet those circumstances. Yeah. And if you want to do business, especially when you're saying you want to take up a larger space in the global industry, you also need to be ready to, meet that condition or that demand. So if it's a possibility that, you do a transaction that may expose you to laws in some region whereby maybe you made a payment and you routed your payment through some strange country and all of a sudden you're subject to those laws, you have to be ready for it. And that was what we acknowledged. So we accepted that we're always going to subject to regulatory risk, and we built that into our system. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, when we started, it was tedious, by the way. When we started, we were subject to all sorts of laws from across 4 different jurisdictions: UK, Cayman, United States, Namibia, and a lot more. So there were tools that we used, and we had a lot of people. It was expensive, but it made it possible for us to do our business peacefully. As far as contractual risk is concerned, stakeholder engagement was very helpful, right? Knowing who we were dealing with, knowing who our customer was, knowing who the counterparty was, and being proactive. We found that that was very helpful for the investor. So if your investor sees that, okay, this person kind of anticipates what's coming ahead and isn't firefighting, but is aware that these are the problems that might meet us in front and is doing something to protect the business, the investor is confident. That happened when we had a lot of, we had some issues and we had some litigation. Once we showed our investors that we had several options to meet those issues, they sort of calmed down. So you had to be proactive. It was also helpful when we had a regulator that we could engage with. And we find now that the collaboration is even more than it was back then. So stakeholder engagement, a lot of collaboration with your regulator, a regulator that is willing to have an open door. Mm-hmm. And then also, there are also tools that you can use. Find something, build it into your system. It's not a risk that you can avoid or transfer. You have to accept it and build it in.
Yeah, no, that's useful. You mentioned proactively, so it's not wait till it impacts you.
No. Because it's a lot more expensive if you wait.
Exactly. Like Bolaji said, they hit you when you least expect it, right? So you've got to be proactive, but I think one key point you made there is having a listening regulator that is supportive. So challenge accepted, right, engineer?
You want me to make a comment?
No, it's fine. Challenge accepted. It's a given. Thank you. Let me bring in Ugo from SunTrust, and we talk about some of the successes you've enjoyed bringing on multiple fields as a marginal field operator. What are some of the barriers? How have you navigated those barriers and its lessons for other marginal field operators? And as we have the bid round open, new investors coming in, what can they learn from the SunTrust experience?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our experiences. At SunTrust, in developing our various assets, the hindrances that we found, several, but the key ones are, of course, financing and then infrastructure surrounding the different fields on offer. So we had to take an approach whereby we studied each problem, each obstacle, and found a way to deal with those and resolve them. The first one, of course, being the financing. These assets in the EMP space generally, high risk, high reward indeed, but the downsides are significant. So what we needed to do at SunTrust to start with was to find the most patient capital available. And surprisingly, I mean, if out here in the bid rounds, I hear about so many companies fighting where they are paired up together and all sorts of litigation. But at SunTrust, we took the approach that, listen, the most patient capital you're going to get are these partners that the government has paired you up with. They're invested in the asset, they want to bring it to production, and they can offer you the cheapest financing out there. Of course, with your own financing paired with theirs, you know, it's a win-win. So that's one way we looked at how do we solve this problem of financing. We looked to our partners to bring their own part of the equity required. And the approach to dealing with this, of course, is that each partner we met in our different assets, we came with the mindset that they got here by bringing value. They got to this stage just like we did because they have something to offer. They're not here to enter into, if you will, litigation. So as long as you sit back, listen to them, and figure out what their own perspective is, you can find a way to jointly develop your asset at the cheapest possible way, with the most patient funds. If you look at, for instance, one of the assets we had, where we had 4 other partners, we were so grateful when we got that situation, because what it meant was that our first well drill, we could easily embark on that and do it without looking to any bank, if you will, in order to bring the capital required. Now, no offense to lawyers, I'm a lawyer myself, but so long as you have no lawyer there, you're good, because there's always a cost to litigation. And what I found with lawyers is that they have extremely cheap access to litigation because they can do it themselves. So then you have to navigate situations a bit differently, knowing that these guys have, you know, they can come at you with nothing to lose. But for the most part, what you find are other companies, downstream companies that you're paired up with, and once you come with the mindset that these people want to develop this asset, then, you know, what you have to do is find ways to work with them. And of course, the other approach we took was bank financing. Now, what we discovered was as soon as we got our assets to production, we spent an inordinate amount of time with the banks. Even if we didn't need financing immediately, we spent a whole lot of time. In our instance, GT Bank, for instance, we sat there, their energy desk, talked with them, walked them through what we were doing, why we were doing what we're about to. I mean, this wasn't the time when we needed to activate any funding, but at least it gave them full access as to what SunTrust was about to embark on. We listened to them, acted on their advice, always would come back to tell them this is what we've done based on what they've told us. And what we discovered from that is, one, we got cheap advice, free advice. But secondly, at the time when we were then ready to embark on our financing, we found that the banks were ready to back us. So, you know, all these things are the approach, that's the approach we took to bring in all our assets to production at the soonest possible time. The next obstacle we faced was infrastructure. And to resolve this, again, we looked to the partners within the cluster. at one of our assets, Umusadege, for instance, we were landlocked. But within the cluster, we had so many other partners there. We had Platform, Energia, Owando, ourselves, Midwestern. And what we discovered was, again, if we collaborated with each other, we could easily build a pipeline, as against somebody having to do it on their own. So we came together and we built what is today the Umugini pipeline, a 56-kilometer pipeline to unlock the barrels at OMO 56 cluster. Again, this was done through collaboration and the fact that we're able to pool resources together in order to overcome those obstacles.
Sure.
And I mean, they're myriad different obstacles, but we just found a solution to each of them that will turn a potential downside into an upside by learning to work with others.
So that shared goal, common goal, and aligning and having the legal backing, the contractual documents to ensure collaboration towards the same goal.
Correct.
Super. Thank you very much. Really useful. If I can come to the regulator, because at least two companies mentioned gas. What are we looking at from the regulatory standpoint about gas, ensuring there's low carbon technology, but also some of the gas flaring regulations to encourage gas monetization?
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's nice to speak when the sister regulator, the authority chief executive, is here seated. And I can clearly say that we're in for better times from a regulatory point of view. My first point regarding the comments I've heard here is you want a listening regulator. You want a regulator who is a partner. And that's what we are seeing in the current regulatory regime. The CCE had clearly indicated while I was coming here that just ensure you listen to the industry. And that's what she has always wanted to do. You recall that during the inaugural engagement with the industry, she indicated that there would be regular engagements, okay? I recall that one operator said, you may not be able to do this every month, because she had asked for it every month because you'll be too busy. But she said, try me out. And she started the inaugural meeting, a virtual meeting. We can leverage technology to be able to understand the industry touch points, pain points, and then design solutions. So we're in for regulatory partnership. That's what she wants to achieve. She wants us to have a skin in the game, in the business of operations. She has also said, we're not just sitting as lords, as regulators. We want you to hold us to account. And as such, we're going to design a service level agreement structure that ensure that you also challenge us in quotes, if you will, so that we can drive industrial efficiency. I think that transparent approach is the hallmark of modern day regulation that supports business. That's what it means to be an enabler of business. And this is being applied, speaking specifically on the gas world. We know for Africa's energy transformation, gas is our transition fuel. We've got to move in that direction. So from the upstream side, we're evolving and working through a gas development strategy, supporting government's Decade of Gas initiative, trying to address the supply side from a technical, from a resource availability and a commercial point of view in order to drive those imperatives. It's a low carbon alternative for us, and it's a pathway to development. And as such, we're decarbonizing operations as well, okay? Very importantly, because we know that the market is changing, and we must respond to those changes. In order to attract capital, you must show that your energy products and your energy sources are low carbon.
Low carbon.
That would be a time, and it's coming very soon, where a carbon tag will be applied to almost every product. And you must demonstrate that you are indeed low carbon. And that's why we are signaling a direction for the industry. The Commission has launched the Upstream Petroleum Decarbonization Blueprint, which addresses issues on methane management, carbon management, energy efficiency, flare reduction, and the use of technologies such as CCS in order to decarbonize operations. That's to future-proof the industry, and that's the direction we're going. So we continue to support gas development. The NGFCP is on course with the award of 28 awardees who are already at project execution phase. Our operators are supporting them because it makes business sense
to decarbonize. You need to future-proof your operation. We need to future-proof the industry. And the NUPRC is committed, working with our sister regulator, to drive this agenda for a decarbonized energy system.
That's very useful. Thank you very much. So I'd like to round up, and I'll pick on a couple of you just to give us some closing remarks. So we've had a lot of great points, especially what the independents are doing around their operations efficiency and going beyond upstream field development and looking at industrialization with specific action points. So, Balaji, if I can come to you, we're at NIS 2026. Next year will be the 10th anniversary of this conference. So what are some of the industry level targets, milestones that you would like to see happen when we're back on stage this time next year?
So, so I'm going to type very quickly. I'm going to type very quickly to a target that was set last year, that we're going to target 2 million barrels by the end of 2026. So that hopefully by the time we come back next year, we should be at 2 million barrels a day. But it's not going to be easy. I would say that's not going to be easy, and a lot of collaboration still has to exist, a lot of support from the regulators, between the operators, but it will be really good for us to stay on this stage and say that we did achieve that 2 million barrels a day.
So prediction for next year, 2 million barrels per day.
I'm not the one doing it.
And the Nigerian independents have taken the challenge. So says Dr. Bolaji of Pan Ocean New Cross Group. Thank you very much, everybody. I'd like you to thank my panelists. I think it's been very insightful. It's really encouraging to hear the resilience, the operations, innovations, collaboration, and know that there is a listening and enabling regulator. And let's take the new CCE's challenge to be open and inclusive, and let's plug the gaps so that 2 million barrels per day by 2027 and 3 million barrels per day by 2030. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
Thank you very much, Mansour Mohammed. Trying to get ready for the very next that is happening. Okay, good morning, sir. Before I present your plaques, I think it's the first time we're seeing him since his appointment, so let's welcome and greet him. Our ACE, Authority Chief Executive, very good morning to you, sir. Engineer Saidu Mohammed, thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you. Okay, let's present you with your plaques. Please bring them forward. Ace, since I have you here, please indulge me, present these plaques to our panelists. Please indulge me, present it to them. Let me begin quickly with our moderator, Mansour Mohammed. Mansour, thank you for doing a fine job and for doing it within the time allotted. Where's the plaque for Mansour? All right, there we go. Ace, please, if you can come present. All right, next we'll present to Madam. Okay, she has received, okay, Dr. Bolaji Ojulari will be next. Dr. Ugo Kafo, you will be next, CEO SunTrust. Thank you all for your insights. Mr. Filani will be next, CEO Walter Smith. Ms. Irwebunam will be next. Thank you, Company Secretary and GM Legal for Lake Oil. You know, for NIES, we'll give plaque the first time you speak. The other time you speak, we'll give you a handshake. So, Madam has spoken and a plaque has been given, but please shake hands with our Madam representative. Yes, your sister agency. Thank you so much. Listen, now rise for a family photo with him. Please rise for a family photo with him. Please take a photo with them, sir. Please take a photo with them. Take a photo with them. Thank you very much. Okay, please give them one more round of applause. One more round of applause. GCOO, I greet you, sir. Good morning, sir. Mr. Wubari. All right, we will take, the kind of stretch break where we just stand for a few seconds and then take a seat back. We've been sitting since 9 a.m., so please rise. Please rise. We've been sitting for too long now. The doctors say that seating is the new smoking when done for too long. So please, let's just stand and stretch our legs a bit. I beg, give me one water there. Thank you. Our next session in a few minutes will be the Fireside charts with the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, which will commence shortly. All right, please, can we take our seat now? Please, can we take our seats? Please, can we take our seats? Please take your seats. Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats, please. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seat. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Your kind cooperation is greatly appreciated. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you all very much. Please take your seats. Bimbai. Please take your seats. All right, so we're having this fireside chat now with the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPCL. NNPC tagline is energy for today, energy for tomorrow. And part of our theme for this year's event is securing our shared future. And securing Nigeria's energy future, NNPCL plays a critical role. We'll have a conversation around how they're doing that today, what plans they have laid out for 2026, and how they are driving government aspirations of achieving energy security. To conduct this fireside chat interview, I'd like to welcome back on stage Arise TV's news anchor and co-host of the morning show, Bimbai Mutihiri Ekpeyong. Please, on stage. Thank you. Please, can we give Bimbai a warm welcome one more time? It's her second missionary journey today because she does a fine job. Please. A round of applause for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now welcome to take his seat and have this fireside chat. Please, a round of applause for one of our industry's finest, leading our national oil company, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari. A round of applause, please, for our GCEO as he takes his seat on the stage. Please, sir. Please, this way, sir. Come this way, sir. Please, sir, this way, sir. Agabayo, please, I want you up here, sir. Yes, sir. Please, all those who are standing by the right, kindly take your seat. Those standing at the back of the hall room, please take your seat. We'll have empty seats to my left here. Kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Photographers, it's now time to move to the flanks. Please, Oga, you can't, you know, so you know, go stay there. Can you, if you go back, shoot him now. Step for back, shoot him.
I can help you with that, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, so sorry. Yeah.
I know him be. I know him be. All right, Bimbai, your fireside chat time, starts now. The show is yours.
Yes, and I know you're very disciplined with your time management, so we're going to get straight into it. And it really is such an honor to be sitting here with you today, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari. because you came at the helm at a time when public distrust was at an all-time high with NNPC, and there was a culture that had been created that, you know, most statements were met with suspicion when the public received them. So this was quite a time. I can't imagine what was going through your head when you received the communication, accepted the appointment, and so forth. Nevertheless, today is about moving forward. It's not about looking back, it's about the journey and the plans and what has happened thus far. So just to break the ice, tell me a little bit about the journey so far, the 9-month period that a baby could have been birthed since April. Can you describe the NNPC you met 9 months ago and the NNPC you currently operate and run now, 9 months later?
No, thank you very much. Very interesting question. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and really nice to be here. Yeah, so I think NNPC has been the flagship of Nigeria for many decades. And NNPC, through NNPC, Nigeria has made a lot of progress. And I think we need to keep that in mind in terms of the evolution of NNPC as a national oil company. The existing businesses that we have, the relationship we have, whether it is in form of joint ventures or in form of PSCs, or the gas businesses that we have, or our downstream businesses, these are things that have been built over several years, right? But like, as we know, every organization goes through a continuous growth and development. And the reason for that is that the global competition continues. And so the question then is not how well you start. It's usually how well you are able to adapt as the world around you change and as new opportunities emerge and as risks changes. So I think NNPC, as far as I'm concerned, has done very well over the past. I think, coming in April 2024, you have to also keep in mind at that time also a new board was constituted and a new management team was also constituted. I think it's important to say that there was a world recognition that the bold step that Mr. President took to inject, private sector experienced people into NNPC was unprecedented, right? And what we now have was an NNPC that has what I'll call a combination of the best two options, right? One, we had both at the board and the management, people who have grown through the NNPC system, who understood the processes, have organizational history, corporate history, they know what worked, what does not work, where the pains were. And then we had a team of people who have worked in the private sector and have international experience. That combination is probably the best you can ever expect. So what has begun to happen is that NNPC is now moving towards being a truly commercially driven private entity. That was well intended by the PIA, as we all know, and post the PIA, the first few years was around the documentations, around putting some structures in place. But as we all know, it's popular saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? What was left to transform is the culture. And it doesn't matter whether it's NNPC, the same thing goes in any other international companies. Even dealing with culture, if you go to Shell, you go to ExxonMobil, they still deal with culture. So we shouldn't see this as something unique to NNPC or something unique to Nigeria, right? When you transform an organization, the mechanical thing to do is the documents, the legal documents, but the actual transformation is with the people, the processes, and the systems that we have put in place. So I think we came in at a time when the post-PIA structure was already being put in place. As you all know, the first audited account was done for 2023. So that journey has started. And what we are doing now is now pulling together that new experience, leveraging the internal knowledge in the system, and beginning to reposition ourselves as a truly a global company. And what does that entail? I would like to say a few more on that. The first thing is the partnership orientation, and I've said that before, had to change. NNPC had a legacy of being a quasi, regulatory post pre-PIA, and some of those residual were still there in the culture. The processes were clear. NUPRC rule was clarified. NMDPRA rule was clarified. But the culture still has some tendencies of, regulatory, I would say, emotions, right? We have to expunge that. And expunging that is not by preaching, it's by acting. And what we did was to establish a very different interactions with our partners that shows absolute respect, but also commercial edge. And ensuring that decision-making was not imposing. We're not coming as NNPC as the big man, have to, all our things must happen in our way, because in the market out there, that doesn't work. Because what you need to do is to take the best of your partners, combine with your own best to get the best. So we changed the orientation by the leadership engaging with those partners in a totally different way. I think that has really, really helped in terms of the confidence we're seeing, the responses we're seeing, and the hands of partnership, the offers. The partners are coming forward, investors are coming forward, saying they want to work with us because they see there's a difference. They are saying that, and we're seeing that. I think that for me was very important. The second part that I think is worth mentioning is also around, transparency. I've gotten feedback from quite a number of our partners because remember, almost, I would say 80% of our business is done through partnerships, either with contractors or with other operating partners. So it's extremely important to listen to their feedback. And the feedback over Christmas lightened me up when I met quite a few of them and said, how are we doing? What can we do better? And I was still beating myself up a bit. And they say, Bayo, you need to lift yourself up. It's not that bad. Things are going well. We see more transparency. We see that when we go into each of your arms of the organization, whether it's NEPL in Benin, whether it's NUIMS in Port Harcourt, whether it's our gas businesses, whether it's in our downstream businesses, people are listening to us. People are taking our views on board, right? People are not, setting boundaries. They know that you're just a phone call away, and that's what we've established. Any MD of any company can call me up. We've stopped the hierarchical stuff, right? And they can call my EVPs up. So by breaking down that communication channel, what we've also done is to help our staff to be able to act freely and to be able to act responsibly as well. Because again, this thing is easier said than done. So I would say where we are, we're still on the journey. Culture is not things you change overnight. I know that Nigerians and everybody is very expectant, but we need to be patient because we need to build sustainability beyond just quick wins that are not sustained, where systems have not been put in place. We are putting the systems in place, we're putting the processes in place, and we're also making sure that we're taking our staff very, I would say, collaboratively through that journey as well, and listening to the feedback from them and making adjustments as we go. So I'm very optimistic that the NNPC we are putting in place in the next year or two will be a truly recognized globally competitive entity, respected for its integrity, respected for performance, and respected for commercial edge. That's what I think.
And this is the conversation around NNPC Limited as a business. Last year, we started hearing more words like production stability, output stability. I think one of the biggest conversations around that as well was around addressing security issues, pipeline vandalism, and it's been reiterated several times during the summit and of course over the past few months that that particular issue, which was thought to have been a massive threat to our output, has largely been addressed. Can you speak a little bit more to some of the wins that you feel you've been able to attain in the past year?
Yeah, thanks for that. On production, sometimes when I think about our production, I feel it's fragile. My heart skips.
Mine too.
I hope that nothing goes wrong. So the first thing is delivering consistent production is like driving a car. Even if you're driving a car on a straight road, you don't take your eyes off the road and you don't take your hands off the steering. Because if you do, you know exactly what's going to happen. So it requires a constant daily focus and daily commitment. So we're as good as yesterday's production. So this is not a place where we can say we have arrived, everything is okay, and we can blink. We have to stay alert. That's, for me, is very important for those who understand production operation in our business. That said, I think in terms of what we attempted and the results we got was also a little bit beyond our own expectations. The first thing we must commend is that the federal government, together with NNPC, had put in place these security surveillance in place. You recall 2 years ago, there was a lot of cry. All the pipelines were out in, reconciliation factors. We're getting like 5% of what people were producing. Let's never forget that. And everybody was looking to the government to say, look, security is government business, right? We as operators are not the ones to secure the country. And the government made a bold intervention, very bold, and put in place a structure of security surveillance. I think the only thing I can liken to it was when late President Musa Yar'Adua introduced amnesty. At that time, we had all lost hope in the Niger Delta. We didn't know what else to do. For me, that intervention is similar because at that point, almost all the operators were like, they were becoming helpless. And the solutions are not simple. The history of the Niger Delta is many decades of negligence, many decades of lack of infrastructure, many decades of lack of social consciousness to ensure that the children growing up have what they need. So we must think through that. Every time we think about the Niger Delta, for those who have not been there, you always think it's just some bad guys. It's beyond that. It's a fundamental social problem. And that unless you approach it as such, you just be chasing your tail. So I think that intervention by the government was very good. That surveillance system came up with a couple of things, right? It came up with the ability to deploy technology like drones and surveillance systems to monitor what is going on. We have a command center here in Abuja where we can see what is happening around. So that's technology side. It came up with what I'll call the core security element in terms of what we call the kinetics, which is people coming with arms and guiding the assets and things like that. We also came up with something that was not fully unleashed. It came up with community social support. So I think when I came in with the leadership team, what we realized is that the kinetic side was going well. All the arms men, policing all the pipelines were all going well. But the social aspect in terms of the responsibility to those communities was not being done enough, and nobody was asking the right questions. So if people say what changed, my first meeting with those security people was very clear. Again, I have lived it in Niger Delta. I grew up my career in the Niger, so nobody tells me the story of the Niger Delta. So I was able to engage them from my own experience to let them know my first priority is about how they put structures in supporting the communities along the area is their CSR. That was what I was.
You went in yourself?
Yes. And what happened is they started paying a lot more attention to the social performance side of their work in addition to the other side. To be honest with you, that's one of the things that had made the difference in terms of the reliability that we see. It wasn't any big magic. We didn't spend more money, but it was just, again, recognizing what it is that drives the environment. So that has happened. We are seeing more stability in our pipelines, which is really, really good. And we're also seeing that we're now moving forward to start looking at other areas of the improvement. We also realized fundamentally that there was a disconnect. Securing the pipeline and maintaining the pipeline is very important. We realized there were two different camps.
So the guys who is running to fix the line, somebody else is securing the line, and we realized that the interactions and the overlap was not there. So there was no joint accountability. What we also drove is that the maintenance and replacement and maintenance of the line and the securing of the line, we brought that together a little bit more closer. I must confidently say I'm really proud. Where is Tony Atta here? Is he in the crowd or has he gone?
He was here earlier.
Was here, okay. So that Renaissance was one of the few people that stepped forward to actually enable that deeper collaboration. Yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it was a difficult area because security is not an easy place to dabble into. You need the kind of mindset of people who want to work with you. We're able to work with them. We now have a template. We reduce the cost significantly by collaborating. And we've also been able to align both the security of the line and the maintenance of the line in a manner that we get a bit more synergy. So I think, that part is going very well. I think if you remember at the last NOG, I showed a slide here. I need to say that now. Now the lines are secured. And back to your point around production. We were expecting a lot more production. Yeah. We are not seeing as much ramp up as we expected. So where is the production? And that's the point. And I think I need to emphasize that. A lot of investments that we're missing over the years, we have not built a bank of opportunities of projects, and we have not built redundancy into our into our production availability system to be able to lock into. But at least now that the pipelines are working, it's clear that what we need to do is to generate more volumes to feed those pipelines. And the lack of investments over the years is beginning to show. So what we've been doing throughout second half of last year is spending a lot of time with our partners to look at how we can accelerate production. We're prioritizing activities around production, accelerating the contracting cycle, whatever we can do to make sure we can accelerate production. So we do need more investment. We need more rigs. We need more activities to generate the barrels. We do not have those barrels today. The pipelines are there. I hope we'll get the production.
Certainly, several very salient points made, and the point you made around engaging the community also speaks to culture. Engineer Tony Atta, when he was here earlier, spoke to the cultural intricacies and nuances of getting the community buy-in. But again, like you've said, the numbers are not really going up. We're not making the OPEC quota, and in another breath, yesterday, not just yesterday, but over time, we've seen various goals and targets being pronounced, whether it be 1.8 million barrels per day with or a target of 2 million barrels per day. Yesterday's, hope, if I may call it that, was 3 million barrels per day in the next 5 years. And many people will ask, these numbers seem lofty. Are they based on anything empirical? Is this us wishing our way to success? How do we get those things done? The increase in production you're talking about. Where's the place you would isolate and say, this is the one place I'm going to focus on so that we can ramp up? And then realistically speaking, what's the real number we should be looking at in terms of our daily output until those changes happen?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm not the CC for NUPRC, so I have to be very, very careful.
Of course.
So no, but it's a very good question. But NNPC contributes about 95% or is in partnerships in generating about 95% of our production. So we can almost say that what we do as NNPC is sort of defined broadly, but we also have to recognize there are other independents that are not under the purview of NNPC, that are directly under the purview of NUPRC. So NUPRC is in a better position to give you the final number. But I'll tell you about this 95%, which I think is quite material, right? So I think the first thing is to separate three things, right? Separate political numbers from aspirations and from plans. So every time anybody mentions any number, please check who they are.
Check for empirical facts.
No, you have to, because you don't need to challenge them, but you have to check because we all play different roles. Politicians have their roles. Without them, we cannot be here. We don't have a people coming, and they have their views, right? There is aspirations because of where you want to get to, and there is a plan. One of the things I'm most proud of the current NNPC leadership is that for the first time, the government's plan for the next 3 years is based on our submission. Yes. So, and I'll give you some. So last year, after we came in, of course, we do know that there were aspirational targets. That's what I would call them. They were not necessarily the plan, by my interpretation of a 2.06, how the interpretations of that predated, my arrival. So when I came in, of course, we quickly looked together with my leadership team and went to our board to say, look, we cannot deliver this plan. We can't see the building blocks that add to it. And we immediately, within a month, we submitted a revised plan on a monthly basis for the rest of 2025 to say this is what we can do. That revised plan was 1.703 or so. We delivered at the end of the year average of about 1.7. So we delivered our part. I think we began to get, it requires a couple of things: communication, education, and be prepared to be challenged. It's not that you give a number, people should just accept. You should be open to challenge. So with also that, without transparency, you got nothing to fear, right? So as we moved towards the end of the year, we struggled a bit. We were able to then put together what our 3-year plan was. And also for 2026, we put in a monthly forecast plan, which we engaged the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Budget and Planning, the Central Bank, and other critical areas. I engaged them personally, one-on-one, to say this is what we're seeing. Following that, we then issued a formal letter from NNPC to NUPRC, copied to all these parties to say, this is our projections over the year. I was very, very pleased when I realized that the Federal Executive Council, when they had their meetings, they adopted our number as the basis for the main plan. So that for me was excellent. They also did one thing which is important. They also put in the aspiration, which is called the target of 2 million barrels for 2026. So for this year, we have a target of 2 million barrels, but the plan, the budget, is based on about 1.8 plus. So we are not overcommitting. One of the financial problems that Nigeria went into last year, back to your point, why this is very, very important, was because of that overprojection. We overprojected the production, hence overprojected the revenue. So we ran into crisis by the middle of the year. Not only was oil price lower, our production was also lower. So, and meanwhile, each parastatals has already made projections based on those plans. So those things have far-reaching consequences. And I think having a credible plan should not just be seen as a tick in the box. We all need to ensure that we have a credible plan. Now, for us as NNPC, we are also quite vulnerable. We're not perfect. We have our own vulnerabilities. But we did something unique last year. Unlike what used to happen in the past, after our plans was built, based on input from our partners, that takes some time, about 3 months before you finish. We move forward with that. We didn't do that. By the time we finished that plan, I went back to the MDs of the companies myself to say, please confirm that you will deliver on this plan and on this budget. And half of them said, no, they can't. Right. So we went through another cycle of 2 months, and sometimes time lapsed. So by the time we concluded, not solely because I say this because leaders have accountability. We shouldn't just leave everything and say, oh, the guys have done the work. You are accountable for that promise to the country, and that's the serious stuff. So it's easy for me to say, well, all of these people have submitted these numbers. After all, it's them, and then go and submit it. I have to be accountable. So, and what we did is we then went back to all our partners to double check and they all reviewed the plan. So I feel more confident that, first of all, the plan that we have is not just about an NNPC plan, it's a representation of a plan of our partners, and it's hence more credible. Do I think we will deliver on this year's plan? Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I believe so. I think we will deliver on the plan. And I'm just holding that I hope the oil price, those who can pray for the oil price to say, oh, please, we need all the prayers for the oil price to be at the right level so that the revenue projections meet our demand. You talk about OPEC. I think OPEC is slightly different. Luckily, we have our OPEC representative here. Don't hide, though. Ajia, you cannot hide. Ajia, Miriam. Stand up, show yourself. You have nowhere to hide. Ajia, Miriam. So that's our national OPEC representative working with the OPEC governor, Adeyemi Biro. OPEC is a slightly different ballgame, right? I think with OPEC, what we want to position ourselves is around our capacity to produce. So because sometimes when we talk about not meeting OPEC plan, we need to moderate that a little bit. I know a lot of people may not really understand this, right? So OPEC is, what we try to project in OPEC is to put in our aspirations. Because you do not want to be in a position where you're able to raise your game, get your plans, sort out your security. You know, some of your partners come with additional funds or come with accelerated and you're stuck. So the way we position ourselves with OPEC is about what our capacity is, almost what, you know. Beating OPEC plan is nice, right? I mean, because I'm saying that they are going ahead to seek for a higher OPEX than the plan. So now we will approach and fight towards meeting it. Let's call a spade, right? And that's the aspiration. But we do not necessarily want an OPEC approval that is just exactly what we can do. That's not. We need to bring in some redundancy in there. So it's important that we do deliver or beat our OPEC projections, or which is our aspirations. But I would just want all of us as industry professionals to moderate that comment a little bit, to recognize that we do seek a bit of buffer when we go to seek for our ability to. It's not like what the operators do when they go to NUPRC for production and liabilities. You know, are we together? I'm looking some smile. We know what we do. You know, when you go to seek for DPR production and liability, you don't put in exactly. You give yourself a little bit of room so that you can step up. So that's the little point I like to say around OPEC.
I love that your wealth of experience in the sector and the industry really does shine through as you take us through this. And I think that's another breath of fresh air that many would say is a welcome development from NNPC. But when we talk about credible plans and aspirations, one of the first topics that comes up where NNPC is concerned is refineries. I paid close attention to the president's speech yesterday as delivered by the vice president, Senator Kashim Shettima, who said that the rehabilitation of state-owned refineries has gained momentum, which is confusing for many people, especially the 200 million shareholders of NNPC who are Nigerians, who say, what does this mean? Because these refineries have worked, they haven't worked, are they gonna be sold? Are we gonna keep spending money on them? What's the plan?
Yeah. So, you know, when we talk about refinery, most times I always look for where to hide. But now you put me on the stage, there's nowhere to hide. So
you're up to the task, sir.
Hey, yes. Okay. So thank you for it's a fantastic questions, and I'll talk about the national refinery, and also talk about broadly our views in terms of refinery in general. So if you notice my response when we came in, the refineries was a hot cake. Based on what you said, Nigerians were angry, a lot of money has been spent, expectations were very high. So we're under extreme pressure. And to be honest, I didn't understand much of refinery myself. For those who know, my background is upstream. So I was on a vertical learning curve, personally. Some of my colleagues we tried to tap into the knowledge of people who know and all of that. But again, you are accountable. So you have to learn very, very fast. Otherwise, there's no escape and all of that. So we've been learning. But the first thing that was very clear, and I would like all of us to note, and is that my leadership team, within a very short time, wanted to understand what was happening in the refinery. And I want to say that very clearly. The first thing that became clear is that we were running at a monumental loss to Nigeria. We were just wasting money. I can say that confidently now. So the first decision I had to make was to stop the rot by ensuring that we stop. And first of all, calibrate quickly, rebase, to see what do we do. You wonder how we're losing money. We were pumping a cargo every month into the refineries. The utilization of those cargoes was maybe like 50%, right? That cargo is valued worth a lot. We're spending a lot of money in the operations, a lot of money on the contractors. But if you then look at the net, we're just leaking away a lot of value. And there was no clarity on what is the plan to turn that loss into positive, right? Sometimes you make a loss, maybe when you're making your investment, but you have a line of sight to when you're going to recover, right? And then you can go and sleep. But that line of sight wasn't clear. So we decided to just stop the refinery and do a quick check. Our plan was that if things were all lined up, we will reopen them and maybe work on them. We realized that we were destroying value also because the crude we were taking into Port Harcourt refinery, for example, we're coming up with mid-grade products, right? Mid-grade products that when you aggregate their value compared to what you put in was a waste. Now, of course, there were political pressures to keep refinery war running. There was a lot of pressures. And that's, again, what I said, that the blend of people like us who have been trained for over 35 years with blinkers on to look at commerciality and profitability, you can't sleep with that. It's not possible. You can't, right? So, yes, over the years, there's been several reasons. NNPC was the supplier of last results. There were a lot of pressure on being able to maintain continuity and all of that. But we were not under that pressure. And thank God for Dangote Refinery. Thank God. Whether you love Dangote, you hate him, say whatever you want to say. Thank God. And thank God he's a Nigerian. He's not someone from another continent or another planet. Despite everything, that gave us an opportunity because we have a refinery that is working. Yes, may not meet our full needs, but it gives us a breathing space. And luckily, we are shareholders in that refinery as well. So we said, what's the hurry? We have a refinery that is working. Yes, not 100% owned by NNPC, but it's a Nigerian, built in Nigeria, working in Nigeria. Our strategy is to collaborate with the Dangote refinery and maximize the value delivered to Nigerians. That was our first strategy. And we started doing that. Had a meeting with Alhaji Dangote, explained our situations, and we agreed on the pathway towards deeper collaboration while still maintaining our role as NNPC, being the supplier of last results. Dangote is not the supplier of last resort by PIA. So our responsibility is whatever we do, we have to ensure that there is a healthy competition as well, but we need to do what we do. So once we secure that part, we're a little bit more relaxed to ensure that we find out what is going on around the refinery. So the refineries, like I said, after like 2 months of review, we saw that it's just one way. That way is value destruction for the next 30 years. We're not going to do that. So we stopped it completely. And we decided to embark on a major review. And I will explain to all of us, because now I'm more confident. I have learned. I've burnt my fingers and my toes and all of that. I will simplify the refinery story for you all, so that you can tell the story yourself, right? To make the refinery work, you need 3 things. I've simplified it to 3 things. First, you need the financing, because you need to finance the work, finance the activities, and all of that. 2, you need a competent EPC contractor to deliver world-class projects for you that are great. 3, you need a world-class operational capacity to run the refineries. So I'm now clear that why has the Nigerian refinery never worked? This is Bayo's version. Anybody can have their own version, but this is my version. So if I'm wrong, please, I'm happy to be wrong, right? The reason our refineries have not worked is that we are focused on the first two, EPC and financing. Anybody who wants to do the financing, we all get value for the person financing and not financing you for free, right? They are financing you for margins and profitability. The EPC contractors, they do their work and get paid. So they move on. So you as NNPC are left for the next 20, 30, 40 years to run with those refineries. And we've never really focused on that. What we focused on was, when we came in, there was a lot of conversations around O&M, right? If you look at internationally, when you run an O&M, you must have a solid operational excellence team that can supervise your own O&M. Otherwise, they waste. Then O&M is another contract. So you end up with financing, EPC, O&M, all of them taking money from the system without any skin in the game. There's no way you can sustain any business like that. It's very clear. The system was designed for take, not to put anything in. So what we've decided to do is to focus on that part that has not been there. For those of us who spend years building big facilities, multi-billion-dollar facilities for the IOCs and all of that, we know these principles. The day you start a project, that day you appoint what we call an operational person, operational assurance person, who will be part of that project from the get-go and ensure that whatever you deliver can be operated. One of the privileges I had working in Shell was that I was on the commissioning team for the Qatar gas. From the beginning, during the project phase, I was in the operations readiness team. And far ahead of when the gas plants was to be constructed, I was there twice. We went to audit operational readiness for things that was about to be constructed. The second audit was when they were about 90% completed in the construction. So that you know, and all the things we pointed out was why operability will be a challenge, so that they can fix them. And then you put in the capability, the training, the resources to be able to operate. Remember, for most mega projects, you spend maybe 2-3 years thinking about the project, framing it, if you are very efficient. You spend maybe 3 to 5 years constructing it. You run it for 25, 30, 40, 50 years. So where should your focus be? And that is the one we treat with kids' gloves. So the current NNPC strategy, as approved by our board, is to focus on getting partners that have track record of running a refinery. We are not looking for contractors. We're not looking for O&M. We're looking for an entity that runs refineries. To come in, we're looking forward for them to buy some of our shares. So when you say sell, we will not say we are selling Nigerian refinery. No. Just like we'll probably look at options where you can sell down some of our equity so that they have a skin in the game. And with that, with their operational capacity, we will then cooperate with them. They lead the operation, and then we use that to redevelop, rebuild our own skills and support. And our mantra for the refinery is our solution is about putting a sustainable solution in place for it to self-finance itself. Thank you very much. Thank you. For it to self-finance itself, for it to run like a business. We know that everywhere in the world, refinery margins are very minute. So there's no way NNPC, the structure we have, we can run a profitable refinery. Forget it. We don't have the capacity right now.
Okay.
We need to bring in additional capacity to complement what we have to run those refineries. So where are we? Incidentally, I'm just coming from a meeting with one of the potential investors where we are looking at their plans. They are going to the refinery tomorrow to go and inspect.
Which one specifically?
Well, because of bidding, commercial sensitivity.
I had to try my luck.
What I can tell is that it's a Chinese company that has one of the biggest petrochemical plants in China.
Okay.
And we also have a few other companies as well.
How much equity are you relinquishing?
We're not sure yet, but I can say that we will relinquish as much as required to be able to secure a sustainable deal. What we need today, trust me, is for the refinery to work, right? That's what we need.
Richmond is so disciplined with his time. I'm going to beg him for just 20 more minutes.
Yes.
If
Please keep going.
okay, okay.
Please keep going.
All right. Okay.
Yes,
He's going to be very kind to give us a few more minutes.
Yes.
It's just this is such an engaging conversation and so many valuable takeaways. Wow. Where do we go next? Let's tie up the conversation on refineries, the intersection between upstream and downstream. We look at Naira for crude and it seems to be on track. Thankfully, that's now operating in a smooth way. But what's the outlook for forward sales agreements? Because, of course, we know the impact on the domestic crude supply obligations. What needs to happen there? Of course, we know we have to ramp up production, but what does that look like from an operational strategic plan?
So I think in terms of the Naira for crude, like you said, we're pursuing that. We're also working on our partnership with some other refineries, that condensate refineries. We're working on that. So our partnership with Dangote is being strengthened. I can say that for sure. And we're hoping with that, we also be able to leverage that to even expand our sort of downstream business. Luckily, our new NMDPRA chief, Alhaji Saidu, we have had some conversations with him, and he has supported us and given us some insightful ideas of what we can do to actually, make the most of that. So that will continue in terms of the Naira for crude and how we then manage the price going forward. I think, for me, it's important that, going forward, I think we are thinking about two things: availability, but also pricing. The pricing is tricky. Our first focus is to ensure availability. That's the most important thing. And we think with the availability, with the additional refinery coming through, the price will normalize itself. People have been saying, are we going to have too many refinery, or will refining capacity will be redundancy? Our analysis and studies shows otherwise. Our market should not be focused on only Nigeria. What we see is that the West African market and the rest of the African market is big enough that we still see over the next 3 to 7 years, we still have a gap of up to 20 to 30% gap in terms of the capacity that we can fill it. So strategically, investing in the refinery is still the right thing to do. But I'll say one more thing. We have to move our mind from just refineries. If you look at Dangote, it has 3 things. We don't talk about the other things. It's petrochemicals and fertilizer plants. So the industrialization is such that we should be thinking about not just refinery, but also expanding that into petrochemicals and also doing more fertilizers. So I think that's the way we see the forward look of our refineries. We are not thinking of just refineries. So that's much I can share with you for now.
Okay. Oh, I think that's fair. You have been very generous with some of the details. 2 more questions, Richmond. Richard, I hope he doesn't evict me from my seat. Yeah. I think it would be unfair for us to leave this conversation without just touching on the Gas Master Plan 2026 as unveiled just last week and some of the conversations coming from that. I'll quickly go into some of the analysis, or shall I say the critiques that have been pulled out of there, with many saying, oh, on paper this looks good, but without a progressive pricing template that allows for export parity, then this plan is, is dead on arrival, if I may use the harshest possible term. Can you speak to that very briefly, sir, as we round up?
So when people talk about export parity, I laugh a bit, because today we have some domestic buyers that are paying more than LNG. If you give my EVP gas and power, Aliko, where is he? Please show your face. So I don't like you guys hiding. Yeah, please, let's appreciate it. Himself and the rest of the team deliver the Gas Master Plan. So today we have domestic customers, Aliko will tell you, many of them who are paying more than LNG. So if you leave it to Aliko, apart from the broader strategy, he will give his gas to guys pay more. So let's be very careful with this issue about export parity, to be frank with you. But what is our strategy? The Gas Master Plan for us, the NNPC Gas Master Plan, we're very specific, because our first step was charity begins at home. Let's look at areas where we have influence, our own partners, and work with them to put a plan in place. We leverage all the knowledge and interaction with the decade of gas that are providing the policy, and we also consulted very widely to ensure that there is some ownership of the gas master plan. So one of the things that is very different from this NNPC gas master plan is that most of our operators have ownership because we interacted and checked with them what works and what doesn't work. But also we wanted to take control. But when you think about the gas master plan, I want you to think about one thing. We could have named it NNPC Gas Monetization Execution Plan. That plan is about implementation, is about execution. That's what is different, right? Our focus is what would it take? We took some learning from the past. You know, I've been part of, you know, Alhaji Buka. I saw Alhaji Buka in the room. Please, let's appreciate Alhaji Buka, please. Those are the architects in the industry that put together the engineering and the system for the very first gas infrastructure for this country. Yes, please, Alhaji Buka. I'm really allowed to continue to preserve you, sir. We've learned, we worked with them. They were our mentors. They were the people that taught us what we know about oil and gas today, right? So we're proud that we still have people like Alhaji around. So we learned from them, and we took all that learning. One of the fundamental learning was the perception in the past around the fact that through obligations, people will invest, right? And we tried that, and nobody was investing. So we started to make adjustments. So we also realized that's one of the drawbacks. The second thing we also realized is that because gas is not unlike oil, you need long-term commitments. We realized that people commit, they sign the gas agreement, and they do nothing. And then sometimes they are still trying to raise their finance, and the Nigeria is stagnant. We also realize, in terms of gas offtake, to stimulate the market and to grow the Nigerian gas for it to impact industrialization, it's not about just producing. The first conversation we had was, how do we stimulate the market? So the first workshop we had last year was with gas offtakers and all the people that want to take off that gas. So we started to address those things that we think would enable that growth beyond just sit behind the table and come up with all sorts of plans and try and force it down people's throat. So this gas master plan is a collaborative document. It's a document that I believe puts an execution and implementation plan in place. We try to address some of the issues I mentioned. For example, and I'll tell you openly, we put in flexibility in gas master plan. Any GSAs we sign, we put some caveats in it. You know, if you are not delivering on the plan or it's delaying, we have the option to swap that supply to somebody else who is ready. We're going to do it. We are going to do it. We cannot hold the country to ransom because one person is holding on. However, we have worked around nodal structures where we build in where, okay, if your project is delayed by 2 years or so, or 3 years, we have a way to also mature other volumes for you to catch up. But we cannot hold the system. That's all, and some of the things we built into the gas master plan and for which we're going to try and work into. So this gas master plan is a customer-driven agenda, and we're hoping that with that, you'll see a lot of activities more in stimulating the market. We think that will create the pool for the gas master plan. Your last question.
My final question, on a much lighter note, with all you've just unpacked here, Engineer Bayo, I just wonder, what has kept you going in the past 9 months or so? Because it seems you've had endless meetings. You know, you also attests to the fact that you're learning a lot about different parts of this industry as well. I'm just curious. Donald Trump plays golf. What do you do to keep you going?
So I think what has kept me going personally, and maybe ask my team as well what has kept on, but let me start with myself. I think it's, first is the staff within NNPC. Before I came into NNPC, of course, I was at a distance. And you see a lot of challenges as Nigerians. I was one of also those challenging. We could do this, we could do more, we could do more. I wasn't sure how much I could be able to add, but I think that the company has world-class people, world-class staff. Trust me. And in order to take that talent and convert that talent to value, what you need is good leadership. And I'll be saying, consistent good leadership, credible good leadership, performing good leadership. Leadership is not by mouth, it's about results, right? And I think with the new board we have and the existing and the management team, I'm confident that together we can provide that leadership. The people are there. They are ready to do what they need to do. And I think that's been one inspiration. Sometimes when I want to drop my head, I think about some of these excellent people, talents. I think the other thing was, with all sense of humility, I didn't realize until I got into this seat how much one person can help this country. I've never been in public service, remember? So I think it was very clear to me that even though I probably didn't think I could do much with my team, I now realized that with that space, we could actually help to move this country forward in our own little way. And it became clear to me that we could actually, our influence was much more than I ever imagined. And you cannot waste that. But most importantly, what has kept me is the grace of God. That's it. Most times I wonder when I going to bed, when I wake up in the morning, I wonder what wakes me up. I don't know. Because by the time I'm going to bed, I'm not sure how tomorrow is going to be. But it's the grace of God because, first, like I said, it's a vertical learning curve for me personally. The dimensions are wide. The political dimensions are significant. The lateral integrations are significant. And I now realize that how do you perform with that level of external influence? I can tell you, before I came to NNPC, having been privileged to be an MD of an IOC company, I thought I knew enough. By the time I came into NNPC, I would say, after 3 months, I thought maybe I knew like 15%. After 6 months, I think I knew less than 5%. But it's been a great privilege. And really thank you for the session.
Thank you so much, Engineer Bayo Bashir Ojulari. Yes, certainly deserving of a standing ovation. Just in closing, I want to say, as I thank you for your candor, I thank you for your time, your honesty, your transparency, your willingness to be accountable. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I feel we have moved from an era where philosophers were telling us about the theory of gravity, but now I feel like we're in the lab with Isaac Newton as he's coming up with the equations that make it happen. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all you're doing. We're behind you, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ace, if you can please present this plaque to him. It's our thank you to anyone who speaks on our stage. Vimbai will agree with me. We can't, in 40, 50 minutes, a woman cannot explain all she goes through in 9 months of pregnancy. So we can't expect him to go over everything that he's been through in 9 months, just in the time that we'll have here today. I'm sure at some other fora, he will tell a bit more story. But the most important thing is the desire, the passion, the patriotism to drive this industry forward. He and his team are not lacking it. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are at the point when we go to eat, and this food is sponsored by TotalEnergies. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. You know where your lunch is served. We will be back at 1:35. 1:35 to talk about downstream and midstream. 1:35. 1:35. Take care of your personal belongings. See you at 1:35.
Nigeria is ready for business.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. Iteo Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of Iteo Group and operator of the NNPCL Iteo Joint Venture OML 29, is now Nembe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nembe community. By embracing the name Nembe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nembe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue, investment leadership, and global energy partnership. Our theme this year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The petroleum
Please take care of your
industry
personal
Act is being
belongings.
implemented.
Lunch is
It
ready
reinforced by
at the
clear
different dining
presidential
areas for
directives
delegates and
that are
VIP.
now embedded in law that have
Lunch is ready at the
delivered
different dining
globally
areas for the
competitive
VIPs and the
fiscal
delegates. Please proceed to lunch. Thank you.
restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deepwater and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NIES 2026 and be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In 2015, a bold vision took shape. A coalition of forward-thinking Nigerian exploration and production companies united with a common purpose: to transform the nation's energy landscape and elevate the role of indigenous operators. From that vision, the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, was born. Today, indigenous producers are responsible for over half of the country's crude oil and natural gas output. 29 oil blocks, once operated by international companies, are now proudly under the Nigerian control, marking a significant shift toward true energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and petrochemical hub and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
You know, we as indigenous companies have a responsibility to utilize oil and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of LPG production, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid project and solarization of hospitals and schools, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria, for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Energy is the heartbeat of our nation. At NNPC, we are powering Nigeria's growth, delivering reliable energy to communities, industries, and homes across the country, and delivering revenue to support infrastructure development and drive wider diversification of our economy. Through gas infrastructure, cleaner energy solutions, and local content development, we are creating jobs, driving industry, and turning Nigeria's energy resources into prosperity for all Nigerians. NNPC is the national sponsor of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. The event will take place from the 2nd to the 5th of February 2026 in Abuja. The theme is Energy for Peace and Prosperity, securing our shared future. NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come. I look forward to seeing you in February at NIES 2026 in Abuja.
It's the beginning of a new chapter as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announces the opening of the 2025 licensing round portal. With approval from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, NUPRC proudly launched the 2025 licensing round under the Petroleum Industry Act. 50 highly prospective oil and gas blocks from deep offshore to onshore fields, untapped opportunities waiting for bold investors. And at the core, world-class geological and geophysical data from our national data repository, giving every bidder the clarity, confidence, and competitive edge they need. Beyond the barrels, it's about jobs, advancing technology, and delivering values to investors, host communities, and Nigeria's economy. A future where exploration respects the land and sustainability guides every decision, where ESG is not just a checkbox, but a commitment. This is the bid round that rebuilds confidence, a fair, open, and competitive process for partners who believe in Nigeria. Because progress begins long before the first barrel is lifted. Discover more at br2025.nuprc.gov.ng. Your journey starts here.
Nigeria is ready for business. Nigeria is a very, very attractive investment destination. We have developed enormous local capacity.
NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come.
Unlocking the full potential of this continent's great potential is a priority for OPEC.
The time has come for Africans to decolonize their minds, take our destinies into our own hands, so that future generations of Africans will inherit a better Africa.
As we convene, let us seize this opportunity to forge new partnerships, explore innovative financing mechanisms, and accelerate the development of Nigeria's gas sector.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. ITEO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of ITEO Group and operator of the NNPCL ITEO joint venture OML 29, is now Nembe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nembe community. By embracing the name Nembe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nembe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue, investment leadership, and global energy partnership. Our theme this year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The Petroleum Industry Act is being implemented, and it's reinforced by clear presidential directives that are now embedded in law that have delivered globally competitive fiscal incentives and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deepwater and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In 2015, a bold vision took shape. a coalition of forward-thinking Nigerian exploration and production companies united with a common purpose: to transform the nation's energy landscape and elevate the role of indigenous operators. From that vision, the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, was born. Today, indigenous producers are responsible for over half of the country's crude oil and natural gas output. 29 oil blocks, once operated by international companies, are now proudly under the Nigerian control, marking a significant shift toward true energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and petrochemical hub and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
We as indigenous companies have a responsibility to utilize oil and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of LPG production, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid project and solarization of hospitals and schools, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Energy is the heartbeat of our nation. At NNPC, we are powering Nigeria's growth, delivering reliable energy to communities, industries, and homes across the country, and delivering revenue to support infrastructure development and drive wider diversification of our economy. Through gas infrastructure, cleaner energy solutions, and local content development, we are creating jobs, driving industry, and turning Nigeria's energy resources into prosperity for all Nigerians. NNPC is the national sponsor of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. The event will take place from the 2nd to the 5th of February 2026 in Abuja. The theme is Energy for Peace and Prosperity, securing our shared future. NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come. I look forward to seeing you in February at NIES 2026 in Abuja.
It's the beginning of a new chapter as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announces the opening of the 2025 licensing round portal. With approval from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, NUPRC proudly launched the 2025 licensing round under the Petroleum Industry Act. 50 highly prospective oil and gas blocks from deep offshore to onshore fields, untapped opportunities waiting for bold investors. And at the core, world-class geological and geophysical data from our national data repository, giving every bidder the clarity, confidence, and competitive edge they need. Beyond the barrels, it's about jobs, advancing technology, and delivering values to investors, host communities, and Nigeria's economy. A future where exploration respects the land and sustainability guides every decision, where ESG is not just a checkbox, but a commitment. This is the bid round that rebuilds confidence, a fair, open, and competitive process for partners who believe in Nigeria. Because progress begins long before the first barrel is lifted. Discover more at br2025.nuprc.gov.ng. Your journey starts here.
Nigeria is ready for business. Nigeria is a very, very attractive investment destination. We have developed enormous local capacity.
NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come.
Unlocking the full potential of this continent's great potential is a priority for OPEC.
The time has come for Africans to decolonize their minds, take our destinies into our own hands, so that future generations of Africans will inherit a better Africa.
As we convene, let us seize this opportunity to forge new partnerships, explore innovative financing mechanisms, and accelerate the development of Nigeria's gas sector.
change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. ITEO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of ITEO Group and operator of the NNPCL ITEO joint venture OML 29, is now Nembe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nembe community. By embracing the name Nembe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nembe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue, investment leadership, and global energy partnership. Our theme this year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The Petroleum Industry Act is being implemented, and it's reinforced by clear presidential directives that are now embedded in law that have delivered globally competitive fiscal incentives and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deep water and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NIES 2026 and be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In 2015, a bold vision took shape. a coalition of forward-thinking Nigerian exploration and production companies united with a common purpose: to transform the nation's energy landscape and elevate the role of indigenous operators. From that vision, the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, was born. Today, indigenous producers are responsible for over half of the country's crude oil and natural gas output. 29 oil blocks, once operated by international companies, are now proudly under the Nigerian control, marking a significant shift toward true energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and petrochemical hub and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
We as indigenous companies have a responsibility to utilize oil and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
Nigeria, a land of...
As we convene, let us seize this opportunity to forge new partnerships, explore innovative financing mechanisms, and accelerate the development of Nigeria's gas sector.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. ITEO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of ITEO Group and operator of the NNPCL ITEO Joint Venture OML 29, is now Nembe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nembe community. By embracing the name Nembe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nembe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue, investment leadership, and global energy partnership. Our theme this year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The Petroleum Industry Act is being implemented, and it's reinforced by clear presidential directives that are now embedded in law that have delivered globally competitive fiscal incentives and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deepwater and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NEIS 2026 and be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In 2015, a bold vision took shape. A coalition of forward-thinking Nigerian exploration and production companies united with a common purpose to transform the nation's energy landscape and elevate the role of indigenous operators. From that vision, the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, was born. Today, indigenous producers are responsible for over half of the country's crude oil and natural gas output. 29 oil blocks, once operated by international companies, are now proudly under the Nigerian control, marking a significant shift toward true energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and petrochemical hub and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
We as indigenous companies have a responsibility to utilize oil and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Plaque Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of LPG production, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid project and solarization of hospitals and schools, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Plaque Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Energy is the heartbeat of our nation. At NNPC, we are powering Nigeria's growth, delivering reliable energy to communities, industries, and homes across the country, and delivering revenue to support infrastructure development and drive wider diversification of our economy. Through gas infrastructure, cleaner energy solutions, and local content development, we are creating jobs, driving industry, and turning Nigeria's energy resources into prosperity for all Nigerians. NNPC is the national sponsor of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. The event will take place from the 2nd to the 5th of February 2026 in Abuja. The theme is Energy for Peace and Prosperity, securing our shared future. NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come. I look forward to seeing you in February at NIES 2026 in Abuja.
It's the beginning of a new chapter as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announces the opening of the 2025 licensing round portal. With approval from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, NUPRC proudly launched the 2025 licensing round under the Petroleum Industry Act. 50 highly prospective oil and gas blocks from deep offshore to onshore fields, untapped opportunities waiting for bold investors. And at the core, world-class geological and geophysical data from our national data repository, giving every bidder the clarity, confidence, and competitive edge they need. Beyond the barrels, it's about jobs, advancing technology, and delivering values to investors, host communities, and Nigeria's economy. a future where exploration respects the land and sustainability guides every decision, where ESG is not just a checkbox, but a commitment. This is the bid round that rebuilds confidence, a fair, open, and competitive process for partners who believe in Nigeria. Because progress begins long before the first barrel is lifted. Discover more at br2025.nuprc.gov.ng. Your journey starts here.
Nigeria is ready for business. Nigeria is a very, very attractive investment destination. We have developed enormous local capacity.
NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come.
Unlocking the full potential of this continent's great potential is a priority for OPEC.
The time has come for Africans to decolonize their minds, take our destinies into our own hands, so that future generations of Africans
Okay.
will inherit.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you, technical. You can kill the video now. Thank you very much. Transforming domestic value chain, driving domestic value chain, transforming downstream markets and refining. The Fireside chart ended on a beautiful note that dovetails into the session that comes after it. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC gave his own perspective on where we are with our national assets, refineries that is, and what is being done. That, and a regulator's perspective, will be what lays the foundation for the panel that we're about to begin. So please, I beg you, kindly take your seat, and as you do, very kindly, let's just simmer down a bit more, please. Let's kindly reduce the noise, kindly, very kindly, because I'm beginning with the session now. We want to examine the value addition of our downstream, mid and downstream sector. And to get us going is to talk to us on driving Nigeria's downstream renaissance, regulation, investment, and market confidence. Please, can we please reduce the noise, please? Please, please. Thank you very much, please. Thank you very much. I was having a conversation many months ago with a critical stakeholder in the industry about the authority and the commission. And the person said his prayer and desire is to see regulators taking over. They were speaking before the announcements that the regulators that will take over should be people that have depth, people that have patriotic zeal, and people that have character. And the president demonstrated in his appointment of the new regulators, again, that he's a man who likes to put technocrats in critical positions. So one of them will open this particular session for us, our brand new Authority Chief Executive of the NMDPRA. Please welcome Engineer Saidu Mohammed.
Let me make sure I don't get any call from any of my my stakeholders. And I know there are many of them here. I must say I'm very, very much delighted today. This is my first public appearance, I think, in my new capacity as the Authority Chief Executive of NMDPRA. I keep on telling people, yes, it's a familiar train, but it's not a familiar job. When you are out there on the football field as a midfielder, a goalkeeper, a striker, or no matter what they assign you, it's entirely different when they call you to be the center referee. But then I always remind people that, yes, you already have the knowledge of the game. And your rules of the game has already been made easier with PIA. But then you cannot just be the law all the time. You have to have overriding interests, particularly the interests of the nation. As a regulator, you must be seen to be very fair, but at the same time very firm to the law. But at all times, you always have to remember what is good for this nation. And that is what we are here to continue doing as part of the transformation of the midstream downstream oil and gas segment of this great nation. I have a speech, but I'm not used to reading speeches. Please forgive me. But let me first of all appreciate all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are here, my bosses, my colleagues, and of course, my able workforce of the entire oil and gas industry that are here. I thank the organizers on behalf of NNDPRA to extend our congratulations on this successful organization of this international summit. It is my pleasure to share my thoughts with you on driving Nigeria's downstream renaissance, regulation, investment, and market confidence at this summit, which is also having a subtitle or sub-theme, as we call it, driving domestic value, transforming downstream market and refinery. For decades, the story of the downstream has been associated with negatives: inadequate infrastructure, suboptimal supply chain, efficiency. In fact, if there was efficiency, there was very little of it. Inadequate investment, and trust us, we are also good at this, in poor compliance with regulatory norms. And of course, what has always been with us is also the unacceptable level of process and operational safety. You often hear one tanker or one mishap here and there. But today, I am pleased to affirm that this narrative is rapidly changing, and that the sector is truly witnessing the early but irreversible signs of a Renaissance type of transformation that is driven by the bold, enabled by investment, and sustained by effective market and regulatory enablement. In the few years of operationalization of the PIA, we have seen Nigeria's downstream sector evolve into a fully liberalized market and is no longer defined by the usual scarcity and supply uncertainties. And that is the way to go. The pricing structure of the downstream sector is becoming more driven by the fundamentals of the market and generally attaining the stability level required for encouraging investment. There can be investment if you cannot see any stability in where you are going into. And today we are on that path. And that's the kind of transformation that we are witnessing today. The supply chain landscape of the sector, which depended significantly, as a matter of fact, we depended 100% on importation. And that's the story that we want to change, from 100% importation to 0% importation. And of course, we start climbing to exportation. This is where we're supposed to go. And also on one side of the hydrocarbons, the gas side, we keep on expanding the gas-based alternative fuels, marching forward together with the liquids, thereby giving the evolution that we want to go. And the final evolution point is to become not only a regional, but a continental energy hub. At the heart of this transformation is the game changer, that is Dangote Refinery, that has come and set the ball rolling towards this much desired transformation. We are today having a refinery that is able to meet substantial part of what we require. As a matter of fact, for some products, it's 100%. For example, the aviation cargo, we even export. Behold, that is just the beginning. We have a lot of room for refineries. The NNPC refineries are coming back. We have had it today from this GCEO. And license to establish has been given to more refineries. Nigeria has room. And Nigeria has a lot of room for all the refineries. And behold, it's not only the Nigerian market, but the West African sub-region and the entire continent. And that is the dream of Nigeria, have transformed Nigeria into not only a resource country, but an energy hub of the entire continent. The capacity for enhanced domestic supply of petroleum products in Nigeria will continue to grow. Of course, we have heard from various papers that were put in yesterday the kind of growth that we expect as a nation and at Africa at large. We are a continent that is dearth of energy. In fact, we don't talk about cleaner energy, we just want the energy. The energy is scarce, so there is room for a lot of energy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for any dirty energy, but we will make it as clean as possible, and we will use the resources to drive our own ultimate goal of making Nigeria a clean and clean energy zone. The bold economic reforms of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has created the renaissance that the downstream sector is enjoying and will continue to leverage upon for sustained sectorial growth of the future. The cumulative impact of the full deregulation of the downstream sector, the harmonization of the forex market, the deepening use of gas, and trading of crude and products in Naira has reduced the fiscal economic losses of the nation through which was happening through the importation. And we have even gained about 6 trillion naira in just 9 months of 2025. And that is the way to go. We should conserve our foreign exchange for certain things. Let the energy sector be the builder of the foreign exchange, not the avenue of eroding that foreign reserves. We are highly excited at the strategic growth of the gas sector as well. It is experiencing a major energy provider in Nigeria and the region at large. Every unlock required a deepened the contribution of natural gas in the national energy mix and are being implemented to create gas ecosystem that is characterized by optimal gas infrastructure capacity across the entire nation, robust gas supply, and enhanced strategic sector demand of gas that is supported by the effective market, commercially driven market for that matter, and support investment in the entire sector. The strategic effort of the government and the industry in this decade of gas are not merely about volumes. They are also about unlocking gas for industrial development, cleaner power, transport fuels, and manufacturing linkages that will transform Nigeria's energy mix and broaden the economic base, because what we need is to be adding value to the natural gas that we have, not just transporting it and not only liquefying it and taking it out, but then add value so that Nigeria at the end of the day can be another hub of derived products. There is no reason why Nigeria cannot be exporting urea, ammonia, and fertilizers of this world. But infrastructure alone does not create renaissance. Market flourish only where rules are clear, institutions are credible, and investors trust the system. The investor can only trust if he knows how it is done. And that is where transparency comes in, and no regulator should be doing something hidden. It must be as transparent as possible so that any investor coming knows how it is done in Nigeria, step by step. At the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority, our regulatory philosophy is simple but deliberate. Regulation must be of value, not inhibit it. We are not here to be stumbling blocks. We are here to facilitate. And that is why when we always ask, what have you done and what do you intend to do? We have to establish that viability of what project you are going to make before we even give you a permit. Behold, as small as a retail filling station will start applying those kind of things, because Nigeria ought to have a strategic direction as to how it plans its outlets for petroleum products. We cannot just be haphazard. We must ask for economic viability of any project that you intend to make, and it is on that basis that we will now look at the possibility of giving you license to establish. And that's the way to go. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall continue to collaborate with our partners and stakeholders to sustain a fair and transparent regulatory framework for the midstream and downstream sector. We will try to create a level playing field, ensuring supply security, protect consumers, and most importantly, balancing affordability with sustainability, particularly in the gas-based fuels and cleaner energy solutions. The downstream renaissance we seek cannot be funded by the public sector anymore. It was a privilege, rather, for some of us who are young enough to have seen a vibrant and efficient petroleum distribution network where the pipelines were running well, the depots were loading seamlessly. But today we are moving products in one of the most inefficient manners. We must bring back those kind of efficient movement of petroleum products. But behold, behold, that kind of ambition will attract a lot of investment. And that money cannot come from government anymore. It has to come from the private sector. And that is why we are bringing out a strategy where the pipelines should be emanating from a nucleus of a refinery. From Dangote refinery, if you move products to Mosimi by pipeline, then the next target will be Ibadan. And behold, continue like that. And the same thing with Port Harcourt and Warri. That's the kind of thing that we have to do to replace those pipelines and also to change the directions as the viability of those old corridors may have faded away. Our task as regulators is to de-risk investment by ensuring fairness, transparency, and consistency, and regulatory excellence through optimal licensing and permitting efficiencies, the development of commercially viable frameworks, ensuring market transparency and data integrity and availability. NMDPRA shall continue to uphold these values in the implementation of its regulatory mandate across the entire sector. Ladies and gentlemen, confidence is the true currency of any market. Investors invest where contracts are respected. Operators expand where rules are stable. And by that, I mean that we should not have anything to do without a handshake of a commercially agreed document. And that is on the gas side, we are trying to bring up some kind of discipline to make sure that we operationalize that in that book that we called Network Code. And that is the one that will establish that kind of discipline, where you don't take gas that doesn't belong to you. You can only have gas when you are a shipper. And you can only be a shipper when you have a GSA. And you can only have a GSA when you have a bank guarantee of payment. We can no longer be doing things on best endeavor basis. Those are the kind of transformation that we need to make sure that what we are supposed to have is with us. Consumers trust systems that are fair and predictable. Market confidence is not declared, it is earned day by day through credible institutions and consistent actions. As regulators, we understand that our credibility is Nigeria's credibility. This is why we are committed to regulatory professionalism, stakeholder engagement, and continuous improvement aligned with global best practices while remaining grounded in Nigeria's unique economic realities. We are in a very unique economic environment, and we have to tailor every law for ourselves, to work for ourselves, and to make sure that we build ourselves. Distinguished guests, Nigeria's downstream renaissance is not the responsibility of regulators alone. It is a shared project between government, investors, operators, financiers, and the ultimate consumers. Our role is to set the rules, enforce them fairly, and inspire confidence. Your role is to invest, innovate, and most importantly, play or operate responsibly. We'll continue to collaborate with all relevant institutions, industry players, to ensure that Nigerian midstream and downstream petroleum sector remains healthy, competitive, and attractive, and that Nigeria continues to provide the leadership required in the entire energy ecosystem of this, our great continent, Africa. Thank you very much for listening. Well done.
Thank you very much. The Authority Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Engineer Said Mohammed, there, laying a solid foundation for this downstream and midstream conversation. Of course, in the past, it used to be said that when we come out to these events, we only mostly looked at upstream activities, but NIES is now creating additional platforms for mid and downstream stakeholders to also engage, brainstorm, and chart a way forward. Let the conversation continue by the panelists coming on stage. First off, welcome Executive Vice President for NNPC's Downstream, Mr. Mumuni Dagazao. Please, a round of applause. Also on the panel is the Chairman for MEMAN. Please welcome Mr. Hub Stockman. Sir, this way, please, this way. I want you on the second one here. Mr. Stockman, to your immediate right. Yes, the second one, right, no, the second one, yes, there. Fantastic, there you go. There you go, thank you very much. Thank you. Also on the panel, Group Managing Director, Techno Oil Limited, welcome, Ms. Nkechi Obi. Group Chief Executive Officer of HSI Energies is here, welcome, Mr. Chikezie Nwosu. Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority of Ghana, welcome, Godwin Kodzo Tagmekolo. You're welcome. On the panel, we'd like to welcome the Chairman, Crude Oil Refinery Association of Nigeria and CEO of OPAC Refinery. Please welcome Mr. Momo Oyerekwa. Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Rain Oil Limited is here as well, Dr. Gabriel Obeche. You're welcome. General Manager, Retail and Cards, TotalEnergies Marketing Nigeria is here. Welcome, Mr. Abdullahi Umar. Completing the list of panelists, we'd like to welcome Chief Strategy Officer for Dangote Industries Limited. Welcome, Aliu Suleiman. To drive the conversation for us is Executive Director, Emmanuel Eboga Foundation, Emeritus Professor Wumi Iledari. You're welcome. Please, a card was given to me, Arinze Stanley Madoka. If you're here or someone knows him, tell him to please give me the password of his ATM card, if it's dollar related anyway.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's indeed a pleasure to have these players in the field, and now to have an academia being the moderator. There must have been a reason to invite me to moderate this great woman and men of honor. Basically, what we want to do today is to have conversation. And what I've heard from the keynote address, and when you interject it with what the GCEO said, you will realize that this is about value addition. In the past, we have not paid attention to value creation, but it seems that the new thinking now is about value. And I also heard the keynote speaker mention something to the effect of the importance of the market. In that case, we have to pay attention to market participants. And even though he did not say it explicitly, but I think he alluded to the fact that the regulator is important. And I think I heard him said that they want to be an enabler, not a blocker. And I want to commend the new way of thinking. The regulator is like a soccer referee who will allow these participants in the market to develop their strategy, to score goals, and the regulator is watching them in the process of scoring the goals, whether they committed a foul. And is not going to hesitate to blow the whistle. What we want to do is to have a conversation. How can we add value? How can we be a player in the market? And how can the regulator ensure security, stability, and he mentioned it clearly, affordability, accessibility, and sustainability. I want to welcome my panel, and I'll let you introduce yourself when I invite you to make a 2-minute remark. The more we are able to break our conversation in a sharp manner, the more we are going to be able to cover, and the more interesting the audience will look. Don't let us make our conversation too long. Let me begin with a good example. Distinguished speakers, colleagues, and industry leaders, welcome. This session is about more than refining capacity or downstream reform. It is about the architecture of Nigeria's domestic value system. For decades, Nigeria has exported crude and imported value. Today, the question is whether we are finally redesigning our downstream sector to capture that value. Again, that's what it's alluding to. How can we optimize value? Locally, competitively, sustainably, and transparently. Transparency is the key from the investor, the regulator, and the operator. This is not a conversation about winners versus losers. It's not Dangote versus everybody else. It's not, the marketers and the consumers. It's about value addition. It is about ecosystem design. A healthy downstream market must balance scale with competition, investors' confidence with consumer protection, and national ambition with regional opportunity. It is about domestic value creation, market efficiency, and supply security. This is what I want us to look at. We've been given areas, but I want us to link it into your value system. How can I optimize value? How can I play in the market in such a way that consumer surplus is not captured by producer surplus? This is where we stand today. How can we make sure the desire of our downstream sector deliver value locally? And I'm glad he mentioned something about Naira pricing. Yeah. Can I give my example? This is me. I've been paid in different currencies all my life. Right? The law of demand all over the world is the same. When the price of a commodity goes up, the quantity demanded will come down. But there's something you must remember, ceteris paribus. Other things being equal. And this is where every nation must look at the law of market from the ceteris paribus point of view. Not from the price and not from the quantity. It is that ceteris paribus that we need to pay attention to. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just start from my extreme right: value, security, and market. Luckily, you already have your talking point. Give me 2-3 minutes conversation. It appears I've spent about 5. Over to you. 2 to 3 minutes conversation on the subject matter. How can we drive value in the downstream sector for sustainable economic development and growth of Nigeria? Please introduce yourself, 1 minute and 2.5 minutes for your comment.
Okay. My name is Aliko Suleiman. I'm the head of strategy for Dangote Group. Value addition, I think, is something we're already doing. That essentially is our business. As you've said, rather than exporting just a barrel of crude, Right now, we're adding value. If you export a barrel of crude for like maybe $65 per barrel, once you process it, you'll be able to export that same barrel for maybe $80, right? And that value will come to the country. As a business, our vision is to drive Africa's industrialization. We want to build businesses that leverage Africa's resources and add value to those resources and create jobs on the continent while doing that. So for us, really, that's just, it's not just in the refining, that's what we do across the group. And is in recognition of the fact that there is a lot more value to be added that we've recently taken the decision to double the capacity of the refinery. The current refinery is able to meet Nigeria's demand. For PMS, I think we are just about able to meet Nigeria's demand. For gas, oil, and jet, we can meet all of the demand and have surplus for export. But we are looking at our market as the whole West African Atlantic coast, between Senegal all the way to South Africa. We believe we are best placed to serve this market. And if you look at the demand for petroleum products across this market, the refinery and the capacity we have at the moment cannot meet that. So for that reason, we've taken a decision to double the capacity of the refinery to enable us to effectively serve all of these markets from Nigeria and process not just Nigerian crude, but crude from across West Africa as well. If you look at all the countries, there's about 3 million barrels of production that is within 1 day sailing to the refinery. So value addition is something that is at the core of our business.
Thank you very much. Value creation and value addition is a way to expand the output in the domestic economy. With that desire, employment will go up, GDP will go up, and income will go up. Let me trade the indulgence of the Executive Director, Downstream. Welcome, sir. I'd like you to address the issue of value creation, and if possible, expand what the GCEO frankly said today. I was really delighted for him to be that frank. Value addition.
Thank you, Prof. First and foremost, you've turned us into a football team, so I don't know whether you want me to talk about value creation in downstream, because you said we are like a football. So I'm confused now whether I'm doing downstream or I'm a sports commentator.
Both.
Okay, sports commentator. All right. So value creation is about, as Aliu has said, as you know, obviously for us in NNPC, is also not just about creating value in one channel, right? It's about energy mixes and energy opportunities and creating that mix and seeing where we can create the best value out of the opportunities that we have, right? One of the major things we need to do for value creation is one major thing: step out of the box. We have to think outside of the box. As my senior brother said, the ace of NMDPRA, we need to think about how we're delivering fuel across the country. What's the best way we deliver it? Today we're using CNG, cost saving, value creation, straight away, right? For us as NNPC, it's about the last mile. It's not just about where can we get fuel at. It's at how much can we get fuel there? How much value can we create by getting fuel at a cheaper cost? So for us, it's really about thinking out the box for the first time. Go back to those whole principles of, we sit here and trying to think, oh, how do we maximize this? It's actually already, it's a blueprint that has been written. All we need to do is just realign it and deliver it. And what is that? Pipeline deliveries for fuel. We've got, Dangote Refinery currently here, utilizing that massive asset to deliver, to take the valuation that they have brought or the value that they have brought to the table, add what we have to it, whether it's transport deliveries, whether we're looking at gas, for example, as we've added into the energy mix. At NNPC, we're driving CNG, LPG. We're looking at, how do we secure energy going forward? Our refineries, of course. For the first time, we're looking at, we're not just restarting the refineries. The sustainability of the refinery is where the greatest creation is going to come. right? I've always said that if I'm fortunate enough to be here for the next number of years when this refinery starts, I also want to be, if God gives me the grace, be able to be, whether I'm pushed down a wheelchair by a great-grandchild, to see those refineries working. We have not had the benefit of that, right? We've seen a batch sort of process. So what we are doing at NNPC right now is that we're looking at the sustainability, the long term. How do we create value? How do we, make sure these refineries are going? And we're working towards sort of working with people who have this experience. We don't have it. That's the truth, right? That's part of the problem we have. We try to do things that we're not sufficient at. We need to build that skill. We need to go back and build that skill. In the meantime, we need to bring that value back. So with Dangote Refinery upscaling as well, with us now working on bringing our refineries back into working, for the sustainable long growth. We're looking at how we upgrade those refineries. We're looking at, how we deliver product. Looking at accessibility to energy, all the different sources of accessibility to energy, and mixing all of them. And by mixing them, we're creating value, not just relying on one source of energy. So I'll stop there because I think my 2 minutes are over.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we must begin to think outside the box, which simply means adaptation must be set aside. You cannot say because it works last time or it did not work, you will continue in that. But no, this is what they call rational expectation. And that's what I think he's thinking about when he said, think outside the box. Look at what the environment is giving to you today. Readjust your past thinking without necessarily disregarding it. Experience drives your thinking, but the current dispensation helps you to think outside the box. Let me ask Managing Director Techno, Madam Nkechi Obi. Give me 3 minutes looking at this presentation and the theme, driving value. Building capacity, understanding the market, and the pricing.
Okay.
Midstream and downstream. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, let me take it up from the opening event we had yesterday, and I think the theme of this conference today is peace and prosperity. And I believe that the group managing director took us down the lane and was able to explain to us so much on how we can be able to achieve energy security. And within the downstream sector, I believe that in terms of energy security, like he mentioned, we must be able to take charge of, show leadership in the country, show leadership in Africa, so that we'll be able to inspire the world, we'll be able to benefit our communities. And how do we achieve all that? Means that whatever we're doing today, either in the downstream or whatever, we must be able to produce or be able to achieve in terms of affordability, products that are affordable, reliable, and sustainable. And that's the only way we can show leadership in terms of the downstream where we operate. I recall that I was in Mobil, and at that point, I remember how the downstream was at that point, where you had the pipeline vandalization all over the place and all whatever. And I remember the regime of Obasanjo, and he was the one who decided that, look, the pipelines were no longer working, and there has to be a way out where products will be distributed around the country. And that was how the DAPMA or whatever, people like us came on board, and they were able to prove value. There has been progression. There has been progression in it, and today you have terminals all over the place, distributing products all over the place, even though there are so much imports. And then the big elephant has come in, which is Dangote today, and is able to build a refinery. And what we are trying to do here is that these businesses and the downstream it must be localized, and it has been localized. And then we have to continue to kind of put things in place that will be able to add value and especially make it kind of our own, and the way that we're able to achieve energy security that is affordable, that is reliable, and that is sustainable. And then we're asking that government will be able to provide the right incentives in terms of policy, in terms of enabling environment, in terms of well infrastructure and all those things, so that we'll be able to achieve this laudable objective to achieve Africa energy security and showing that Nigeria is the leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's about leadership. I get you correctly. It's about leadership. This value creation is about leadership. And it cannot be transactional. It must be transformational. So you must look at, it's about empowering institutions to enable these players to be able to have stability. Thank you very much for my friend from Ghana. For 4.5 years, I was fortunate to be in Ghana as the chairman, the distinguished professor for GMPC chair in petroleum commerce. And you are doing certain things that you can share with us, Godwin.
That is correct.
So far.
So
in the
once
downstream
again, good afternoon. Warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama. He has always been a great friend of Nigeria and has a very great relationship. Within the past 1 year, what our president has been doing is to keep the Ghanaian economy more stabilized. So today we have a very strong Ghana city. We have a regulatory architecture that is firm, predictable, because we strongly believe that to attract foreign investment into Ghana, you need to have regulatory architecture that is predictable, where rules do not change as and when you want it. I want to also thank my senior brother, Engineer Seydou, for the warm reception, the West African Oil and Gas Regulators Forum for the excellent work they are doing to bring all of us together so that once we create uniform regulatory architecture, we strongly believe that we can project the sub-region better. That said, in Ghana, what we've been trying to do over the period is that we have 2 major refineries and what you call the modular, refineries that do roughly 6,000, barrels, 5,000 barrels, quite small. I'm sure once you mention 6,000 barrels in the context of Nigeria, that's more like a child's play. But in Ghana, what we strongly believe is that the older, bigger refineries are supposed to complement the modular refineries to ensure that at every material time we ensure energy security for our country. We have always relied on Nigeria, both in terms of crude oil and refined products. I want to believe that Ghana happens to be a great offtake for Dangote refinery. And we've been having all kinds of engagements with Alhaji Aliko Dangote to position Ghana firmly to take refined products from Nigeria. We still rely, we still rely on refined products from Europe. But if you look at the distance between Ghana and Nigeria, a firm reliance on Nigeria refined petroleum products will even help us in cutting the costs of products that eventually come to Ghana. And so we are doing everything to build that relationship also. But to do this, you also need uniform regulation, uniform economic performance. If the Ghana city is doing well and the Naira is underperforming, it will not bring the needed economic gain to our people. As a regulator, our focus is to ensure that we get cheaper, affordable, and quality product for our people. And that is why we believe that a relationship with refineries like Dangote and Co. that have promised quality product for us would also ensure that we are not only adding value, but affordable, cheaper, and quality product. So Nigeria can always rely on Ghana in terms of the relationship and also providing the needed market. I don't think it will be much of an argument to say that Nigeria has firmly positioned itself as the energy hub, maybe arguably the whole of Africa. And that position, I believe Nigeria should not toil with and firm up the issues of regulation so that the partnership can be one of cooperation and mutual benefit to the two countries.
Thank you. You're still going to have opportunity to expand on the regional cooperation that you alluded to. Yeah. We'll get there. We are looking at the clock. And what I see is the importance of your currency. Your currency is a medium of exchange. And we'll continue to... Remember what I said about ceteris paribus. Foreign exchange is part of what can affect the demand for petroleum products. Let me go to my chairman, Nwosu. Chief, give us about 2.5 minutes commentary on this driving value in the midstream and downstream value chain of the petroleum resources development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I had some technological challenges here. There are a lot of serious faces here, so let me try and lighten the mood a little bit. I'll have a discussion with you about the Ghana-Nigeria jollof rice thing, but let's keep that aside. We're all very serious people, and we think that we are doing things in terms of creating value that are new. But let me bring us back to the basics in terms of creating value. The biggest challenge we have in the oil and gas industry is that oil and gas don't get rotten. Because if oil and gas used to get rotten in the ground, we would not be behaving the way we're behaving. A couple of decades ago, we had 260 TCF of gas and 40 billion barrels of oil reserves. Now, I see we have 209 trillion cubic feet of gas and 37 point something billion barrels. The question I actually ask is, a question somebody from, my village, elderly person, when they heard I was doing a modular refinery. They tried to relate it to something they know very well, which I'll try to relate to you. You see, our ancestors refined raw products. Gari is not the gari you swallow with soup. It's not the cassava, the raw cassava. The pounded yam is not the raw yam. But they knew one thing. They did not create value by planting those things and leaving them in the farm. If you plant them and you leave them in the farm, they go bad after some time. So they were forced to create value. And the typical word we use in the industry, think outside the box. That's why you have obono soup to accompany the gari, you have oha, you have a wedu, that's how they thought out of the box and created value from something that was a simple farm product. When we start thinking like that, when we start applying the multiplier effect on our oil and gas, that's when we start creating value. So the large infrastructure that you have, Dangote, very well done. But you need to have these modular refineries dotted around the place. So that, just like what my friend from Ghana said, so that you can deliver products directly to the locality around you, and that is what our own strategy is. I used to be CEO of Walter Smith Petroman that built the first 5,000 barrels of oil per day modular refinery, very successful modular refinery, and that has kicked off a lot of these projects. Now, so we create value not by treating commodities like cassava for things like we trade on. We create value, significant value, by refining in both oil and gas. There's an energy security question around the areas that you have these assets dotted. And I know that the Trans-Niger pipeline, for example, reconciliation factors have gone up from as low as 10% to as high as 98%. Very good. But those are aging facilities as well. So there's a crude security problem that you need to address about providing an alternative export route for both oil and gas. And that is the value that you create by having these domestic refineries take on these products and add additional value. You lose no value, they add value. Consumption is also critical. So while we think about exporting to the West African region, consumption has a direct impact, consumption of energy products, a direct impact on your GDP. So what am I saying? Apart from creating value, energy security issues, which we encountered with TMP, I think I've covered that part a bit. We need to start making sure that we modularize our decade of gas. We modularize our production and refining of resources. Because if you have 20, 30 modular refineries, each doing 10,000, that is 200 to 300,000 barrels of oil per day that you are refining. And you're able to distribute them directly to the consumers that are near you. The attendant job creation. Upstream does not create jobs as much as downstream. The impact on employment and creation from the downstream is tenfold when you compare that to the upstream. So is there value? Absolutely. Are we approaching this value the right way? No. And the reason for that, I will land, is because the oil and gas just stays there waiting for us when we pick it up. I wish that somehow somebody would make this oil and gas to go rotten. And maybe there's, something happening. Climate change. Climate change is working towards forcing us to start utilizing our gas and oil and creating value for our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Hope. I don't know if you're representing two institutions, right? Are you the one representing the marketers as well as yourself? Okay. Well, let me hear your take on this value creation and the drivers of value creation from your experience in the midstream and downstream.
All right. It should be green. Oh, well, wow, that works. Okay. So I'm here as chairman of Memon. So although I double hat also as the MD for NNPC Retail, that's probably why they put us next to each other. I don't know. Keep them in the same corner. I think if you truly think about the downstream and value creation, you have to think about one thing first, and you have to make that first. That's the consumer. You will not do the downstream any good if you don't put the consumer or the customer first. You have to have a customer-led business. Unfortunately, if you like it or not, the trust of the general public in our industry is not great. And I think we all know what can happen when you go to a retail site. And as Memon, we actually do quality and quantity control of our members. Why? Because it's important that there's trust and that you get what you pay for. Now, I think one of the great things of Dangote is that from a quality point of view, we can have a lot of confidence nowadays that the base quality that is there is good. But I think there's still a lot of work to do to gain more of the trust of the consumer in terms of what they get. We should not hide from that. And we should work all as an industry to make that better. I think the other thing is what's missing is probably there's no real data transparency. And I think it's important as an industry and as a business that you know what you do. If there's transparency of data, being it what's produced, what's been loaded, what's been sold, and it's real time, then data becomes reliable. Reliability of data makes us create confidence. And when you've got confidence, you're willing to invest. You're willing to do new things. So I think one of the challenges that we have in the downstream industry is that, and I applaud the NMDPRA for publishing more data, But I'm also going to say it has to become real time, not at the end of the month, I'm sorry to say. Because that will create for people that clarity that what they do, they can invest in. I think also when you think about that, and we go back to the consumer, we have to protect the consumer. You do that through fair competition. You do that through clear regulation, where everybody needs to adhere to. Yeah, so there's one regulator that everybody understands, make sure that everybody adheres to the rules. Yeah, I always say NMDPRA is the referee, and maybe the board of the NMDPRA is the VAR then nowadays. But everybody on the playing field, including ourselves and MEMA members and also NNPC, know exactly what they are. And I think that's important. Because a healthy downstream industry is good for the country. We need to realize if the downstream industry is not healthy and doesn't create value, the country suffers. And we need to realize that. And then finally, I think, if you think about the energy transition, we talked about it. Consumers want choice. They want to choose who they fill up with, and they want good customer service, good price, but also want to have choice in energy source that they take, being it CNG, being it LPG, and being it in the future also EV. I think that is where you should not underestimate that the consumer demands are also changing in that sense. And I think if we play into that, both in the consumer needs and in the transparency of how we run this industry, I think we'll create a lot of value for Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the fact that the market is like a pair of scissors. If you are going to create value, you cannot use just one blade of the scissors. You must pay attention to the two of them. And I like what you said. You must also be prepared to pay for what you get. Is there anybody in the room who is not happy that they do not have to wait in a petrol station to fill their car? When was the last time you stand on a queue? Now forget about well, let's be careful because I'm supposed to be, the market distortion. That will occur when the market is evolving. My friend, the MD for, because there's someone I've not called, the MD, Gabriel, Rain Oil. Aren't you happy that people don't have to queue to get petrol from your station?
Thank you very much. I think that is very much in the past. We've thankfully moved from a regime where in the past it's like no year passes without the country faces some kind of disruption in fuel supply in the name of fuel scarcity. We've lived through a period where the country has about 3 or 4 refineries, and those refineries were moribund for a very long time. Although in my earlier years in this industry, some of us were privileged to see those refineries actually work. But unfortunately, for a very long time, the refineries didn't work, so much so that a huge country like Nigeria had to rely on 100% importation of petroleum products. But thankfully, in the last 2 years, we've been privileged to have the advent of the Dangote refinery, which has actually been a blessing to the country and a game changer in the industry. I dare say that the downstream is going through some very serious disruption right now, like trying to find a new normal. But the truth is that the Dangote refinery, as much as it has added a lot of value to the downstream sector, the downstream players and the Dangote refinery, both of them need to come together and find a way of working together. For me, if hitherto we all used to import petroleum products into the country, but if fuel is being produced locally, it's very important that everybody prioritizes what is being produced locally. But then again, in the midst of all that, we need to talk about equity. We need to talk about pricing. Pricing has to be transparent. Listening to the chairman of MEMAN, we have to have the interest of the customer in mind. So at the end of the day, We need to come out with pricing that is equitable, that is fair to everyone, and also that is predictable, so that we don't come up with pricing that kind of disrupts the market and end up destroying value rather than creating value. But I believe that that is something which we need to work on very, very seriously and work in a very cooperative manner going forward. Now, having said that, another place where a lot of value is also being destroyed is in distribution. I mean, I look at the country and you want to move fuel from Lagos to Sokoto, for example, you do it by truck. You put a 45,000-liter truck over 1,000 kilometers. It just doesn't make sense. Nigeria we cannot supply fuel into the country 100% through trucking. Everybody's saying, oh, Dangote is saying I bought 5,000 trucks. The marketer is saying I have 1,000 trucks, I have 800 trucks. It is not efficient. This country from time is wired underground through the pipeline. A lot of us may not know it, but this country is wired 100% underground through the pipeline. There's a pipeline running from Port Harcourt Refinery to Aba. There's a pipeline running from Aba to Enugu. There's a pipeline running from Enugu to Makurdi. There's a pipeline running from Kaduna Refinery to Guzo on one side. There's a pipeline running from Kaduna Refinery to Jos to Gombe, Gombe to Yola. There's also a pipeline running from Kaduna to Kano. Then there's another pipeline running from Warri all the way to Kaduna. There's a pipeline running from Warri Refinery to Benin. There's a pipeline running from Atlas Cove to Mosimi to Ibadan to Ilorin. So the whole country is wired on the ground. Some of us were privileged to see these pipelines work. We need to go back to it. We need to find ways of injecting products through these pipelines such that you only need to move products over short distances.
Thank you.
It saves our roads, it saves the infrastructure, it creates efficiency for downstream, it reduces costs for everyone. It has worked before. We need to find a way of making it work again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, we must find a way to optimize value. Yes, that's what we have on the table here. We're on the same course. How can value be multiplied? I'm looking at my time, and I'm a timekeeper, but I still have two people that have not spoken, so I won't even have opportunity to ask questions. So I will encourage us to have less panel, less members of panel in the future. And I understand the risk, because you don't know who's going to come and who's not going to come. My friend, Mama. Is Mama here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please. And then next after him will be the MD for TotalEnergies. All right? Umar Abdullah, after him, please.
Okay.
And I think you'll be the last but not the least. Mama, over to you. Try to make your 2.5 minutes, and then we'll just have another 4 minutes to round up, except he's going to give us 10 more minutes, right? Richmond, you're going to give us 10 more minutes? All right, please go ahead.
Okay, are you asking me? Okay, thank you. For me, I think it's beyond just value creation for most of us in the refining ecosystem. I think the value has been created. We're looking at other economic development. You know, from onset, we were arguing that when you allow refineries to strive, what's going to happen is that you save effects for the country. And we can see it happening. I keep arguing that if Dangote had not come on stream, we perhaps today would have been buying $1 for 2,000 naira. It was going to be a reality, you know? And if you also look at everywhere, whether the modular refineries or the Dangote refinery, everywhere they are creating auxiliary businesses. You know, the refineries actually drive the wheels of this nation. I'm sure everyone that came here today came with a car, and you had to put fuel in that car. And the question is, where is that fuel coming from? It's coming from a refinery. to move consumer goods around and all of that, you require a refinery to refine. You know, even sometimes to cook in your homes, the LPG and all of that that is coming, they come from refineries too. So you see the value that a refinery is creating, but beyond that, it's also creating economic development. I always say that, look, when refinery survives, there will be commercialization. You commercialize a whole lot of things. People are able to move around, goods are able to move around, and so many other auxiliary businesses will also be created. So beyond the value creation, the development that refinery bring to every nation is beyond what we can see on a day-to-day basis. Then number two, I always say again that why do we obviously drill for crude? We drill for crude because refineries exist. So if we don't support the refineries to grow, to actually exist, I've argued before that we require a lot of modular refinery, just like my brother Chike has said. Why? Because before now, you have a lot of trapped crudes in the Niger Delta. The only way not to bother about piping some of those crude to areas where you can export them is to create small modular refineries. For example, our refinery is co-located with Pillar Oil. We just have a 400-meter pipeline into Pillar Oil. And that pipeline goes to Midwestern. From Midwestern, we can actually, you bring crude all the way to our refinery. The intention was to increase to 6,000 barrels. If not for the fact that we are not getting enough crude, by now, we should have been at 60,000 barrels. You know, because you actually sometimes don't need to actually export crude because our refinery can actually refine and put it into the local market and also export. The 5 refineries working in this country today, all of them, they have exported product abroad, either directly or indirectly. And what that is creating for the country is creating an avenue for FX to come into the country. And this is beyond the value that you see us creating, is also aiding economic development. So for me, we should support refineries to work in Nigeria to ensure that there is more economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Even those additional employment is part of the value creation that the downstream could add, apart from the value you get as an investor. That's what is called multiplier effect, which Chief Nwosu actually mentioned. And I like his analogy that pounded yam created a foriro indirectly, created ogbono indirectly, okra, bean soup, which is my favorite. In those days when I come from secondary school in boarding and I landed, the first thing mother will give to me is pounded yam with bean soup. And I look forward to that. Those are value additions beyond the benefit of investment. Abdullah, apology.
Okay, thank you very much. For us from TotalEnergies, talking about value creation, we are a company, we are the only multinational company that today is remaining in the Nigerian downstream sector. Dr. Obeche and co have already chased all the other players, mainly by most of the issues that were raised here. Issues of safety, issues of policies, because no investor wants to be in an environment where you don't have policies that are consistent. So we're quite excited. Today, the country has transitioned, of course, from a subsidy regime to a regime where it's being driven by private sector. There is healthy competition. And also listening to the authority chief, we've seen that, okay, many of the policies today that are embedded in the Petroleum Industry Act are going to come into execution because they worked for us in the past. Imagine a country that has been designed with 4 refineries, connecting all the 21 inland depots. It takes away all the challenges of logistics. Like I said, for us being a multinational, we keep bringing new initiative into the country. We keep bringing world-class standards in such a way that it will make this business operational, functional, and profitable. So the most important thing is that for us to continue to operate in this environment today is because as a company, we don't only believe in doing the upstream business, we believe there is a lot of value that can be taken from the downstream for us to operate over 500 stations spread all over the country with new innovations. It shows that yes, Nigeria is a country that can give a lot of volume, a lot of margins for the business. So as such, we're going to continue. This year alone, we're going to celebrate 70 years operating in the downstream. It takes a lot of courage. So in summary, definitely there is a lot of value that we see in the country, having transitioned into this private sector driven. And of course, now that, just like what Aliyu has said, with the advent of Dangote Refinery, supply and logistics will be much more efficient, and we're ready to key in to that success story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a very nice conversation, and I wish we have much more time. But capacity alone does not create value. The market is important. For now, we've got subsidy removed, and we have all of you as players. And so we have a debate. We are now in Nigeria, we have a dominant farm. What do you think the regulator can do? You know, at times authoritarianism is good. I've been given 10 minutes without any democratic. I just got a paper that says I have 10 minutes more. Clap for. Please, no, that's not good now. Please recognize him. So listen, we don't have more time. But I want you to take 1 minute, because that will give me, that will give me about 40 minutes. I want you to speak to that. The emerging petroleum downstream and midstream market structure is oligopoly. Oligopoly, few players, and there's a dominant market participant. I want you to suggest to the regulator, what can he do? What can they do to ensure efficiency, effectiveness, ethics, and equity? I call it PWI equal. Efficiency in the market, effectiveness of the use of resource allocation, ethics in terms of transparency between the regulator of the market and the participant in the market, and fairness between consumers and suppliers and individual participants. We don't have time. Give him an advice. How do you avoid market concentration, where a dominant player dictates the price, which PIA opposes? EVP, don't be afraid. Tell the regulator what you want. Thank you. And then after him, just like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Regulator, listen to the advice.
I think so. I declared that the ace of NMDPRA is my senior brother. So I'm talking to the general public, excluding him. I think in markets like this, there will always be that one brave soul that will take that first step, will take that first risk, and then set the base upon which growth will come if that opportunity exists. And that's what we have seen literally with Dangote, right? He has taken that plunge and he has taken that risk. Everything in terms of fairness is about policy and policy creation, and more importantly, is about opportunity. What is the opportunity in the country that will convince investors to come in and put their money to, creating refineries and things like that? For us, for example, in NNPC, we're also investing quite heavily in condensate refineries, which we have been doing, and we're really progressing that forward because we see that opportunity. And we see where consumption also becomes in itself an opportunity. So it's the policies that will drive it, the market opportunities that will support it. But if I may just digress for 1 second, when Mr. Gabriel was talking about pipelines across the country, I saw the MD pipeline and storage for NNPC smiling. And I'll tell you why he was probably smiling. We are very emotional about our assets. Unfortunately, I'm not. But we're very emotional about our assets. We have over 5,200 kilometers of pipeline. The utilization, available utilization currently is 3%. Because we forget as people that some of these pipelines were laid 50 years ago. No maintenance. Some of our right-of-ways have been built up. They've gone from breaking pipelines to steel product to actually stealing the pipeline itself. Every week, is that right, MD? Every week, every month, we're having to send security to secure these pipelines. So there's a realism that needs to be understood, right? These pipelines that we talk about are fantastic in right-of-ways, and yes, we must address the opportunity that they bring as pipeline to reduce cost of delivering energy at the end of the day. But in terms of availability today, those pipelines are historical, most of them. Okay, what we have as value, you go to, in fact, we saw one of the right-of-ways in the last report, MD, where an entire estate has been built across the right-of-way. So it doesn't exist.
EVP has taken 40% of my 10 minutes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify, because I think, again, information is very, very critical, and understanding is also very, very important. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
And the MD Retail has allocated me his own. So
okay, so I can jump in. Please, MD Retail, come on, give us your 1 minute quick.
Sorry, I'll have to fight you on that because I'm here as Memon and not as NNPC Retail. So I'm going to do whatever I need to do. So no, but two things. I think the NMDPRA can help us to create a customer-focused, customer-first agenda in Nigeria. Yeah, which I truly believe, and we truly believe as MEM, can transform the downstream sector and delivering value to the market and create a resilient, competitive, and trusted industry. But I think also NMDPRA, and we said it creates transparency. Yeah, it needs to be clear that it's rules-based. Not an easy task. But if you are the one that indeed regulates the industry, then we trust you to do that wisely, fairly, and also make sure that in that sense it's in the interest of the consumer of Nigeria and all Nigerians. So we're looking forward to look at our new referee and making sure we all play along the game. And then finally, I said it before, transparency. Let's just share data and make it real, because that creates trust. Trust creates confidence, and then this industry will have a great future. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Obi.
Well, let me just, Gabriel has started by saying that there is a bit of market distortion within the downstream sector. A lot of us have lost so much in terms of where we're coming from. We're all happy for Dangote, and he has done so well. Putting up such infrastructure is a game changer. And but at the same time, I think that there is a bit of leadership that is lacking, either from the government or from the regulator or from the... So we need that leadership to come in so that whatever it is, they should be able to play that, so that you have mentioned that the monopoly or the fairness across the board. I don't think that we have any intention, because the issue has been that there has to be some imports. Nigeria cannot continue to import petroleum products when the refinery is there. But all what we are asking for is that, please, the Dangote refinery is there. We are all there to complement his efforts to play it on together, and so that he will be able to carry us along and be fair. So the regulator, NMDPRA, please, we would want you to play your role as a regulator so that every other person can be able to do the job and be able to get value for the investment that we have put on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The regulator is a soccer referee, and he needs to blow the whistle if there's anything that is distorting the market.
So mine is very quick. Thank you very much for the regular workshops you're now holding with modular refiners and other downstream people. I attended one today in your office. I think that is very good for the communication. 3 areas we'd like you to intervene in under the PIA: the domestic crude supply obligation, the domestic gas supply obligation. It's now for the Commission, but since you are directly involved in managing the enabling environment for refineries and gas processing plants, I think the authority needs to get involved in that area. Last but not the least, AFRI5. Walk that journey with our modular refineries, because if we can't walk that journey together with you, with some flexibility, we're dead on arrival. Thank you.
Godwin, over to you, please.
Yes. In 2015, Ghana experimented the idea of taking subsidies completely from our downstream conversation. The only thing that we subsidize now is premise for our fisher folks. For diesel and petrol, it is the market that does the work. And what we have done is that by the use of data, we're able to put out there everything that goes into the pricing. The idea is that for the oil marketing companies that we have in the country, we also do not want them to engage in predatory pricing, because that has the tendency of also wiping out key players within the downstream. So what we do in Ghana is that we have a floor price within which you cannot sell. And the idea is to help position the industry and provide the needed support, regulatory support. Because once you allow people to do below, they will undersell and they will sell below prices that will wipe out competitors from the industry. And so I strongly believe that these are experiences that we can always share. Because the experience we had in 2015 is that because the government was providing subsidies and we are not able to pay the subsidies on time, we had a situation where there were queues at our various fuel stations. And to avoid that, we have fully deregulated the whole idea of pricing to allow market forces to help us with it. And it has provided a robust, resilient downstream sector over the period.
Thank you. Are you still doing your, it's a rhetorical question, so don't bother to answer. Are you still doing your price modulation? Mama, over to you. Ghana, are you still doing your price modulation? Rhetorical question.
Is it me you're asking?
No, not you.
Okay.
I'm asking you to give your advice.
Okay. Okay. I think for me, what I want to say now is actually not meant to offend anyone, so nobody should take offense.
Please don't.
You see, capitalism is never fair. And it's like when in the ocean, a bigger fish will always chop up the smaller fish. So when you create a capitalist environment, then players, they begin to probably antagonize themselves. So in a situation where we are today in Nigeria, mostly we that are refiners, we are caught in between the upstream and the downstream people. So when we go upstream, they say we are not fair. When we come downstream, they say we are not fair. Because upstream, they will say, oh, they don't want to sell their crude to us, they want to export. They want willing buyer, willing seller. They say the DCSO, the domestic crude obligation, is not for them. Then when you go around, you hustle, you try to do everything you can do to even get a little crude, then to sell becomes a problem. The man on the downstream says, okay.
Look at that red light too.
Okay, the man that says this. Anyway, ultimately, what I want to say is that it's about engagement. And we hope as Quran to continue to engage the authority to find a way for an equitable market.
Thank
you. I think they have an institution, empowerment with PIA. They will address it. It's not about him. It's about the power of the institution called the Petroleum Authority. That's what they have. And they can help you. Next, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to ride on what the regulator himself have said, Engineer Seydou Mohammed, when he was making his keynote address. He said it was going to be fair, but it was also going to be firm. And that's all what I encourage him to do. Be fair and be firm. Because you have a market which you have rightly called an oligopoly. You now have a market that is not a market of equals. So in that kind of situation, there's nothing the regulator needs as much as, being able to act as a referee without fear or favor. I just want to draw a parallel. A few years ago, I was listening to a news item. Elon Musk, who is the chairman or the CEO of Tesla and practically the richest man in the US, he sent a tweet on Tesla and New York Stock Exchange sanctioned him. I mean, they didn't have any fear about who the personality is or what his position is because they are the regulators. They say, sorry, you can't do this. And that's what you expect of a regulator. A regulator should be fair, but they should be firm regardless of who the player is. Thank you very much.
Please. Next, please. Thank you. I don't want to leave anybody out.
So, quickly for me, I think for the regulator, the market is looking forward to this same issue of pricing controls. We're looking for issue, of course, to drive our clean energy today. We really look forward to having quality fuels that will be coming out of our refinery in terms of sulfur content, and this is something that really needs to be looked at to ensure that, of course, we reduce the sulfur content in our fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Okay, just 3 quick points. In terms of what the regulator needs to do about the industry structure, is to ensure that the first mover succeeds and prospers. Because investing in Africa is very difficult. Somebody, as the EVP said, took the risk of jumping in and making the difficult investment. Globally, people are not investing in refineries, but somebody did it. But if that person is seen to have succeeded and prospered, others will come in, and then you won't have an oligopoly anymore. The second point is that we must all recognize, I think the point my chairman made, the current chairman, one key factor of capitalism is creative destruction. And we're in that phase at the moment in the refining industry globally. There are trends in terms of consumers, with EVs. There are trends in terms of large-scale mega refineries that are being built. And as a result, the industry is going through turmoil globally. 3 refineries in Europe are shutting down. 3 in the US are shutting down. So that turmoil will have a period of turmoil, but it will settle after some time. And then finally, the most important thing to look at when it comes to the issue of oligopoly is what is happening to the consumer. Is the consumer being shortchanged? And if you look at it, before and after Dangote, I don't think you can say the consumer has been shortchanged. Today, we have higher quality fuel being sold at a lower price. I was in Saudi just last month, and I was surprised to see a liter of PMS is retailing for 2.9 reals, which is about 1,100 naira. In Nigeria, it is much cheaper. So really, the consumer at the end of the day is actually better off because they are getting higher value products, low sulfur, low MMT at better prices.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's recognize them. I'm going to yield my time, but I want you to recognize one thing. It's about institutional power. It's not about him. And that's what the authority needs to exercise. The perfect market does not exist in Nigeria, so you need a regulator. In closing, there's bound to be market failure because the downstream market and midstream market in Nigeria is anti-competitive. Yes, and every player has the right to play in the market. That is the essence of their existence. Let us agree to cooperate. Let us recognize that the ability of the market to deliver value, because the market is anti-competitive, rests on an institutional power called the Nigerian Petroleum Authority. And the moment you are able to talk to him, not go seeking support from the public, the market will fail if you don't depend on the regulator to do the right thing. And you are depending on the public, seeking their sympathy. That's what I've seen you all are doing. In fact, that's the reason why they invited me to moderate this panel. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speak your mind. The market is important.
Thank you very much. Just give me a second. Remain seated. Ladies, can I have my plaques? Can I respectfully ask Mr. Domingo Mba Esono, sir, you present the plaques to them. Please, if you can join me, sir, to present the plaques. This is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons of Equatorial Guinea, who's representing the President at this conference. Please come, sir, and present for us. Where are my plaques? We'll begin with our moderator. Let's give our moderator his plaque. Thank you very much. Professor Emeritus Professor Wumi Ile-Dare. Thank you very much. Okay. Then we'll go to EVP Downstream, Mr. Mumuni Dagazao. All right, let's, thank you, Prof. You're next. EVP, you're next. Thank you very much. All right, Chairman Meman will be next. Mr. Stockman. Thank you. Next will be Miss Obi, GMD Techno Oil. Thank you very much. Next will be Mr. Mosu. Yeah. Next will be Mr. Tameklo Esquire, our brother from Ghana. Mr. Oyerekwa will be next. Mr. Oyerekwa will be next. Dr. Ogwechie would come after Mr. Oyerekwa. Next will be Mr. Umar. Next will be Mr. Umar. Yes, and next after Mr. Umar will be Mr. Suleiman. Mr. Suleiman, you're next. And then Ace Engineer Mohammed. Engineer Mohammed, you will be receiving the final plaque for this session. Ace, please, if you can come receive your plaque. Please, can we allow the Ace come through? Photographers, let's allow our guy come through. He's coming, sir. He's coming. Thank you, Your Excellency, for doing us the honor. Thank you, Your Excellency. All right. They will take a family photo. Just join them for the photo. Yes. You come late. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when they come and give them. Please, when they get back to the audience, allow them take their seats. Or those that want to proceed to the VIP room, allow them proceed because we're going over to the next panel. Kunle Stevenson, please. Prof, you're in this picture. Prof, take the picture. Kunle Stevenson, if you're within the sound of my voice, give it to them. Are you done, photographers? Please give them one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Allow them take their seats. Allow them take their seats. Please allow them take their seats in the audience. Please allow them take their seats. Please allow them take their seats. Allow them take their seats. Please allow them take their seats in the audience. Allow them take their seats in the audience. Please allow them take their seats. 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 Please allow them take their seats. Please allow them take their seats. Allow them take their. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Organa, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seat. Bros, allow them take their seat, please. Oga, just go take your seats. Just, I beg, take your seat. Please take your seats. 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 Please allow them take their seats, please. Please. We'll have time for networking a little later. Let's run through with just 2 more sessions and we're done. Let's run through. Please take your seats. Let's allow the ace take his seat, please. Allow the ace take his seat. Please allow the ace take his seat. Innovating for Energy Security, Technology and Innovation Forum is what we're looking at now. Can we allow them take their seats, please? Let's allow Mr. Suleiman take his seat. Please allow them take their seats, please. These instructions are simple now. You can network with them later. I beg you, in the name of God, please allow them take their seats. I need to start the next session right now. One of the challenges of what I do is everybody wants a little time, and at the end of the day, I have all the other time to deal with. You get a little time, you proceed to other things, but we'll have all the other time to manage. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me begin by welcoming our panelists to their seats. First off, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Midwestern Oil and Gas Limited, Engineer Elozino Olaniyan. She's represented on this panel by the CFO of the company. I'd like to welcome Mr. Kayode Olatunbosun. Mr. Tunbosun, you're welcome to your seat on the panel. Alhaji Ahmed Galadima Aminu is the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive of PTDF. The second one, sir. He's not here. I'm told he's represented, but for some interesting reason. Okay. Olayinka Agbola, please welcome. A GM. You see, if I didn't know they had mentioned the female before, I would have said Mrs. Olayinka. Can you imagine that? But thank God I know you. Thank God I know you. All right. Continuing is the Regional Head, Aviva Select West Africa. Please welcome Engineer Shafa Dirisu. Engineer Dirisu, you are welcome to your seats on the podium. Please a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Joining them on the panel, I'd like to welcome Dr. Abiodun Ogunjobi, FNAPI, Group Chief Technical Officer, Pan Ocean Oil Corporation and New Cross Group of Companies. You're welcome. On the panel as well is General Manager Development and Subsurface for Renaissance Africa Energy Company, Engineer Ahimen Agunloye. You're welcome. On the panel is Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Peggy's Global Services. I'd like to welcome Engineer George Iwo. Judge, you're welcome to your seat. He's here. Please welcome our panelists with a warm applause. Thank you very much. Also on the panel is Chief Technical Officer for Aradel Holdings PLC, Dr. Ebenezer Agi. Dr. Agi, you are welcome to your seat on the panel. Our moderator for this panel is Chairman, SPE International Nigeria Council. Please welcome Engineer Francis Nwoche. Can I respectfully, very respectfully ask all those who are standing around the door, exit door, to please take their seat or proceed to the other side of the room. Please, those around the door, please. You can proceed to the exhibition floor or take your seat in the room. Please keep moving, keep moving. The downstream people want to go and refine crude for the marketers to sell. Allow them, please. Thank you very much. Engineer Francis Nwoche, your time starts now, sir.
Thank you very much, Richmond. And I want to say I'll stand on existing protocols. I want to welcome everyone to this session titled Innovation for Energy Security. It's really going to be an exciting time, I believe, and we're going to make it more practical. That's the way it's going to be. So I want to, of course, thank the audience for being here. I know that maybe you may be feeling sleepy. I'll let you know that I won't let you sleep. I know a few people here. I will call you by name and tell you that, and maybe ask you a question, so please be attentive. I want to thank our outstanding panelists that have come with diverse expertise and perspectives. I'll also like to appreciate my own company, Chevron Nigeria Limited, for the opportunity. I always say that they're the company, the global energy company, most admired for its people, partnership, and performance. Please remember that. So basically, we're going to be talking about the energy technology and innovation as a whole. We're going to be looking at AI, look at digital operations, CCUS, hydrogen, supergrids, and other emerging technologies that can enhance the efficiency, sustainability, and competitiveness across our energy value chain. One thing I will do, I will not really waste much of your time. I'll go straight into the meat of the crux of the matter, and I'll go straight to our panelists. And I will go to Mr. Kayode as the first person. And basically, we'll run like this across with the first question, which is, how is your company integrating digital technologies and AI to optimize operations, optimize your production, and to enhance energy security across the value chain in your company?
Right. Thank you very much. I'm Kayode Olatubosun once again. I'm the CFO of Midwestern. It's important to mention that Midwestern has been around for over 2 decades now. And in the last 20 years or so, I can say that from the class of the 2003 marginal field operators, that our company is by far the most successful. I've drilled over 25 wells, produced over 60 million barrels of oil, and I've built state-of-the-art infrastructure as well, also enabling other producers within our cluster to unlock value by taking their crude to the export terminal. So in addition to being a responsible upstream player, we also do operate a 51-kilometer pipeline that unlocks value for those producing within our cluster to enable them send their crude to the export terminal at 4 Kedos. And why did I say this? I mean, it's important to mention that, for you to have done this for over 2 decades successfully, you must have deployed technology. So the question is, what exactly are we doing as Midwestern? First off, I would say that we have a pragmatic approach when it comes to deployment of technology, right? We are not just going to deploy technology for technology's sake. We essentially deploy technology in a value-accretive manner. So number one is in the area of monitoring the performance, of our wells and our operation. We do have a state-of-the-art SCADA system, right, that is well embedded within our ERP. And our ERP is tech-enabled, right, and AI-enabled as well. I would not want to mention the name of the ERP because I don't want to be marketing for the tech companies. But that works very well. And why do we have that? We have that, to ensure that we are proactive, right? And because that works very well, we've seen tremendous improvement, in production stability. We've seen reduction in deferment, and, it's clear value accretion, right? Secondly is in the area of subsurface modeling. We do deploy technologies there as well, right? So in subsurface modeling and also reinterpretation of legacy seismic data, right? And what that does for us is, with that in place, instead of spending heavy upfront capex, we essentially do our studies using technology to reduce upfront capex and optimize our return on capital employed, right? And on the pipeline, which I'd mentioned earlier, we also do have advanced drone technologies to support what the guys on ground are doing. And with that, we've been able to bring down losses from highs of over 10% to today at less than 1%. And that's the value.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll go over to you, Mr. Bola. Please tell us the wonderful things that DF is doing.
Thank you very much. As you all know, PTDF is the agency of government that is responsible for building capacities in the oil and gas industry. And we have been doing a lot in that area using 3 different approaches. We have human capacity building, we have institutional capacity building, and then we also have research and development activities. Under the human capacity building, we conduct a lot of training. We have our overseas scholarship scheme and also our in-country scholarship schemes, where we train young Nigerians, at the master's and PhD levels, in areas that are very, very relevant to the activities of the oil and gas industry. And for overseas scholarship scheme, we, send people to some of the best schools in UK, in Europe, and in Asia, where they are exposed to some of the best research facilities to conduct their master's program and their PhD programs, And I can tell you, if you do a check even around this hall, you will see a lot of people who have been previous scholars of PTDF or who have benefited a lot from the training that PTDF has done. And specifically on the area of emerging technologies, our scholarship schemes now actually train people in that area, and then we have specialized training that we are about running right now for young Nigerians to benefit from training in the area of artificial intelligence, in the area of blockchain technology, data analytics, automation, and digitalization. And that training will commence very soon, where we are going to pick people from all the different states in the country, and they will benefit from that training, which also has certification. The training will be done at the Digital Bridge Institute. So we are going to empower a lot of Nigerians to have to acquire, skills in these areas of emerging technology. And then talking about the institutional capacity building, PTDF has set up 2 different centers of excellence right now. We have the College for Petroleum and Energy Studies in Kaduna, as well as the Center for Skills Development and Training in Port Harcourt. These training institutions have been set up to provide training opportunities for Nigerians as part of our own domesticating efforts. Most of the training that we do abroad now, we would, once these institutions take off fully, the plan is to make sure that this training are now being done in Nigeria. And through that means we can actually save a lot of foreign exchange that will have been expended in sending people abroad for those training.
Excellent.
And, research, we have endowment programs in different universities in areas that are very, very relevant and related to oil and gas operations. And these research programs have been going on for years. It has produced a lot of patents. We've acquired a lot of patent certifications through those research efforts. We also have the oil and gas research grant competition, where we encourage people from the industry and people from the academia to come together and set up research groups and then apply, send us proposals, which we screen. And then at the end of the day, we give out research grants for them to conduct researches in different areas that actually provide solutions to the activities of the oil and gas industry.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You know, I did take one of the PTDF exams, but I won't tell you how the results went. And then I know that SP is partnering with PTDF to carry students to look at emerging technologies. So I know they're doing quite a lot there. Thank you very much, sir. So I'll move on to you, Engineer Shafe.
Thank you very much. My name is Shafe Dirisu. I work for Aviva Select West Africa. So regarding the technology we are discussing about, we developed the technology, and we have over 170 technology that is currently in use. Then my company, Aviva, is over 45 years old, and we cut across every corner in this world. So when you talk about technology, it resides in us. So we bring what is needed, we address customer pain points, and we ensure that no stone is unturned. I would just address few out of 175 so that you have a clear idea what we are doing and how we have been helping industries for design, operate, and optimize. Recently, there was a success story that was announced by LNG for digital twin, how digital twin has helped them to eliminate losses, resolve downtime, and maximize production. So the digital twin is one of our solutions. Once you have it, you are able to assess your facilities right from your system. If, for example, you want a measurement in your facilities, you don't need to go to the facility directly in order to get the dimension that is required. It also helps you to enhance your asset performance. For example, it minimizes or completely cut down the downtime, because there is a solution we also call asset performance management, where you have the prescriptive analytics, you have the descriptive analytics. This software is able to identify the likely period an equipment is going to fail. So instead of embarking on reactive measure, you go for proactive measure to completely minimize your downtime. So we also have a wonderful software which we call E3D, which is majorly used for complex designs. Some of the designs you see by the IOCs are being executed using E3D. So we are doing wonderfully well in the industry, and most of the IOCs you see in these countries and all the manufacturers, the food and bevs, the mining and metals, they deploy our licenses, and we have a lot of testimonies around. So I also advise that if peradventure you are here, you do not have access to our solutions, we can talk after this session, And if you are also here, you are still collecting data by analog, you are sending operators to collect data from the feed. We are in the era of digitalization where AI has enabled to help you in maximizing your production. So I urge you to look at our booths and get some information to help your production, to help your manufacturing line in order to enhance your production. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If you want to see him, you have to go through me. Please note that. So I'll move over to you, Dr. Gunjobi, please.
All right, thank you very much. For us at Panocean Nucleus, we are very intentional about innovation and technology. And that's why in our organization, we have a dedicated research and data analytics team. We leverage on technology to achieve operational excellence in our source surface exploration, production optimization, and understanding of our reservoir heterogeneities. So for us in Panocean and Nucleus, we don't just look at data, we automate data. And why this is important is because upstream industries, we always have that challenges of achieving operational excellence in our operations. Because of the large volume of data that we have to deal with, it takes a lot of time to process those data in order to make an informed decision. And this is very germane when you have assets that are still being operated by spreadsheet and manual processes. So taking decision is always difficult. And most of the time we have off-the-shelf application, just like my last speaker, that can provide this solution. But the problem is that most of the time there are always gaps in adoption of this software because they are not customized to the operational reality of the asset or the company. So in order to build this gap, we have our research and data analytics team that develop tailor-made solutions to our operations. We operate an asset that you can imagine the first well was drilled in 1958. So that tells you the aging nature of those assets. So asset integrity is very germane for us. We have to monitor our flow line, our processes to ensure that we are very predictive in our maintenance culture and not reactive to enable us to prepare ahead of time for the next milestone intervention and avoid unnecessary downtime. In crude evacuation, we provided technology in having an eye in the sky to be able to monitor an efficient evacuation of crude from our facility and also adjacent facility to the Bonny terminal. You can imagine having an asset that have been able to evacuate over 1,000 vessels, cumulative to about 52 million barrels today without a single LTI. So it is an intervention that technologies are enabled for us to have an eye in the sky, and we also have a ground troop that can intentionally mobilize to solve any intervention that may happen on the operation. So technology for us is scalable. It has been adopted in all our assets, and that is why it's very easy for engineers and managers to view data together in the same operational cycle and be able to make an informed real-time decision. So we are intentional about it, and we customize our solution, and we are also going to develop more in our asset integrity management, just as we have had in our asset management system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. So I'll go over to Engineer Hime. Please help us out here.
No, thanks. And first of all, good afternoon. Thanks to NIS for always inviting me to speak on the panel. I think before I go into Renaissance, it's quite interesting that we always talk about technology in all these conferences. But if you look at the data, the oil and gas industry is actually the least advanced when it comes to technology. Like if you look at industries like the automobile industry, like Google, companies like Google, Amazon, we are way behind In fact, we're almost archaic when it comes to technology adoption. What the gentleman mentioned, I still remember 20 years ago or 21 years ago when I joined the industry. I was a well-site PE, and I was always asked to go collect pressure and temperature data. Honestly, I manually had to climb up to the facilities to collect it. Like, by the time it gets to noon, I'm exhausted, right? And then I just start copying and pasting the pressure data without actually, collecting it. And that's the honest truth, because after a while, there's only so much you can do under the sun, and that's the data that the whole company will rely on when they're trying to optimize. So I think the call on the need to use technology is no longer sort of a conference conversation. The need is key. Now, if I move to Renaissance in particular, we're currently producing about 250,000 barrels of oil, but the intent is to grow to 500,000 barrels by 2030. In fact, I can't remember which panel I said 2030 is just 4 years away. So we're talking about doubling production in 4 years. So in my role as GM Development and Subsurface, right, the task is how many projects can you mature in the next 3 to 4 years that can double production? There's no way, there's no number of people I would employ that will be able to do that without the application of technology. So for me, I break the story into 3 parts. I think the first part is, how can we quickly find the oil and gas? How can we use advanced seismic technology, advanced interpretation? Like, there has to be a way where we just send seismic down, the data comes in. In fact, as you're acquiring, at the same time you're interpreting and you're telling you where the oil is. So Renaissance has really moved very far, quite advanced in terms of our application of modern seismic and 4D and AI and machine learning to get there. But honestly, we are not where we need to be in terms of finding the oil and truly quickly interpreting the oil. So that's the first step, find it. The next step is, how do you quickly get it into production? I can honestly and transparently tell you that still, we look at each project one at a time. How many wells do I need? How much facility do I need? It takes an engineer a very long time. And to be honest, a lot of the oil in where they sit are quite replicable, right? So there are easy ways you can standardize and come with modular systems where we can quickly develop this oil and hook them up. So really, it's find it, how quickly can you get that oil into the tank? And then the third part of it is really about what I call optimizing, right? So while you produce oil and gas, there's a lot of system bottlenecks. You really don't know if your wells are producing at the optimal capacity. So when people talk about digital twin, I think there's a lot to do with digital twin. So in Renaissance, we've adopted digital twin, but I think we can do a lot more, right? Really, what you want is, you want to be behind your desk or even at home, having a cup of coffee, and then you're looking at your reservoir and you're asking, which wells do I need to improve? Which wells do I need to increase? And a simple phone call, talking to the guys on the field, and real time, you increase the well, you increase the production. So to me, it's really in 3 parts: finding the gas and oil, truly hooking them up, and optimizing it. And our ability to apply technology across these 3 areas is the only way we're going to get there in terms of producing to our capacity.
Thank you very much. That's coming from SP-related person I know. A phrase I always use in my office a lot of times. I say, anything that is repeatable can be automated. Anything that's repeatable can be automated. And when you think that way, digital, just think through your entire company. Anything that you do constantly can be automated. So I'll move over to Engineer Dr. George Wo.
All right, so once more, I want to thank the organizers of NICE for this invitation. This is the second time, and I'm happy to be in your panel. While I said that, I am excited about this topic, energy technology and innovations, because as PEGI's Global Services Limited, we have decided to be intentional of ensuring that we apply technology in the energy we use and be innovative in how we use them. And this has played out in several ways. Last year, when I was here, similar questions did come, and I guess it's because of the innovative policies and implementations we have adapted that have brought that. And I had a lot of followers, because of that. And I'm happy that some are giving testimonies now. So in PEGIS, we have looked at, we are not a producing company, we are a servicing company, so we need to live at our leverage, what we have. And so we have looked at it. How can we make sure that power is sustainable? How can we use energy to be efficient and ensure that we are actually progressive in it? And we looked at what is the first issue. First of all, our power supply, as you all know, is quite epileptic. in this country, wherever you are. And I came to realize that even in Aso Rock, they have issues like that. So that has actually caused some degree of downtime. And that sometimes makes us to not to be able to be innovative and be technologically driven to achieve what we want to achieve at the time that we want to achieve. So we went to the drawing board and had an R&D on what we can do. Luckily, with the intention of some of our partners, we came with what we call the wind turbine. And I'm sure some of you would have heard this, but I'm saying it again. There is a wind turbine being applied in my company now, which works alongside with the solar. So while we have the generator in there trying to make sure that we have power, we also have the solar being installed. Unfortunately, from where I come from, the south-south, you realize that we have a lot of rainfall in there, so there's not much sunshine like you have in Sokoto or in Abuja, as the case may be. So we have to say, this solar does not supply the much needed sustainability in order for us to be able to have constant power to do our job. What do we do? And then that has to go back again to R&D, and we have to discover the wind turbine. So early last year, we installed the first wind turbine. And when we started with a 10 kVA solar panel with a charge controller all input. Then we started with a 5 kVA wind turbine. And now that's integrated into the solar panel such that they both charge themselves at the same time. And when it happens, you have a better charging model from the charge controller. And that gives us a better charging model that the batteries are being optimized and we're able to have sustained power longer than expected. And from the design that we did, we could have between 0.2 to 1 kV production from the wind turbine. And that really helped us for quite a while. And we said, oh, this is good. So if the wind is good, and the direction of the wind is where the wind turbine is facing, we do have a maximum supply of current being interpreted in the inverter that gives us more power supply. And when we realized this was good, sometime last year, we had to install another 5 kVA on it. So we have 10 kVA wind turbine supplied in line, working accordingly and consecutively with the solar panels and giving power to the inverter. That has given us plus or minus 1.6 to 2 kilowatts every hour as far as we have good wind. That is innovative. That was technology. We applied that, and when we apply that today, we are proud to say that we are like a sample that people are looking forward to, and we're living with our means, and we allow the generator to rest at most times. That is not all. We are working also with our partners to see how we get an inbuilt 3-in-1 system. When I mean 3-in-1, we have the solar, we have the wind, and we have a self-propelling charging system that comes in it, inbuilt like in a house. So it's just like instead of having a big generator house, you have that inbuilt house right in there in your workshop or in your facility, and it does this 3-in-1 all installed. And that is something we're working on. We're hoping that in the next 1 or 2 years, it's going to come to limelight and you will hear about it. So the most important thing here is we all need to be innovative. And we all need to make sure that we are able to supply power to be self-sustained with it. Because unless we do that, we will run out of power, we'll run out of energy. And this is one thing Pegis is doing as a service company, and we are proud we are doing that gladly. Thank you.
Thank you for that practical example. And over to you, Dr. Benizage, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon to everyone, my colleagues. I think the advantage of being the last speaker is that everybody says what you're supposed to say. All right. So I'm going to take it from the point of view of what we do in Aradel that is a bit unique. I mean, you all know our story. And for technology for us, technology deployment is not just about the fancy technologies, the new technologies, AIs and all that. For us, it must make sense. It must create value. And it must align with our strategic priority. Right. So we do have, I mean, these, you know our story. We farmed into a field that was assessed to have a resource base of 5 million barrels. That's everything in place. No gas. And that's our flagship asset. It will interest you to know that as at August, I think 18th of last year, we clocked 20 years in that same small asset that was supposed to be 5 million barrels, and we've produced over 35 million barrels from that same asset. The question is, how did you do it? It's technology. Now, it's not the fancy technology because you have to make use of the technology you have before you start looking at what are the enablers. What will this new technology do for you, right? So delivering marginal field, so to say, we've come to master it. And we've come to adopt the technologies that we think are novel or out of the box thinking. The last panel that sat here talked about thinking out of the box, doing things differently. We discovered that, yes, we thought this was an oil field, but it turns out to also have significant volume of gas. So what do? We got to the point where we can use one well, the same well, produce oil from it, and produce gas from it. It wasn't the norm. Typically, you want to drill an oil well and drill a gas well and all that. So if you can, marginal thinking, use one well to do those two. And I want to tell you that we're going to the next level now where we want to produce gas, we want to produce oil, and we want to inject water in the same one well. That design is on the table as I speak. And we'll be implementing it this year. So it's about creating value. The technology you're deploying must create value for us, and it must align with our strategic priority. We do have 4 pillars that drives everything we do. First is growth resource development. The second one is growth. The third one is operational excellence. And the fourth one is innovation. Innovation. So some of these out-of-the-box thinking are innovative. And we don't have to wait for the Google guys to give us, it's the guys working on the shop floor that will come with such innovations. There's been innovations with operators who turn these valves and say, guys, if we do A, B, C, D differently, we will get a different result, and then we deploy that. That's how we're applying technology. And that's how we've gotten the kind of result that you have seen so far, where we've really matured. One of the first speaker talked about ERP. Again, like him, I won't mention it, but we deployed that, intentionally. Our digital transformation journey started 3 years ago. We deployed ERP to the point where it's affected and transformed the way we do business, our processes, from finance to HR to supply chain to operation, everything transformed. And our suppliers are here, or vendors, you get on the platform, everything is automated. That is technology. That allows us to, work on data, improve the data, and make informed decision. That's what you want to get from technology, and that's what you do.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I think that's a cue that my time is up. Yeah. I'm just 10% of what I want to say, but I'll let you go.
Thank you. One thing that we ensured that all the speakers, first of all, speak is to make sure that you go home with that understanding that you need to think that technology. And I like what Dr. Agbe said. I'll give you some expo, as we say in Nigeria. In my office wall, I always have one, I call it the problem triangle. You have a problem, you have the technology, and you have the value creation. If those 3 don't tie in, you can't deploy that technology. So now we have very little time. I don't know if I can let you all speak. I'll start again from Mr. Kayode, maybe like 30 seconds. I'll ask you, what role should operators like Midwestern play in partnering with government and tech providers?
I'll make it very fast. First of all, with respect to partnering with tech providers, personally, what I would want to advocate for is that when you look at Nigeria today, we are losing a lot of our engineers to fintech, right? And my friend from Renaissance just mentioned that, our industry is lagging. So there's a need for us to put a lot in terms of, R&D. It's extremely important so that the way we have built an indigenous oil and gas industry, we can also build a technology or a tech-enabled oil and gas sector, right? So it's about training our people and also advocating that the government and the industry invest more in R&D. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that leads me to our next speaker, Mr. Bola. What gaps in skills and R&D does PTDF see as critical barriers to Nigeria adopting emerging technologies?
Yeah, thank you. There are a number of gaps which is affecting the R&D and not enabling us to get full value from our research efforts. One of those gaps is inadequacy of research infrastructure, research facilities, such as analytical laboratories. We lack these state-of-the-art analytical laboratories that you actually need to conduct analysis for research. And we found out that most times, most of the analysis that are being done are sent abroad. It's expensive, and then you also have long turnaround times to send the products abroad and then get it back and all that. So, and that is why PTDF has decided to set up state-of-the-art analytical laboratories in the country, and we are doing a pilot schemes to set up two for a start, one in the southern part of the country and one in the northern part of the country. And we believe that by the time you have this, it will actually go a long way in
Please, a round of applause.
Supporting research efforts. The other issue is there's depth of capacity for incubating and commercialization of research outputs. A lot of researches have been done in the country that's come out with very useful products, but the facilities to incubate these research findings and translate them into deployable technologies in the oil and gas industry, it is really not there. So PTDF, through its centers of excellence, our plan is to turn these centers of excellence into innovation hubs where research ideas, research outputs can be further developed and incubated so as to translate them to the point of commercialization.
Thank you.
And in doing that, we are also working with different partners like the NNPC Research and Technology Innovation.
Okay.
We are also working with Triple Helix Nigeria Group. We're working with the National Board for Technology Incubation, yes, which has developed, they have developed a model which they launched sometimes in October last year in UK for translating, research products to the point of commercialization.
Thank you very much.
And sorry.
I have to, so that they have time for the others. Okay.
It's instructive to know that that particular model which they developed, it caught the attention of the Commonwealth Secretariat, and now the Commonwealth Group wants to adopt that model for implementation in the 56 member countries of the Commonwealth. So we're going to be working with the MBTI to see how that same model can be used and deployed for commercializing some of our own research efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Engineer Shafa. So I'll ask you, how can technology providers like Aviva collaborate with local players to bring about customized solutions?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, we develop these technology solutions, and there is a strategy we have put in place, which we call Catch Them Young. I won't measure the number of universities we are discussing with, but I can assure you that we are discussing with so many universities. Some, we have established a center where we started like a virtual campus where you have access to meet with other experts worldwide. It's like a mini campus where you go, you learn, depending your areas that you want to develop yourself. So based on what my colleagues have said here, we can also partner and see what we can do together so that the technology will be right home, so that our engineers will be aware and be acquainted on what they need to know regarding Aviva. So I can categorically tell you and to let you know that Aviva has done wonderfully well. Part of our solutions, I wouldn't also mention names, Most of the IOCs you see, they have our solutions. And like I also said, we have more than 174 solutions, and we are
Okay.
doing well in the industry.
Thank you very
And we are
much.
available to partner with any research center in Nigeria in order to develop our engineers.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Gunjobi. So how can AI-driven predictive maintenance and digital operations reduce downtime in your assets and other assets across?
Okay, so AI is here with us, whether we like it or not. It's going to be the determinant factor for tomorrow. So AI is there to bridge the gap between planned deferment and unplanned deferment. And the good thing is that, just like my sister said, we are lagging behind, but we generate a lot of data, but we are not paying attention to this data. Data analytics, machine learning can learn a normal pattern of flow, crude flow movement within a pipeline, whether through vibration, temperature, or pressure. And when it discovers an abnormality in the flow pattern, it can easily trigger a sensor, a message that will allow us to make a planned maintenance and avoid unnecessary deferment. But because we don't pay attention to the data, machine learning is there. It can learn a safe flow pattern. And the moment it discovers abnormality, it sends you a message. So with that, we'll be able to maintain our asset, ensure that we avoid unnecessary deferment that will result in losses, supply disruption, and even unsafe situations. So machine learning is there for prevention. When you have an aging asset, you need to listen to the data and interpret the data. And that is what AI is here to do for us.
Thank you. So what I'll do, I'll break a bit of protocol and just say, instead of asking you direct questions, I'll say just 30 seconds round up for the three last speakers, please.
No worries. Thanks. Maybe I like what AB said. My ex-Shell colleague talked about what Aradel is doing in terms of pockets of thinking within the box, right? But and I think in addition to that, what I believe we really need to do is a leapfrog in technology. I recognize some pockets of innovation, but to truly change the game, it has to be a leapfrog. And to leapfrog, it's not about NOCs, IOCs, it's operators, it's service companies, it's regulators, and the technology innovators, and even the universities and the research institutes. The GCEO was here and he talked about what happened with the whole crew theft journey. And the only reason that happened successfully was the industry came together and we actually applied technology. And if you guys recall, Nigeria leapfrog when we went into GSM. We didn't even go through all the journey that our developed colleagues will leapfrog. And I think the oil industry needs to truly leapfrog in terms of AI, machine learning, data analytics, how we use it. These days, if you want to write a speech, in fact, my whole speech could have been written on ChatGPT easily. Just type the question and you get all the output. So for the industries to still use spreadsheets and PowerPoint, and let me just round up quickly. For the industry to still use spreadsheets and PowerPoint in 2026, for my company in particular, where we want to double production in 4 years, I can guarantee you that's not going to be possible with spreadsheets. So to truly change the game, we have to embrace technology, open up the industry to be more collaborative, and truly leverage the regulators to put systems in place to allow cross-sharing and applications. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Thank you for helping us. Engineer George?
Okay, so unfortunately the time is too short because this is a very viable topic we need to discuss and dissect quite well. But before we go, we'll all talk about technology, we'll talk about innovations, and AI has become like the order of the day where everybody's trying to leverage on. And I hear AI. But if you ask here now, who knows AI? Who can apply AI? How much do you know about AI? I can bet you that over 90% of us cannot even use AI. We can only go to ChatGPT and ask a question and it gives to us, and we're happy. But that's not AI. There is a lot of learning, a lot of things that are still in place. So there's a big of a gap. And that gap, we must bridge it. Otherwise, we will still stay where we are. So my advocate in this thing, as I round up, is that we should try and bridge that gap. And there are several ways we can bridge that gap. One, we have to be intentional about education about the AI. And I think it should be incorporated in the educational curriculum henceforth. If it is incorporated in the educational curriculum, starting from secondary school at the different levels, it will help to be able to make people come out because the world is going, we're going far. And unless you go on with the change that way that's coming, you'll be left out. So we'll be intentional about the education about AI. Apart from that, we need to ensure that we have a development strategy in our infrastructure so that we have a connectivity model and ensure that people can actually have a better way of connecting without hassles. Now, this education thing I'm talking about is not only for students.
Thank you.
It is also, I'm sorry, let me just finish this. So one more minute. It's also for us that are already workers. In my company now, where we're advocating a model where every quarter we have a time to be able to go through AI studies because we need to come to power with what is happening. What are you doing in your company? Are you doing AI studies even in those that are secondary schools and universities? Let's apply that. But more importantly, all these are possible if we have a collaborative policy to be able to allow us work. So I also employ the lawmakers to see how they can be able to do policies that are enabling for us to be able to apply this AI and become better innovative. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Age, yes, please.
I'll try to make it in 30 seconds, but just to respond, like I said only 10% of what I needed to say. 2021, when we took over, or when we started the digital transformation journey, we were producing 7,000 barrels. Today, we've more than doubled that. It's technology, and we can deploy that to 230 or 250 and make it into 500. It's just scale, right? It's technology. So we had short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And you have to scale it. Back to my point, Jim Collins, in one of his books, Good to Great, he says, great companies use technology as an accelerator, not as a driver. That's our mantra. Let technology be an accelerator, right? So my final charge, is to say that technology enables efficiency, collaboration delivers scale, and together we can secure Nigeria's energy future, right? That will be my parting words. We
Thank you very much,
have
sir.
an innovation lab, like Mr. PTDF said, where everybody plays and they can scale up technology from there and apply to independence.
Thank you
and
very
we can
much,
make
sir.
great impact. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. So PTDF, you have a lot of work to do. So what I'll say is that you will agree with me that these are the stars. They've done a very great job. Please, a round of applause for all the panelists. As we come to the end of the session, maybe 3 things I'll say. Ambition alone is not enough. Collaboration is no longer optional. And thirdly, timing is very important. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists for their insights and candor. And thank you all for your attention and your engagement. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Just give me a quick second. Where are my plaques? Ogarabiu Bello, sir, if you can please present the plaques to them. Please, let's help me present the plaques to them. Thank you all very much. We're going to leapfrog technologically into the final session today. After this, now we're leapfrogging. Okay, we're going to accelerate to the next. Come. We're going to accelerate to the next session. So let's give them their applause. Begin with Engineer Francis Wonche. Which one do you have there? Yes, please go ahead, Engineer Francis Wonche. Thank you so much. Ogarabiu, please go ahead. Engineer Bello Rabiu is a board member of the NNPC, of course, for those who do not know. Please give them their plaques. Where are the plaques? Okay, let's be quick with this. We're moving over now to the representative of Engineer Elozino, CEO of Midwestern, of course, who, thank you for your time. Thank you all for your time, for sharing those insights with us. Forgive us, please, forgive us. I don't know. I need technology to be moving these plaques to me in the future. Engineer Himen, what kind of technology can move these plaques to me? Engineer Himen, Agunloye, see, there's a delay in bringing my plaques. So I'm saying, what kind of technology do you think I can use to, digital twin, to accelerate the bringing of the plaque? Okay, interesting. Okay, this is Dr. Abiodun. Dr. Abiodun, please step forward. Thank you very much. Okay. This is for Engineer Olaniyon, as represented. Engineer Olaniyon's representative is here. Please go ahead. Let's do this. Okay, Engineer Himen, you can come now. I said Engineer Himen Agunloye. Please come this way. All right. You have it? All right. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Thank you. Okay, Engineer Himen Agunloye, please proceed. Who is this? Okay, this is Engineer Shafet Jirisu. Be on standby. All right, Engineer Shafet, please step forward. Ogabelo, thank you very much. Okay. Yes, this is for PTDF. Mr. Ahmed Galadima Aminu, as presented by Mr. Agbola, who they wanted me to call Mrs. I'll sue those people, don't worry, I'll sue them. Engineer George Iwobinho, the man who played technological soccer like Alex Iwobi Ngwatek. Okay. Dr. Age, who will build that hub. I will come and learn AI. Yinka, don't go yet. You take a family photo, don't go yet. Dr. Age, thank you very much. Thank you. Don't go yet, sir. We're taking a family photo. All right. You have this shot. All right. Family photo, please. Ogabelo, please join in for the family photo. Family photo. All right. So we've been sitting down since lunch. We'll just do a stretch and then carry on with the final session for today. It's 7 minutes past the top of the hour, 4 p.m. I promise you we'll do the best we can to get you out of here on or before 5 p.m. We'll have no evening function today, so you can rest after this session or have your own personal B2B meetings if you prefer. But for now, just for a stretch, can you just stand for just 30 seconds? Just stand for 30 seconds as I bring up the next panel. Please take your seats in the audience, our panelists. Let me bring up the next panel now. Let me bring up the next panel real quick. We're going over to the next panel immediately. Okay. We're talking power now. We're talking power. We want to stop shouting up NEPA, up NEPA. We want to stop having power cuts when we're in the middle of our conferences. We're talking power now. That's the conversation we're about to have. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take it. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. We're going to the final session today. Please take your seat. Now you can sit down, please. Sit back down, please. Thank you very much. Sit back down. Thank you very much. Reliable, sustainable, and inclusive power for Africa's future is what we want to talk about. Please, which of my panelists left their phone on my stage? Which of my technological panelists left their phone on my stage? Which of my panelists left their phone on my stage? When you remember, talk to me. Please take your seats, take your seat, take your seat, take your seat, take your seat. Please, those in the front, can you take your seat, please? We're going over to the next panel. Please take your seat, please. Please take your seat. Please, please. Ogayinka, I beg, I beg, I beg, I beg. Madam Ngozi Biko, please take your seat, take your seat, take your seat. Doctor, please, take your seat. Chief Egbe, please take your seat, please take your seat, please take your seat. Dr. Yeti, please, 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 please. Yes, please take your seat, please. Ogarabu, please, sir, please. Thank you, sir. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Our final panel for today. Let the session begin. First off, let me welcome to the panel the Managing Director, Rural Electrification Agency. Please welcome Mr. Abba Abubakar Alihu to his seat. Please a round of applause to his seat on the podium. You're coming all the way to the second chair to my from my right. The second chair from my right. Joining him is our energy woman of the year 2025 and CEO of News Engineering. Please welcome Lady Josephine Mweze. Welcome to your seat on the podium. Joining them is Team Lead, Office of the SA on Energy to the President. Welcome, Mrs. Erie Onogorowa Saleh. Joining them is President, Association of Environmental Protection and Climate Change Practitioners, Air Vice Marshal Retired Akugbe Iyamu. You're welcome, sir, to your seats on the podium. Joining them is Managing Director and CEO of Aspen Energy. Please welcome Mr. Nath Oyatogun. On the panel is an expert who started from the bottom and now she's at the top. Welcome, Managing Director and CEO, Sefa Energies Limited, Mrs. Sandra Ekpe Ago. You are welcome. And to help us drive the conversation is the renowned Channels TV host and reporter, Mr. Olu Phillips. You're welcome. Please give our panelists a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it interesting? Every time we want 24 hours power, we want to talk power now, the room is almost empty. Are we really serious about the conversation? The panel will tell us. Philip, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Earlier today, during the session, or one of the sessions I monitored, there was power outage in this hall. And the simple question to ask is, even if you have an alternative power, a standby power alternative, the transition between that grid power to that alternative power, is it a problem? Is it a technological issue, competencies, or just share? The next word I was about to use is a bit harsh and wicked, but there isn't, in my estimate, any reason why it lasted the number of minutes it did last, transiting at least from grid power to the power that may be alternative power. So there's still a bit of what to discuss. And we're looking at this panel: energy, sustainability, access to power, power distribution, gas to power, and all the power attachments in terms of nomenclature and semantics. But bottom line is there has to be energy that is sufficient enough for supply, for utilization, for growth, for development. And all of the components that surrounds that is what I think, or I believe, these honorable panelists will be helping share through their personal experiences, what they do at their fields, and of course, distinguished delegates that are listening. If we have the opportunity, I would intend a moment when we can come to you and have you contribute to this conversation. I would just like to look through my panelists just to be sure that I have in the order that I want, just to be sure who are, okay, brilliant. I have AVM, I have everybody here. All right. So I'll take a slightly different format from what has been earlier today, because I don't want us to bore you with very serious PowerPoints. I'd rather that we'll move these conversations from PowerPoints to action points and make it as interactive as possible. When I call my distinguished panelists to speak, I would expect and I'll crave that they introduce themselves And from there, we can have, I believe, what would be a conversation that will make the headlines tomorrow, not in a bad way, but in such a manner that maybe hope will be restored to Nigeria. Don't forget, I'm a journalist. All right, there's no better way to start than to call someone who I'm sure sees the president, maybe by a glimpse. Maybe if she decides to stretch out like we did some 30 seconds ago and opens a window, she could see the president maybe taking a walk and maybe stretching out or whatever it is. But I'm sure she sees through what she does and her office and the assistance she provides, sees the president, even if it's not physical, but at least sees or hears or reads the mind of the president as far as this sector is concerned. I'd like to bring in a friend, Rie Onogorowa. Please, can you help us open this session? And let's just have a peep into what this government is thinking in terms of electricity. By the way, from 2008 or thereabouts, when we had Lanre Babalola as the Minister for Power, right? All the way to the current Minister for Power. So we've seen Babalola, we've seen Saleh, we've seen Nuhu Waya, we've seen Barton Naji, we've seen Babatunde Raji Fashola, we've seen, who am I missing now? Chinedu Nebo, Professor Chinedu Nebo. These 6 ministers, I have interviewed all of them. And there's a common denominator. Power will be available. We will increase it from 2,000 megawatts to 2,100 or 2,050, or we'll keep it steady at 2,000. But instructively, when I interviewed Lanre Babalola in 2008 or thereabouts, there at our office at Crystal Laurel in Maryland, he said to me pointedly, and he made headlines, will increase power from the current 2,500 megawatts to 6,000 megawatts. Lanre Babalola, 2008, 2026. Erie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the best way to start is also to say thank you to all of you who have stayed the course till now. It's a pleasure to be here. I think there's nobody here who would not have heard, people say round about 600 million people in Africa do not have access to electricity. Out of that number, probably 80 million in Nigeria do not have access to electricity. It's safe to also say that energy is integral for shared prosperity, as the theme of this year's NIS tells us. It's safe to also say that without power, there can be no serious socioeconomic growth. With that in mind, what has this government tried to do differently? First off, in order to solve any problem, you have to understand the past, you have to analyze the present, and you have to set in clear, measurable tones where you want to go as far as the future is concerned in terms of sustainability and reliability. And so what this government did was to look at segments of the value chain to see what we could do to bring about quick wins and to set the tone for power to be incremental, for more Nigerians to feel the effect of access to energy. In doing this, we've looked at, so gas, thermal supply is around about 70%, yeah? So we've looked at gas to power. A lot of, we call them legacy debts. We had a lot of legacy debts. We had metering issues. Depending on who you talk to, you'll find out that around about 7 million Nigerians do not have access to meters. And so there's a lot of estimated billing. We started to tackle these issues first because it was necessary to increase or restore investor confidence. And so, I mean, you are owing, and I'm sure a lot of people have heard, some say 3 trillion, some say 4 trillion to the Gencos. How do you bring investors if you do not clear this backlog? What sort of policies can be in place so that people can actually have meters and improve energy efficiency? One of the first things we did was to also think outside the box. And so we went about in a creative fashion to raise money from the capital market to clear out legacy debts. We've done the first tranche. We've raised about 501 billion. And this sent a strong signal to the investor community, also sent a strong signal about financial discipline, what the government is actually interested in. We're looking to do another tranche, but it's important that we solve this legacy debt so that we can actually increase participation in the power sector. The second thing we looked at is, and I'd already mentioned, the metering gap. A lot of people don't have access to meters. And so we went about, created a metering policy. And in doing this, we're set to bridge the gap and close the metering gap. Right now, we have, I would say, more than 1.5 million meters that are already in country. But beyond that, we also want to strengthen the local manufacturing companies. And so you find that a lot of local manufacturers are playing a role in the metering procurement process. When you look at all of this, it's important to then sequence where we're heading to. Once we can clear the legacy debt, once we can bridge the metering gap, there's also the Electricity Act that has given more power to the states. And so we're looking to see states play a bigger role in distribution, transmission, generation of power in their states. So these are some of the things that the government is doing categorically to ensure that we come closer to improving energy access to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please show some love. How that translates, of course, it's what I believe everybody wants to apprehend and make data collection on. But there's an aspect of it, I mean, power can be broken down in various different categories in terms of stakeholders, commitment, and all of that. So if you take it just from the gas, generation, transmission, distribution, it appears that that's the only components or variables that are operate in that system. But we're beginning to also see why we need some level of grid modernization, why we need to begin to see how effective gas transportation, gas availability, gas pricing helps in what we do for either the industrial player or for the homes. So you also need to now pay attention to gas infrastructure, gas pricing. Earlier in the 2 sessions before now, we had a Ghanaian rep talk about how Nigeria occupies a pride of place in terms of being an energy hub that supplies the entire Africa, DSA. But he put a caveat and says, do not lose sight of that position. Clearly, he's saying, if you drop the ball, we're going to pick it, we're going to keep it, and we might have to keep it for a long time. I'd like to come to the managing director of Aspen. Let me just get the full designation properly. I'll come to you, Mr. Nat Oyetogun, the managing director, CEO of Aspen. And my question would be, if we take, for instance, the aspect of gas or whatever it is that we need to synergize in the system, what are the commercial realities, operational realities that hinder the kind of output that one would see in terms of upgrade in services or in energy delivery services, if you don't mind, sir?
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying the course up till now. It's a pleasure to be here. Here in Aspen Energy, what we do is to take up the gauntlet from where the policy stops, and has been mentioned by Erie in her speech. There's a lot that the federal government is doing to try and clear the backlog and improve investor confidence. So we help organizations and we bridge the gap between the gas producers as well as the regulator and the market to see what is the best pricing, appropriate pricing for power, gas to power. And the reason why you want to invest in gas to power, once you know that your legacy debt issues are being taken care of by government, is to see that what are the advantages of gas to power. Of all the fossil fuel, natural gas is the cleanest to use in generating power. And you can also deploy it very rapidly as the infrastructure is growing. So we focus on helping organizations, companies, gas producers, to monetize their gas resources and to do it in the best and most efficient manner. So in our organization, we help with that. And then you take the gas monetization further, where you are trying to monetize either your flared gas, which has been flared and is a wasted resource, convert it to appropriate power generation through various technologies. So as an enabler, we help the gas producers to reach sound commercial propositions to ensure that the value in the gas is unlocked. And then when you move that further, when you look at the fact that along the distribution chain, you have losses that will occur in your transmission, so the average technical losses. So we encourage and work with gas producers and those who want to develop gas projects to site their plants very close to the market. So you are doing distributed energy system to reduce the losses that would have occurred on the transmission line. And then when you move further down the value chain, you'll notice that there are losses of collection by the discos. So one of the things that we do is to design appropriate metering technology for the discos to improve collection and prepayment and ensure that energy theft is minimized. So putting all this together, we transit from the policy into the realization by helping, whether you're a big gas producer or a marginal field gas producer or a small oil company that wants to do integrated oil and gas development, we find the most efficient way for you to monetize your gas. And that encourages the participation, and that also opens up the opportunity to utilize the abundant natural gas that we have. We have more than 215 TCF of gas, but that is still very small compared to what we can get. So we need to aggressively ensure that Nigeria takes its pride of place in the West African power pool, and also that Nigeria becomes a hub where you have credible power projects. So we help people to negotiate the best gas sales agreement and also power purchase agreement to ensure that from the wellbore to the molecules, electron molecules that get to the homes, the entire system is integrated and it is technically feasible, commercially viable, and it makes good sense to invest in.
Sorry, I hate to cut you. I'm a data-driven person, but I don't want to put you on the spot to ask how many of these clients you would have helped so far and do some kind of measurement on the dashboard as regards how much value that has helped to increase or to remove from the quagmire of inefficiency, which essentially is what you do. But I would just, if we have another round, I'll come to you. And I know that I would rather pay penalties to flare my gas than to invest in some quarters to capture it. it pays me to just flare the bloody thing and move on and do other business engagements, as it were structured right now, which is what we need to begin to have as a conversation. I've always had that back and forth with Coran members to say, it's good to have modular refineries, but you locate it here, and your resource base is there. And we now have to begin to restructure and structure how we're going to get these two to work together so that your refineries can actually have feedstock. And feedstock is supposed to be the first thing you should figure out before you locate your modular refinery. But that's not the conversation here. I'll take another aspect and I'll come to Lady Josephine from News Engineering and see how much your company may have tried to do some level of grid modernization. I know that from the policy, not very many people know that TCN has been split into two to suggest that they now have shareholders in equal equity, like the Bureau of Public Enterprise and other government agencies, where they have now split the TCN to have the transmission service operator and the NISO. So basically, one concentrates on technical issues and one concentrates on the commercials to help you do all the negotiations. Perhaps we'll begin to see a strengthened grid system. But on the commercial side or on the private sector side, Lady Josephine here, let's see how much of grid modernization your company has injected into service delivery and sustainable delivery of energy resource. Lady Josephine. News Engineering, please.
Thank
Managing
you so
Director,
much.
CEO.
And good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. News Engineering have a long history of grid modernization. We started since 1983. That's about 42 years now. And we had constructed quite a number of projects across the 6 geopolitical zones. Talking about grid modernization to us is not a one-off process. It's not one process. It's a combination of processes. I'm beginning with building substations. We built 2 by 60 MVA 13233 substation in Oka, the capital of Anambra State. This project is very strategic to power the eastern region. Strategic in the sense that it powers the entire Anambra State and its environs. Even the passenger and cargo airport in Anambra has a dedicated line that powers it from these same substations. So how did we get here? This project has a lot of, we put a lot of facilities to be able to serve the purpose for which it was built, like SCADA systems, automation, fiber optic communications network. Why do we apply all this? This is, in practical terms, to help detecting fault on time and to do something about it before it could be escalated. And this particular substation generates about 120 megawatts of electricity. So that's just about the substation. We had a very deep experience in the area of transmission line as well. In the year, like about 20-something years ago, we built transmission line project from Gombe to Damaturu. That is about 330 kV substation line. So we applied a lot of smart resources and methods in our projects. And coming to upgrade, we do a lot of upgrade systems or projects. Everyone in Nigeria knows that most of our communication networks are either obsolete or very old. And in the course of the project we have executed over time, we have done a lot of upgrade to ensure that new network lines are introduced where the obsolete ones can no longer transmit power to the end users. And then that brings me to the issue of renewable energy. Thank God the Ari, a champion, is here, and I'm
The
sure
renewable man.
I'm sure he's going to take us on a long journey. So we also have supplied energy to underserved and unserved areas, because we are fully involved in World Bank projects, renewable energy, coordinated by renewable energy, but funded by World Bank, where we provide energy to unserved communities, underserved communities. And that brings us to isolated mini-grid. Some of these communities in the villages, they are not close to the grid. So we do isolated mini-grid where we apply smart meters. Every household, will be connected, will be given smart meter. And because of the economic value it has introduced, the community is happy to buy energy. So it has actually improved their economic value. And despite isolated mini-grid, despite isolated mini-grid, we also build interconnected mini-grids, which brings to bear, you have to connect, work with discos and everything. So apparently, we had done a lot in our long history of existence. We've actually done a lot in ejecting or contributing to grid modernization in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, please. I would think that if we had a bit of time, I'm sure that some of us may be hearing this level of advancement for the first time, knowing that this is happening. I was almost thinking if there's an electricity, 2005 Electricity Act, there's the 2023, 2024 that tries to expand some of these things. When they were operating from the long history, were they out of the law, outside of the law? But bottom line is that we need power, right? And we're seeing these off-grid solutions. And I'm wondering if we can begin to have a plethora of some of these things. Maybe that is just a way. And I would expect that I'll squeeze in and see if we can have questions from the audience at some point. Let's see how we can advance this sort of business to have it all over the place. I will come to you, Air Vice Marshal. You are into sustainable energy, sustainable environment. But before then, if we're discussing gas to power, it will mean we want to transit from gas, or we want to have gas enough to supply power solutions, which Eri had said 70% of our stations are thermal driven. But I think we need to walk back and realize that we need to fully be able to transit from oil to gas. Then before we can begin to talk about abundant gas for power supply. And you're a consumer, Madam Sandra Ago, Sapphire Energies, MD Sapphire Energies. And I tried to put down, when I looked at what you do and how that fits into the conversation, and I had a question or two that I structured here on myself on my phone. You actually play in the upstream, right? And that's what makes this conversation interesting. You play in the upstream. I've been in the upstream business also with a couple of investors, and I realized that, you have to make, for instance, a rig deployment, and keeping a rig, for instance, working every day will cost you as much as $100,000. If you do the math, the cost of keeping that rig, part of it is on diesel because it has to run 24 hours. 24 hours will mean by the time you prorate it, you're consuming about 20% of your total expenditure on diesel. You can't shut down anyway. So, and we are here discussing gas to power. And where the gas is supposed to come from is from exploration. And exploration is by drilling. Drilling is done basically with diesel. I'm getting confused. So in deployment and your interactions with OEMs and what they could do to lower cost in country, maybe bring this equipment manufacturing in country, let me just read it the way I put it. I said, From surface experience working across energy projects and host communities, how can distributed and off-grid solution practically improve access to reliable energy for industries and rural users? Because you interact with both ways, even though you're an upstream person.
Thank you all. Good evening. And thanks for being here to this time. So for us in the upstream sector, like you rightly said, no matter how you look at it, oil to gas, gas to power, you need to drill the oil and gas, right? The gas does not come from a different place. It's still the same place where you explore the oil that you still get the gas. And like you rightly said, all the rigs we have in Nigeria currently, and okay, I won't say the rest of the world. Let me focus on Nigeria. They depend mostly on diesel. So the question is, if you want to transition from oil, away totally from oil to gas, and you've seen that gas is an enabler, right, for another avenue of power, we need to be able to really have that conversation and say, how do we actually convert our rigs to use gas? I've heard the saying that Sterling Global currently uses gas, and that's how most of their operations, the cost of the AFE of one well reduces.
There's still some safety issues around it, but continue.
Yeah. So, but at the end of the day, it's a very honest conversation. The question is, what do we do? Do we not have to shut down? What about 35 to 39 rigs in country? Are you going to shut down to be able to have convert those rigs to start using gas? And it's not practicable. It's difficult. And the question is it reliable? What amount of gas are you going to use, right, in terms of exchanging the gas with diesel? Now, like you said, 20% of that cost goes to diesel. So the question, if gas is an enabler, what are we doing in terms of the energy sector, the industry, to actually show that example and say, okay, we have transitioned our rigs from diesel or oil to gas, and now you can now say, okay, now we have gas-powered rigs. But aside that, for me as a business, I have lots of generators that still, depend on diesel. In our company or in a lot of companies, people use three different powers: the grid power, the solar power, and the diesel power. And we have to be honest, the solar power is not really sustainable, right? Because if you use it for a period of time, the offices get very hot and you're not comfortable, then you switch over to the grid power, which is also very expensive, right? Because you have to pay for every amount of electricity that you use in your consumption. Then you move to diesel, which is also very expensive. I know that the cities like Lagos and Abuja are already doing a lot in terms of awareness and sensitization, but in the South, where I'm from, I believe 90% of businesses still use a diesel-powered generator. But I think it has to do with the mindsets. I'm learned, but there's still a bit of fear and scare of converting your generators to gas. I don't know if the audience is with me here, but the question is, government needs to, like our lady said here, the state governors need to do more in ensuring that they do a lot of awareness to consumers like us, and work with the manufacturers of the diesel. I believe every diesel supplier in Nigeria have a record of the businesses they've sold generators to. So converting our generators to gas usage is not difficult. But I think the problem is not really the money, is the sensitization and awareness, being able to let us know and educate us on how important it is to move away from diesel, which is also harmful to the environment, right? If we're talking about clean energy. And as you all said, gas is a better, cleaner energy than diesel. So then talking about inclusiveness to the rural communities. It's also very difficult. We've seen places during the decade of gas, we've seen places or times where LPG gas cylinders are being distributed to the rural women. The question is, after the distribution, what next, right? Have you provided modular solutions where they can have access to that, be it LPG or CNG. Looking at the south, I can tell you that in Port Harcourt, where I'm from, we've not really had enough CNG daughter stations that, if I have to, convert my car or my generator, how do we have access to the products?
I'll come to you. I'm really pressing for time, and I still have about 3 people to speak, or 2 more before we can open the debate for the audience. And I hear you. So it means all of this adds to your bottom line. It adds to your operating cost, as it were. If my memory serves me right, I think we're also laying foundation for the conversations that will happen tomorrow around the decade of gas people. Because if you are preaching CNG, for instance, and you have just one refill station in Port Harcourt, what grammar should I use now? That's a market waiting already, where you just have one CNG place for refill. If people are not going into that business, there must be something, there must be a lacuna, or there's a gap in who is supposed to be saying what, doing what, and applying what. Let me come to the man who has streamlined his operation to, I think he doesn't want trouble, so he had an arrangement with God and said, God, just keep supplying sunlight so I can continue to do my job as the Rural Electrification Agency's head, and give us sun, I will create the panels, and I'll give power to those who are off-grid. Let's bring Mr. Liu, who is in charge of the Rural Electrification Agency. And let's see how much penetrations we've done. I see that you did something recently in Unilag, and the question maybe would be, how many other universities? And are we not doing all of these things in silos? At what point can we measure and know that, oh, grid power is giving us this, renewable is giving us this, the gas suppliers are giving us this, the consumers are giving us this, they are not paying, they are stealing? Do we have a comprehensive dashboard where we see all of this and be able to measure?
Thank you very much for this question. First of all, we are villagers. We are rural people. We do less of talk, more of implementation. And it is because of that, currently, for the first time in the history of the country, more than 1,000 mini grids are being developed in this country. And these mini grids are being developed to electrify 17.5 million Nigerians, unprecedented. Apart from India, there is no single country in the world that has developed a structured means of addressing electricity like what we are currently implementing. Very clear. We want to deploy 1,350 mini grids, of which 250 of them are going to be interconnected mini grids to serve the 17.5 million Nigerians. And as a context, we are working both from different sides. Just like what Lady Josephine mentioned, we are deploying isolated mini grids for the communities that are isolated, that are completely without electricity. We are deploying that to provide them with electricity. Then on the other side, for communities that have access, but the supply reliability is very poor, we are deploying the interconnected mini grids. And our interconnected mini grid comes with battery storage. So to answer your question, very soon you will now see that the villagers or the rural people are the ones that will create reliability for the national grid. Using our interconnected mini grids and the battery storage that we have, we would be the last resort of supply, even when the supply from the so-called main suppliers has gone down. And this is very easy. Currently, we are building 42 interconnected mini grids to inject over 220 megawatts of electricity into the national grid. We are looking at critical areas. For example, here in Abuja, if you go to Jikwe, there's a chunk of community there with poor, reliable supply. We are building a solar farm there to inject it into the medium voltage line to enhance the reliability of the supply. If you go to Akwa Ibom, Ara Road, we are building mini grid. If you go to Port Harcourt, Yobe, Kano, Mbichi, if you go to Kogi, we are all building those supply. So that is one area that we are working on. Then we also identify some critical government agencies, institutions that also require not necessarily reliable, but affordability. They are facing the situation, problem of affordability. We know it's not news that how so many universities or teaching hospitals that they get their electricity cut because of lack of ability to pay. The Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University mentioned that his total annual recurrent expenditure, monthly recurrent expenditure is not more than 50 million, but he's always get a bill of 100 million to pay electricity. How does he go into that? So we intervene in that area, and that is why we are pioneering the first floating solar in Africa for University of Lagos. We also...
Can you say that quietly and so that sinks?
We are floating the first floating solar 8 megawatt to supply electron from the beach of the lagoon, take the electrons to supply University of Lagos, and this is just one of the ones that we have done. If you go to University of Port Harcourt, you will see 10.9 megawatt completely completed, supplying the university and the teaching hospital. If you go to University of Maiduguri, you will see 12 megawatt powering the university and the teaching hospital. Even here in Abuja, if you go to university, you see 3 megawatt. We completed 15. We are now working on developing on 8. University of Ibadan, OAU, Nsukka, Benin, ABU, Lagos, Taraba, and Duse. These are the 8 that we are working, and already we are now project developing another set of 22 in partnership with TED Fund. This is another intervention that we are doing to now create, provide some level of affordability. So one, we are working to provide access for those without access, and in context, we have over 40 million Nigerians, much more than the population of many African countries, to provide them with this electricity. We are also intervening for those without reliability. We have over 42 million of Nigerians that have this less reliability. We are intervening by providing interconnected mini-grid. And for public institutions without facing the challenge of affordability, we are also intervening to provide them with that. Like I said, very soon, we will now be the alternative main source of electricity in this country. Thank you.
And so, don't act like an MVP, right? He's still in the show, but it's all good. I'll come to you, Air Vice Marshal retired Kugbe. You've listened to everybody. You're an environment man. How sustainable has this conversation been? And how, in our operations, have we managed to either cross the line, stay within the regulation, or what can we really do to ensure that whatever that we're doing commercially, technically, everything that we're doing in terms of grid supply, power generation, just helps the story around sustainability and the environment, so that we don't go develop, for instance, meters that cannot be repaired when they need to repair them. You dump them because they can't be repaired, and they become electronic waste that end up in the landfills and become dangerous to the body of water, as it were. So, I mean, generally, let's have a view of what you do in your association. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love technology. I also want to appreciate the consequences. Well, here I'm sitting here because I want you people to have a livable future by tomorrow. You were pouring out the energy, whatever, it has a consequence. Now, I want you to take note of these keywords. Sustainability, what is sustainability? Using the materials of today without jeopardizing that of the future. You also have to look at energy security. What is energy security? Affordability, accessibility, and availability. And you also have to look at carbon credit. and you also have to look at carbon offset. If you marry all these things together, in Nigeria, we want energy. We want to go beyond the 5,100 megawatts or 5 gigawatts. But they are all at a cost. If you notice, last year has been the third hottest year in history. You see the rains now, they are very, very devastating. What is that? Fossil fuel. All these conversations we are all having, they all boil down to fossil fuel. What do? There are alternatives. That is why COP30 harped on the Paris Agreement. We have been talking and talking and talking. What do we do? What do we do differently? How do we rescue the earth? How do we rescue the environment? How do we fund the alternative energy? What is carbon credit? What is carbon? It's a tradable permit that allows you to take carbon from the atmosphere, tons of carbon from the atmosphere. Now I've written so many papers. I just want to went to the government now to say, look, we can look at this area. Now, the money that is coming from carbon credit, you're not going to be able to use it for anything. Where is the world looking at? The world is looking at renewable energy. Renewable energy. Why don't we do what Colombia is doing? Why don't we do what Cambodia is doing? Why don't we do what Peru is doing? Even Ghana. To take this money from the carbon credit and carbon offset and make sure that we invest it in energy. What is energy? The ability to do work. Where are you working to? Nigeria, we are working to 43 million SMEs. We are working to, for these 43 million SMEs, contributing 48% to the GDP. We are working to 97% of all the businesses in Nigeria being SMEs. And we are also working to them, contributing 84% of the employment rate. All this one requires energy. Last year alone, 2025, the destruction by climate change, climate-induced weather, was 220 billion. For the first time, you see the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Summit. What were they interested in? Alternative energy. Alternative energy. Because we're looking at the world. If we don't do anything, if we continue to upscale development, tomorrow we will not have an environment to live in. We will not have it. And for the first time since 1971, when the World Economic Forum was set up, they had to bring climate change as the third disruptive element in the world. Extreme weather. They broke their ironclad of crunching figures to discuss extreme weather. It is good to continue to have the development of energy and all. When compressed natural gas came, I said, no, that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. It's an old technology. Why don't you invest the money in EVs? Why don't you invest the money in renewable energy, which is much more beneficial? But here is where it gets interesting. In COP30, we have 16,000 lobbyists for fossil fuel. Lobbyists for fossil fuel, that is 1 in every 25 of people that were there. So where do we go from there? Nigeria needs to take carbon credit very, very seriously. I was so impressed the other day. The president said, look, I want 3 billion from carbon credit, $3 billion US. It's achievable. You have 4% of the untouched forest in the world. You have 854-kilometer short line. You have effective waste management, and you have all of them that can give you enough carbon credit. It's almost a free money. Free money. But if we continue to destroy the environment, deforestation, the desertification, and you destroy everywhere in it, when are we going to have that? It is very, very essential that we act on the environment responsibly.
All right. I hate to stop you, but as you spoke, I could read the agitations on the mind of the audiences, and this is a very touchy area. Drill, baby, drill. Sign the contracts, do all the work, maybe sustainably. That could be grammar. That may not be realistic. Let's not destroy the environment. Okay, we are already destroying the environment. Let's take some carbon credits. Rural electrification, other means of upgrade solutions by using renewable energy. I believe, that's my belief, that we can have a potpourri of all of this. But yes, I agree with you that we have to do that sustainably. Richmond, please. For the sake of 2 presentations that we didn't have, can I buy 10 minutes? I just want the audience to say something because we don't know if we're communicating at all. We can't. I can buy 10 minutes. All right. How many minutes can I buy? How much can I buy?
Are you paying for it? I'm giving it free.
Carbon credits, we'll capture it. Somehow.
Okay. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Do we have a handheld? Let me try something. Handheld mic?
Yeah.
Please, let me try something.
Give me. You want it in the audience? Is that what
Yeah, I will use it.
Okay.
If you have a question and you can do it in 10 seconds, can I have your hands up? 10 seconds. Please, can you give him a microphone? I would have loved to hold the microphone so when it hits 10 minutes, 10 seconds, I'll pull it off. Quickly.
My time starts now.
Yes, please.
I'm Rear Admiral Ayo Olubode, the hydrographer of the Federation and Chief Executive Officer of National Hydrographic Agency. I'd like to lend my voice to the issue of carbon credits. Last year, we did a survey offshore Nigeria because Avian Yamu mentioned. I think we're working in silos. We went to see the NNPC CEO when the previous one, and there was a bit of pushback. But what I want to say here is we already have established data with some partners, which shows that the mangrove, just by mapping it, we can actually start getting almost $5 to $3 million. So there's money on the table.
Thank you very much,
and
sir.
It's possible.
I think that's a very useful contribution. If you have a question, I'll take it in 10, 20 seconds because I'm buying my 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'll allow my audience. Okay, quickly, in 10 seconds, please.
All right. Oredola Adiola is my name. My question is directed to you, sir, Ari. The Unilag floating project, I want to know how much of the effort is the university students going to be adding in terms of
local content contribution to that project. I will come to you as the last person. Can I have 30 seconds all the way from that place down this way as your final thoughts, and we can take it up from there and have Engineer Liu give us the last bit based on that question quickly. I'm looking at the time. Yes.
All right. So I think local content is really critical for all manufacturing. I think NCDM is pushing for in-country manufacturing. And if we have ways where we can support the locals, it will really help boost the economy. And that way we can make energy more reliable, accessible, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
So in Aspen Energy, we can help you to achieve what the Aba power plant achieved recently. Last week, there were 2 grid collapses, but the supply from the Aba power plant was intact. And that's because they're ring-fenced. So we can help assist to make sure that your power projects are fully secured and ring-fenced. And another thing is that the gas to power in terms of CNG and other technologies, they are proven, they are possible. Right. When you see us, we'll assist to make sure
proven, tested, trusted, can be delivered. Thank you very much. AVM?
Yes, the resources of the earth is finite. Let's live responsibly. Generating electricity is not only by gas. We can go to the wastes. If you take a ton of waste and apply $1 billion, you get 1 kilowatt of electricity. That's.
Thank you very much, sir. Erie, you do 2 things. Your last word and what you'll be taking back to the presidency. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have to say that I like being on the same panel with Aliyu, my dear brother. He tells the story very well of what the government is doing as far as electricity to underserved is. But more importantly, it shows the momentum that the reforms are taking. We're beginning to see speed and scalability and not just isolated projects. It's also important to state that for energy to be meaningful, affordable, accessible, it's not an either or. It has to be inclusive. It has to take into cognizance everything that will make energy important and play an integral part in our lives. To the presidency, I will say we need to see, and I think we're doing a fair bit of that, but more coordination, more storytelling of what we're actually doing to shape the energy narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No winking in the dark. Lady Josephine.
My parting words would be that the best way to improve on the grid is to be intentional, to have an intentional funding, to have innovative engineering, and then to encourage PPP, that's a public-private partnership. I believe that when this comes into play, it will go a long way.
Aliu, you got the last shot.
So to just answer the question, in terms of local content, in all the universities that we are working, we involve 25 female students from soil testing to commissioning, paid 1 year internship with the contractor that is doing the job. We also pioneered the next gen RESCO with United Nations Development Program. The first cohort is training 131, not a classroom training, 1 year also paid training that is taking place. We are starting the next cohort in September.
Please, a round of applause for my panelists. And I don't know how much we can see that happen in other universities. Is it a possibility or is it unique to Unilag because of the waterfront?
Yes, Unilag is because of the lack of space. That is why we're using the waterfront.
All right, thank you very much. Richmond, thank you for the 5 minutes.
Well, expect my invoice. No, thank you. All right, thank you. Please give them a round of applause and let's give them their plaque now. Alhaji Bello, sir, please, we can do us the honor to present the plaque to them again. Thank you very much. Just give us a second. Let's give you thank you plaques for coming to share your insights and wisdom with us. Philip, go ahead, Philip. All right, let's go. Let's give Philip first, our moderator. Olu Phillips, thank you very, very, very much. The man who is lighting up Nigeria, even schools are not left out. Thank you so much, Abba Abubakar Aliu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lady Josephine Weze would follow. After Aliu and Mrs. Onogorowa Eriye, celeb, will follow. After Lady Josephine. Okay. Yes, at the end. You take a group photo at the end. Take a group photo at the end. Thank you. Eriye, please step forward. AVM retired. Iyamo, please be on standby. For AVM, there's been a change in this climate conversation. Even some of the proponents are now saying, let's fight hunger and let the climate be for now. I wonder why they're somersaulting like that these days. Thank you very much. Let's move on now to Mr. Oyatogun. Thank you very much for your insights. We conclude with Sandra Ekpe Ago. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We've come to the end of day what? Oh, no, I'm not alone in the room. Thank you very much. The end of day 3 of NIES 2026. Please go ahead. Photograph, yes. Go ahead, photograph. Tomorrow, bright and early again. We began at 9 a.m. today. Tomorrow will be no exception, especially because at the end of tomorrow, we have the NNPC-sponsored cocktail where we'll party hard and play some beautiful, fun games. Hope to see you tomorrow, bright and early. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Network, B2Bs, have dinner, sleep early. Whatever you do, be here early tomorrow. Richmond Osage is my name. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. NIES 2026, Building Partnerships for a Shared Energy Future. NIES 2026, Building Partnerships for a Shared Energy Future.